Morning, day 55, July 22nd. Day. There we go. And now I'm echoing. Okay. That means it's working. YouTube tip. Okay. I need all the tips I can get. Tanya Smith, good morning. Oh, out on the rock is timekeeper Julia Rock. There's a rock there. Okay, Brenda Grant, good morning. Pioneer, Blue Nose, Chris Lee, Brother Paul, Muskoka. Any ciders today on the menu, Paul? How's things with the family? Some kind of brown thing is in Sydney. What's going on in Sydney? Got a trip there. Nikki Lewis, Brickleberry. Is Pudo out there again? Not that I have any. I don't have political leanings. I don't care about any of it. Granny Linda. Good morning. Oh, he's out there again, is he? Oh, this newfound interest in Nova Scotia, eh? You know, it's like Darren and the parliamentary meeting starting up. Darren. There are no coincidences. All right, so there was some new. Nobody's going out to see Trudeau. I guess the brown thing is very. That's not a pleasant thing. I don't think whatever that is. I don't want to look at it. It resembles something. Okay. Bathroom talk. Nobody's going out there to visit. Have a little snapshot, a selfie. Makes you feel good for, look, I got a selfie. Never understood any of that. JJ, good morning, was locked out several accounts yesterday. Several accounts locked out. That doesn't sound good. Lilybomb. Where does the 66 come from? I'm wondering. Might I ask? None of them are any good, but he's number one these days? Really? Okay. When I was checking the polls, he seems to be doing pretty poorly. It's all theater. Just like this thing here. See, it's all theater. People pull strings. Peter. Good morning, Peter. No to Trudeau. Okay, I'm not weighing in. I would say I don't have much affinity for him. He's a liar. I don't like liars, but a lot of politicians are. Yes, well, that was how he got in. That and Google. Google helped him a lot. Doesn't matter. It's just a bellwether. Politics are just a bellwether for bosses above. Facebook blocked, YouTube blocked, tweeters blocked until the evening. What were you doing? Were you doing bad things? Looking at bad things? No turd, most of us won't be allowed anywhere near him. That's not nice. Saw a clip of someone in the crowd who shouted, "Why did you cut your hair?" What? Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, Lily. These things, these names. Hello, Molly Denver. Good morning. Good morning. MH. Oh, he's got a new haircut, does he? I plead ignorance. I don't follow. It's all a bunch of bunk. Now, I think you can probably tell by my voice how much I literally care about any of that. Someday their bosses will go down. Okay, so this morning we've got some round table goo, I think, kind of something. Going to get a big break. Notice somebody put a post on Facebook. I don't go on Facebook much, but somebody was saying that they thought they were blocked by the MCC, so I went over and checked it. No, they weren't blocked. I think they just had the wrong address or something. And so I just happened to read the first comment underneath their latest post, and somebody said, "Oh, why are you taking a week off in the middle of this?" And I was like, yeah, they'll be taking 3 weeks off. Holiday time. I didn't even go down to the Dominican Republic. Some new documents dropped yesterday. Bunch new ones. Looks mostly like financials from what I saw. Morning, Cheryl Clark. DVD, no. Started when someone got friendly. When someone friendly me close to the MCC. Are you finding wolves in sheep's clothing? Is that what you're saying? Oh. There's a glow. There's always glow. Sometimes it's from the sun. Sometimes it's from intelligence. Okay. Donna Jess. Nikki Lewis. CBC report out say. Yes, I did briefly pull that up here. I don't know why it didn't load properly. It's probably all the computer stuff they've got running in my wonderful computer that they've destroyed. Look at this. Yeah. Something about psychological assessment. We done the autopsy, the psychological. Like, I was like, what are you talking about? What a bunch of bunk. Quit fucking around with the psychology. Mountie review tried to explain gunman's behavioral patterns before rampage. Meanwhile, they're all lying in the background. Psychological autopsy. We've done a psychological autopsy. You can go and be a guest then somewhere. I don't know. What a bunch. Oh my Lord. Boiled over in rage. We're either targeted or perceived injustices. Injustice collector. You remember that one? Oh, here we go. See, there are partnerships here. Down there. Oh, hey, I like Arizona. That's too bad. Aw. Oh, well, ASU is not that great anyway. University of Arizona, much better than ASU. It's nice and warm. Okay. Did not publish research to back it up. Their report, oh wow, did not refer to any published research. That's a surprise. What was it that one guest one day? We have none of our stuff is published. It's just getting peer reviewed, or it's getting reviewed. I'm like, so it's not even valid. Why are you here? Go away. Not even your peers accept what you say. This is what these roundtables do. Vested interest in RCMP vested interest. Of course they do. Really? That's a shocker. Oh, look. Good morning to you, CSE. How are you doing? I don't feel like any porn this morning. I'm golfing in Arizona, 90% of people. Yes, a lot of people from Alberta. We like it down there. Nice. Nice to see Facebook comments from new folks. Yes, and that's because you're spreading the word. You see, you're doing, we're all doing our little piece. You're doing your piece, right? I'm counting on you. Christiana, good morning. Good morning, Nosy. Good morning. Oh, no. Balin is cross-dressing Leaf. Oh. Where's the pickles? No pickles in the name? No YMCA pickles? Jamie, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Jamie. All right, have we got everybody here? Cheryl Clark. I only looked because my name, that name of my relative. David Josie is on Lisa's records. Josie. Yes, there is a Josie. Are you a spy, JJ? 3 vacation weeks in a row. Yes, JJ. Yes. Okay. All right. CBC. Okay. All right. So I'll link that here for those of you who don't have that. There we go. Pretty much toasts the RCMP and their goop. Where was I here? So we've got, oh, shoot. Where did I have that? Was it this tab, wasn't it? So we're going to have some more of that today. The psychological assessment from people they don't reference material. Good. From our good old friend Christy and Tess. Okay, good. And then we're going to have participant submissions. Oh, Fitch just started. Why is he? Look at this is my screen webcast. That doesn't even load. Hello. Okay, here we go. Is it loading? Is it loading? Is it loading? It's not loading. Have they got me on block? Okay, here we go. One moment, please. Oh.
You may be seated. So our first order of business, I'm just going to ask you to each say your name, spell your last name, and then over in the corner we have Madam Register who will be asking you to affirm your evidence.
My name is Christy Martire, Martire.
I'm Tess Neal, Neal.
Dr. Materi, do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Dr. Neal, do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to start by asking you a few questions, Dr. Neal, and just a little bit about your background and who you are. So you have provided the Mass Casualty Commission with a current CV.
Yes.
And Madam Register, if I could have that CV marked as an exhibit, it's COM number 0059683.
That's exhibit 3712.
So Dr. Neal, your CV is 27 pages long. I'm not going to go through that in any detail, but I'll just highlight a couple things. So I understand you have a PhD in clinical psychology, and that was from the University of Alabama.
Yes.
Okay. And you are currently employed as an associate professor at the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences in Arizona State University.
Yes.
Okay. And you have some professional credentials as well. You're a licensed psychologist in the state of Arizona.
Yes.
And you are a designated forensic professional in the state of Massachusetts.
I'm trained as one. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And I know sometimes in psychology, there's an emphasis on clinical work or research-based psychology. Do you have an emphasis?
Yes, I was trained clinically, but I currently am doing mostly research.
Okay, and then the other question I wanted to highlight, I noticed in you've listed a number of articles, but there was one article, I believe was published in 2022 in a peer-reviewed journal, and it was with your colleague on the stage today, and it was The Law Meets Psychological Expertise, 8 Best Practices to Improve Psychological Assessments.
Yes.
If I could turn to you, Dr. Martiri. Again, you have provided the Mass Casualty Commission with a 16-page CV.
Mm-hmm.
And Madam Register, I'm wondering if we could have the CV marked as an exhibit. The COM number is COM 0059682.
That's exhibit 3713.
And again, Dr. Martyr, I'm not going to go through your CV in any detail, but I just wanted to emphasize, so you have a PhD in psychology from the University of New South Wales.
Yes.
And that's in Sydney, Australia?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you're currently employed as an associate professor at the University of New South Wales?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you have listed a number of memberships. I'm just going to you're a member of the Australian Academy of Forensic Sciences.
I am.
And you're also a member of the Australian School or Psychological Society and the College of Forensic Psychology.
Yes.
And again, the same question I asked Dr. Neal, do you have an emphasis on the research or clinical side of psychology in your work? Or?
So I have both a research qualification and a clinical qualification, but I do not do clinical work. I focus on research.
Okay. Commissioners, relying on the 2 exhibits, the CVs and some of the highlighted information from these witnesses, I'm asking that they be qualified as experts in forensic psychology, able to provide opinions on evidence-based techniques and best practices in forensic psychology.
Yes, thank you. They are so qualified.
And sorry, Mr. Van Wert, just for a moment. To the tech team, our monitors aren't playing the sound through from their microphones. So if we could please have the audio monitors turned on for us to be able to hear them better, that would be very helpful. Same with council. Thank you.
Okay, is it myself you're having trouble hearing or the witnesses? Or all 3 of us? I'm just looking at the tech team. Would you like us to take a break or? Okay. I'm just advised maybe the best solution to the problem is if I could ask you to project your voice a bit more as you answer the questions, and perhaps Commissioner Stanton, if we still have issues, you can indicate and we can pause and see if we can solve it.
It seems when we first began, these 2 speakers were working and then they stopped working. So,
Okay. Well, I might suggest perhaps we should take a short break and just sort out the issue now before we go
Thank you.
any further. And if it's, I don't know if the witnesses need to leave the stage or.
It's
Wow, these people have better tech skills than I do. Remind me not to hire them. I don't know. Now they've muted themselves. No. My apologies. My apologies. These people who come in to disagree with the RCMP. Oh, here's more porn. Okay. Buy porn. Are they coming back anytime? No, probably not, because the RCMP. This doesn't go along with the narrative. I don't even know why they're letting this stuff in. This surprise. The MCC is trying to look credible. Morning, Tara. Morning. Let's see. Oh dear is here. Thank you. Thank you, oh dear. So good on the tech stuff and finding all kinds of stuff. I don't know what they're doing over there. Nancy. Is Linda in here too? Where's Linda? Ashlyn, good morning. How are you doing, Nancy? Lots of porn today. It's a porn day. I don't know what they're doing over here. Oh.
If we could continue.
Thank you. That's much better.
Is it? Oh, great. And I was told I was the issue. I'm talking too loud as opposed to you talking too softly. So, so I'm going to start with you, Dr. Martiri, and if I could just ask you, maybe generally, and if you can explain, what is forensic science, and a bit about how psychology as a discipline fits within forensic science.
Yes. So forensic science was defined as a transdisciplinary field of endeavor where scientific knowledge is accrued or gathered and applied to assist in resolving matters of law. And so forensic psychology fits within that definition because it is also a scientific endeavor that involves the generation of knowledge and the application of scientific techniques to assist in matters of law.
Okay. And Dr. Neal, if I could ask you a similar, maybe an introductory question. This report that you've provided is about psychological assessments. Are you able to give us an explanation of what a psychological assessment is, and especially within the context of a forensic psychological assessment?
Yes, a psychological assessment is an evaluation of a person to try and measure or describe or understand their functioning in terms of their emotions, their cognition, their behaviors. Oftentimes there are psychometric tools that psychologists can use. These are typically scientifically derived. They have mathematical functions that underpin them that can be used to measure some of these traits or characteristics in people. Forensic psychological assessment is when these same approaches are used to inform a legal decision of some sort, a legal or administrative or organizational decision that needs to be made if there's some question of a person's psychological functioning, and it's used to help make that legal decision.
Okay. And in your report, Dr. Neal, you identify, or you both identify, 3 broad approaches to psychological assessments. Are you able to explain what those are?
Yeah, there's 3 kind of major methods that psychologists might use to conduct an evaluation. The first is the most scientific, and it's called a structured actuarial approach. It's built on those psychometric tools that I just mentioned, and it is a standardized, more formalized way to do an assessment, where some of the ways that the data is collected, the way the data is integrated, the way the data is interpreted is based on more scientific underpinnings. In contrast, there is what's called an unstructured clinical approach, and this is a more medical model where there's much less science and more clinical intuition and clinical judgment that's less scientific. And then the third is in between those two. It's called a structured professional judgment approach. And it has some elements of unstructured clinical judgment, but it also has some elements of more structure, things like checklists and so forth, but it doesn't have the mathematical underpinnings that a structured actuarial approach would have.
Okay. And I think also in your report, you emphasize that, is it the second approach, the unstructured clinical judgments, that's probably the least commonly used approach?
The unstructured clinical judgment is the least commonly used approach, yes.
Okay. And is there a reason for that?
It probably has to do with the history of psychology. Psychology sort of attempts to be a scientific discipline, and in some ways it is a scientific discipline. And because of that history, psychologists, most of whom are trained in science, use a more scientific approach.
Okay. And your report, and maybe I'll direct this question at you, Dr. Martiri. So in your part one of your report, you come up with 8 best practices. And I guess my first question is, how did you come up with these 8 best practices?
Yeah, so our 8 best practices are derived from well-documented concerns that have been raised about standard and accepted forensic science and forensic psychological techniques. So these concerns have been raised by organizations such as the National Research Council in the United States in 2009, also the President's Council of Advisors in Science and Technology in 2016, but they're also derived from years of scholarship from forensic scientists, from legal scholars, and from forensic and mainstream psychologists who have written critical scholarship on this topic.
Okay. And Dr. Martiri, your report has been exhibited. It's before the commissioners. So I'm not asking you to go in great detail, but perhaps relevant for your evidence today, are you able to kind of give a summary of the 8 best practices?
Yes, I can do that. Would I be able to refer to my notes?
Yes, this is not a test, but perhaps you could just explain to the commissioners what you're wanting to look at.
Yes, so I would just like to refer to the 8 best practices in order to make sure I get them in the correct order.
Sure.
Thank you. So the first of the best practices is arguably the most important, and it is foundational validity. And it was defined by the President's Council of Science Advisors on Science and Technology in 2016 as relating to the extent to which a method or a tool or any technique has been demonstrated through research to be accurate, reproducible, and repeatable at a level that is appropriate for its intended purpose. So those 3 components, accuracy, repeatability, and reproducibility. Accuracy means, the extent to which a psychological assessment method or tool can be applied to reach an objectively true or correct result. For repeatability, it's about whether or not an individual practitioner or examiner could consistently reach the same conclusion when applying the same techniques to the same data. So could the practitioner do the same analysis again and reach the same conclusion? And then reproducibility is about whether or not different practitioners could use the same method or technique to reach the same conclusion. So would they be in agreement with each other? And importantly, this foundational validity is in relation to optimal practice. It's about whether or not, in principle, these techniques, methods, can be used to generate accurate, repeatable, and reproducible results. When you deviate from that, the next best practice is called validity as applied. And that's about how a technique or a psychological assessment or a tool actually functions in the real world under routine practice standards. So it's important to note that the practice of forensic psychology can be limited in the real world by practical considerations like financial resources or time resources or data quality concerns. And so these things will affect the validity of an assessment. So validity as applied relates to how a technique applies in the real world. And you can think of two components in relation to that. Those are proficiency and they are field validity. So proficiency is about whether or not the practitioner in an instant case, the person actually doing the analysis or using the tool, is proficient in the technique. So can they apply a foundationally valid method to reach the expected result? And if they can't apply the method to reach the expected result, then they're not proficient in that technique. And field validity is about whether or not the technique or method is repeatable, reproducible, and accurate when it is used in the real world, given the limitations of real world administration. So that was the second of the best practices. The third relates to bias and bias mitigation. And a bias is any systematic factor that might affect the outcome of an assessment other than the truth. So there are different types of bias and very many different types of bias, but some that might be relevant here there are some explicit forms of bias. So if there are vested interests, someone may act in ways that serve those vested interests. But there are also a wide range of biases, things that like cognitive decision-making styles that can affect our judgment in unintended ways. So it is possible that our judgment, our evaluation of evidence, our decision-making, our reasoning can be affected by these unconscious or unintentional factors. It's not a reflection of unprofessional conduct or poor training. It's just an artifact of the way our minds work. And so we would expect that all human decision-making can be affected by bias, but in terms of rigorous psychological assessment, we would want to see that that has been acknowledged and steps have been taken to try and mitigate or manage those biasing factors. The fourth of the best practices relates to quality assurance. So quality assurance is a framework or a structure of procedural or administrative rules that would help to minimize the likelihood of errors or mistakes in the provision of a service or any goods, for example. So in the context of a forensic psychological assessment, quality assurance components are things like licenses, certifications, credentials, regulations that restrict practice. And establish a basic level of quality for service delivery. The fifth of these best practices is about opinion expression. So generally speaking, when a forensic psychologist is providing some kind of assessment, it is not because they have direct experience of the issues in question. It's because they're opining about something outside of their first-hand experience. They're often talking about something that may happen in the future or something that has happened in the past. And as a consequence, they can never be certain about these things. They cannot know with complete certainty what has happened in the past if they did not have direct experience of it, and they can't speak with certainty about what will happen in the future because that is not possible. So it's important that when a forensic psychologist is reporting and making conclusions, that they express uncertainty around those conclusions and that they do not overstate or exaggerate how sure they can be about what they're saying because there is uncertainty involved. Number 6 is limitations and assumptions. So every psychological assessment is going to involve some elements of limitation and assumption. I've already mentioned there are some limitations associated with routine practice of forensic psychology. I mentioned financial or time or data quality restrictions. It's important that these are explicitly disclosed in reports so that people reading those reports can understand what factors might affect the quality of the conclusions or the product being produced so that they can make an informed decision about how trustworthy or reliable a particular document is. There are also assumptions that people will make when they're writing reports. These will be based on people's experience, their training, the theoretical foundations of their knowledge, and the lens that people approach their report writing through can have an effect on how they form their conclusions. And so these assumptions should also be disclosed so people know the perspective that this report is being written from. The seventh of our best practices is considering alternative views or disagreements. Psychology is a very broad discipline. There are many diverse views on most issues, I would say, in psychology. And we heard a little bit about 3 different methods for doing psychological assessment, and there are different schools of thought on which of those forms is the better or the more appropriate form to use. And so in a report, it would be important for the practitioner to be explicit about whether or not the procedure that they're using or the views that they hold are consistent with best practice, whether they are consistent with mainstream accepted positions, and if they are not, why they are not, how they have decided to proceed in a different way and what the implications of that might be. They also need to consider the possibility that others would disagree with them and acknowledge that possibility and help the reader to work through making sense of those possible disagreements. And then the last is ethical obligations and codes of conduct. So the practice of psychology in most jurisdictions is regulated by licensure or credentialing requirements. It's also regulated by codes of conduct in legal jurisdictions, rules of evidence if it's forensic and before a court. And so it's important that the practitioner or the writer of a report clearly explains what their obligations are in terms of adhering to licensure, credentialing, codes of conduct, ethical obligations, so that people can understand if a person is in good standing in their profession and if they have adhered to the rules and regulations that apply to their practice.
Well, thank you for that answer. And if I could ask as a follow-up, Dr. Martiri, in your part 1 of your report, in the context of these 8 best practices, you've proposed a series of 108 questions. My question isn't for you to summarize these 108 questions, but what was the intent of coming up with these questions?
Yes, so these are quite broad theoretical constructs that we have described, and it might be difficult for people who aren't familiar with these topics to understand exactly how they might play out in the real world and in an actual forensic psychological report. So in the 108 questions, we were just trying to provide concrete examples of questions the reader could ask themselves to help them make an assessment of the quality of the report based on what is in front of them. They do overlap, they're not exclusive, they are quite repetitive, but it's just an attempt to help people really get a sense of what they might be looking for to assess a report.
Thank you. And Dr. Neal, if I could ask you, also in your report, you discuss psychological autopsies. Are you able to talk about what a psychological autopsy is?
Yes. Is it acceptable for me to look at my notes?
Just maybe explain what you're looking at, and I think it'd be
As
fine.
a memory aid, so I can make the points that I'd like to make about these issues.
Yes.
Thank you. A psychological autopsy is a type of psychological assessment that is typically retrospective, meaning that is backward looking, and it is trying to clarify information about a person's death. If there's some question that's some equivocal nature, something unknown about the state of mind or the circumstances surrounding the decision-making and the actions of a person who has died. It is necessarily retrospective, meaning that it's backward-looking, which complicates the validity, possibly, of the data collected. It must be done by proxy, meaning that the person who has died is not available to correct errors of interpretation if the evaluator has made some kind of mistake. And by proxy also means that you have to interview other people who were around at the time, so family members, friends, potentially survivors or witnesses to events that unfolded at some previous point in time. And those issues also raise questions about the validity of these kinds of assessments, because the interviews by proxy, all of these people might have their own motivations or particular things they want to share or might not share. They might not be available, they might not cooperate with the interviews, and all of those things can materially affect the quality of the information that the psychologist is able to collect. And so because of those things, some scholars suggest that psychological autopsies there may be no possible way to assess the validity of a psychological autopsy.
Okay, I just have a few follow-up questions. But so can you give an example, like who would typically ask for a psychological autopsy? Can you give an example of that?
Yes. Psychological autopsies are, I don't think they're very common, or at least not in mainstream forensic psychology. They are sometimes used, for example, by insurance companies. If somebody is claiming that there was an accidental death in the family or something, and the company has to make a decision about whether to administer benefits. If there's some question that maybe the deceased actually committed suicide, which would make it so that the benefits would not be given to the family, that kind of decision can be informed by a psychological autopsy, where the evaluator is trying to help the insurance company determine whether or not the person died by suicide or it was an accident or some other form of death. That's probably the most common way that a psychological autopsy is conducted. There are other situations where a psychological autopsy might be asked for, including situations like a mass casualty event where there's a lot of need to understand what happened and why things unfolded the way they did.
Okay. And you say in your report that psychological autopsies depart somewhat from typical forensic psychology. And I think you've alluded to this in an earlier answer, but perhaps could I get you to explain why?
Yes. Psychological autopsies, it's a rarer referral question, and so it's just not as common, at least among mainstream typical forensic psychology. And I'm sorry, I think I missed the question.
So you explained in your report, and I'm thinking of paragraph 5 in your report where you discuss that psychological autopsies depart somewhat from typical forensic psychology. And if you could just explain that.
I don't remember what we said there. I'm going to have a look.
So at paragraph 5, you say, informing this opinion, we also note that psychological autopsies and behavioral profiling depart somewhat from typical psychological practice. And I guess I'm asking in the context of psychological autopsy, and you go on to outline a number of criticisms that's of psychological autopsies in the field, and just could you give us a sense of that those discussions within psychology?
Most of that paragraph is actually, most of it is about behavioral profiling,
Okay.
which is typically more outside of mainstream psychology. I'm not sure how much of that applies to psychological autopsy.
Well, can I ask you this then? Is a psychological autopsy, is it appropriate to think of it as a psychological assessment?
I think it is. I think it is appropriate to think of it as a psychological assessment.
Okay, and does it follow, like, can a psychological autopsy follow these sort of broad clinical approaches you talked about earlier in your answer, in my questions about the...
Yeah, so those 3 methods that we talked about, the structured actuarial, the unstructured, and then the in-between kind of structured professional, any of those could theoretically be used in any kind of psychological evaluation, including a psychological autopsy. However, because of the unique nature of psychological autopsies, you can't administer a psychological test to someone who has died. So that complicates a structured actuarial approach and even a structured clinical judgment approach. But in some cases, including the case here, some measures can be administered retrospectively which does raise questions about the validity of the administration, but it is theoretically possible. That said, big picture, most psychological autopsies probably are pretty unstructured in nature, given that there's not tools that are developed specifically to help answer those kinds of questions.
Okay. And if I could move on, and perhaps I could have you explain another commonly referred to assessment is in this report, is about behavioral profiling. Are you able to explain what behavioral profiling is?
Yes. Behavioral profiling is another type of psychological assessment, and it typically is done, it's used as an investigative tool by law enforcement and psychologists. Typically, the key difference here is that the offender is typically unknown. So the evaluator is using known information, for instance, about the circumstances of the offense or the characteristics of the victims to try and predict the psychological profile of an unknown offender. Typically used, again, in these kind of to generate investigatory leads.
Okay. And so, and how does a behavioral profile compare or contrast to a risk assessment?
A risk assessment is different than a behavioral profile because the person is known. So typically a risk assessment is an evaluation of a given individual and their potential future risk. So whether they might go on to engage in an act of violence or an act of sexual aggression or other things. But the key difference is that in a behavioral profile, the offender is not known and the prediction is made about who the person could possibly be in terms of psychological characteristics or demographic characteristics, whereas in a risk assessment, it's also forward-looking, but the person is known and they're trying to predict future behavior.
Okay. And I guess I'll ask you the same question I asked you with the psychological autopsy. You referenced in your report that behavioral profiling departs somewhat from typical forensic psychology. Can you explain why?
So behavioral profiling emerged mostly from law enforcement rather than in psychology. And so because of that sort of historical root, it is definitely outside of the mainstream in terms of forensic psychology. Most of the people who do behavioral profiles are trained in law enforcement or work in law enforcement. So for example, in the United States, we have the FBI and they have a behavioral sciences unit where some of the most well-known behavioral profilers work, but most of them are not, they came up through law enforcement instead of through psychology. So there's sort of a career background and difference in who is doing that kind of work. Sometimes these can be done by psychologists, but sometimes they are done by non-psychologists, including officers and so forth. And because of that, that leads to some questions about whether a behavioral profile can be classified as a forensic psychological assessment. We would argue that it should be, and therefore these 8 best practices should apply because it is an evaluation of psychological characteristics and it relies on the reputation of psychology and sort of the mantle of science. So if a person is claiming that they're using the methods of psychology and using it to make inform some kind of legal judgment, then we would argue that the definition of forensic psychology applies in that case.
Okay. And is it typical, is there approaches to behavioral profiling, and do they follow the structural assessment, the unstructural clinical judgment, and the 3 approaches that you outlined? Is that typical with assessing behavioral profiling as well?
The answer here will be similar to the answer for the psychological autopsy question, in that theoretically, any behavioral profile could take on one of those 3 methods. It could be this unstructured approach. It could be the in-between structured clinical judgment, or it could be an actuarial approach. However, again, there are no good actuarial tools that have been developed specifically for this purpose, so it's unlikely that in practice a practitioner could use the most scientific kind of approach. That said, there are some scientific underpinnings for particular ways that a behavioral profile might be done. So it's possible to have some science underpinning a behavioral profile.
Okay, well, at this point, I'd like to kind of move on to part 2 of your report. And in part 2, you do an assessment of a document that was entitled The Psychological Autopsy that was prepared by the RCMP on June 3rd, 2020. I'm going to ask Madam Register, the document is COM number 0021142, if that could be marked as the next exhibit.
It's exhibit 3714.
I guess first, before we get into part 2, Dr. Martiri, why did you divide your reports into 2 parts? What was the purpose of that?
So both Dr. Neil and I are familiar with literatures that speak to limitations of forensic scientific standard practice and to forensic psychological standard practice. And one of the key concerns in that literature is concerns relating to bias and bias mitigation. And that did become one of our 8 best practices. However, in foresight of the issues associated with bias, we wanted to make sure that our evaluation or our discussion and summary of the literature about what best practices are for rigorous forensic psychological assessment were informed only by the literature and were not informed by the specific psychological assessment in question. We were concerned here that we may respond positively or negatively to the report that we saw, and that might skew our perception or our synthesis of the literature in ways that are undesirable. So in order to manage this potential for bias, we made sure that we were not given information that might affect our judgments other than truth. And so we did not look at the autopsy in advance. And then once we had defined our 8 best practices and we had set out those questions that we thought would be helpful for assessing the quality, we then looked at the report using those best practices and those questions.
Okay. So I guess you wrote part 1 without ever having looked at the RCMP document, and
Yes.
then wrote part 2 assessing. Okay.
Also, just as a follow-up to that, if I'm allowed, in addition to not seeing the evaluation, we still don't know many of the details about the case. So we refrain from looking up details. We didn't Google this case. We don't know most of the circumstances surrounding, and the only document that we've looked at that's relevant to the case after we finished part 1 is the psychological assessment in question.
Okay. Okay, so well, Dr. Neil, could I ask you, so the report that you reviewed, that's now 3714 exhibited, it's called a psychological autopsy. What is this report in your view?
We really struggled with trying to just figure out exactly what this report was. The report didn't typically in a psychological evaluation, kind of one of the cardinal rules of doing a psychological evaluation is that you are clear about what's the question that you're trying to answer, and can the field answer that kind of question? And then you answer the question. You develop a method to answer the question that is at issue. In this particular report, the question was not clearly defined. It is labeled as a psychological autopsy, and there are elements of psychological autopsy in this report. However, there are also elements of behavioral profiling, a retrospective behavioral profile, which is sort of an odd thing that we don't quite understand. And then it also has elements of risk assessment. So it's kind of a mix together of multiple different kinds of psychological evaluations.
Okay. And when you read the report and asked your 108 questions and assessed its compliance with your 8 best practices, you came up with a conclusion that it was somewhat consistent with the 8 best practices. Are you able to explain what you mean by that? And
Yes.
Dr. Martiri, did you want to
I will
take
answer
that
that
one
question.
on? Yeah.
So the process that we used to assess this report was for Dr. Neil and I to both independently read the report and answer for ourselves those 108 questions. We gave ourselves predefined options for answering those questions. We could classify our answer using one of 3 responses. We could say that the psychological autopsy was either not at all showing whatever best practice was being addressed in that question. It was somewhat or partially showing compliance with that question or best practice, or it was definitely or clearly showing compliance. And so we independently went and scored, addressed each of those questions and scored our answers using those 3 answers. And then we brought our answers together to see how much we agreed and disagreed with each other and to come to a final decision. When we did that, we found that there were some best practices where the psychological autopsy was classified as being somewhat or partially compliant with the best practice that was being discussed. And as a result, we couldn't characterize the report overall as being not at all or definitely compliant with the best practices. It had to fall somewhere in between because it was partially compliant. And so that is why our conclusion was given that it was somewhat compliant, and that was in inverted commas because that is the classification code or terminology that we were using in our coding.
So I guess when you break it down, you say that 78.6% of the time, when you put the questions of your 8 best practice and against this report, it was coded as negative, so it wasn't compliant. So, I mean, is it fair? Like, I guess if I did a math test and I got 78.6% of the questions wrong, I would think I didn't do very good in the math test. Is that a fair analysis, or is that not an appropriate way to kind of look at your assessment?
We would not consider that to be the appropriate interpretation.
Okay.
So it's important to know that the questions overlap. So the same question is asked in multiple similar ways. So if you do well on that item, it'll be multiple points in your favor. And if you do bad on those sort of items, it'll be multiple points against you. So it's not a fair representation. You can't just add them up. But this coding scheme was developed for a qualitative analysis. So it was developed to give you a sense of whether and in what ways this report was compliant rather than how much or the amount of compliance it has.
And so in that way, I think the gist of that 78.6%, like the 78.6% itself, the quantitative number isn't meaningful in the sense that Dr. Materi was just explaining, but qualitatively, the gist of the interpretation that this report didn't adhere very well to the best practices is a correct interpretation.
Yes. So I would just follow on from that. Most often when we asked a question about whether or not the report was compliant, even though those questions overlapped, our answer was that it was not compliant or partially compliant.
Okay. And would it be your expectation that a report, when assessed through your method, be definitively compliant?
We would never expect any report to score 100% on this to get for every single item to be compliant. However, we would expect to see a report addressing in some way each of these 8 best practices as well as it could and as transparently as it could, so that the decision maker could work out what to do with that information and assess the quality of the report using that information.
Okay. So I might just ask a couple more questions, because what I hear from what you're saying is, I think your answer, is it fair to say your answer to every report you assess by this method would most likely fall within the somewhat category, right? Because it's not going to be common, you're saying, to have a definitively compliant report. It's probably not common, you're going to have a not at all compliant report. So most of the outcomes will be somewhat, right?
Yes, I think in hindsight, we probably would have chosen different categories. So we picked not at all, somewhat, and definitely, without having seen the report and without having been through this exact process before. And so I think if we were to do it again, we would give ourselves more room in the middle to talk about relatively better reports and relatively worse reports. But I think it's fair to say that most reports under this classification would come out as somewhat.
Okay, so, well, let me ask you then, is this report, is it a scientifically credible report?
I think my response to that question would be there is very little information that is provided in this report that would allow me to say with confidence that it is scientifically credible.
Okay. And do you think people could rely on this report and rely on the information in it?
So a lot of information is being provided, but not information in relation to those 8 best practices that I would need to work out whether or not I can rely on this report.
Okay. And I think at this point, I wouldn't mind circling back to your 8 best practices. And if I could ask you just to comment on this report in the context of those 8 best practices. And so maybe I'll start again with you, Dr. Martiri. Could you comment on the first 2 of the 8 best practices, which was foundational validity and validity as applied?
Yes. Just before we do this, I think it's important to just flag that there's a lot of detail. There's 108 questions, and we definitely don't have the time or capacity.
I want to emphasize your report is before the commission. So and it's on the website. Anybody wanting more detail can access your report.
Yes. So my answer will be in quite general terms, and I would flag that there will be some exceptions, and they are noted in the report where perhaps the report is somewhat compliant. But in relation to the first 2, so this is in relation to whether it's a foundationally valid approach and whether or not it is valid as it has been applied. There was very little, if any, credible evidence presented in this report that in principle or in practice that this assessment was likely to be accurate, repeatable, or reproducible. And there was very little, if any, credible evidence presented about whether or not the person or persons who authored this report are likely to produce accurate conclusions. I think that summarizes broadly the first 2.
Okay. And perhaps Dr. Neal, could you comment on the next 2, which is managing and mitigating bias and quality assurance?
Yeah, with regard to the bias question, I think there's clear potential for bias in this specific report. So for example, the practitioners worked with or for a party who may have had a vested interest in a particular outcome of the psychological evaluation. It wasn't clear to us whether all of the report authors were employees of the RCMP, but it appears that at least some of them were. And that is the relevance of that is that it raises a potential red flag for a conflict of interest, and in that the RCMP is also the agency that was involved in the critical incident response to the mass casualty event. And so it's unusual or potentially problematic to have the report authors to be employees or aligned maybe in some way with the RCMP. That also raises questions about the information that was available to the evaluators. So the fact that they were part of the organization that had access to information about the investigation means that it could have raised issues with regard to different types of cognitive bias. So there could have been adversarial allegiance issues, and that's that alignment problem. There could have been hindsight bias issues with regard to the evaluators knowing the outcome of the events and some of the outcome of the investigation as it was proceeding, and confirmation bias potentially with regard to sort of expectations for how they were, maybe how the agency might have wanted this report to come out, and so forth. There's also evidence of potential partisanship in the report in terms of the report opening with a dedication to a member of the RCMP agency that the authors might have worked for. That's unusual for a forensic psychological evaluation. Also, there's very highly emotive language in this report that is unusual in a forensic psychological evaluation that raises some questions of potential bias. And then finally, one of the ways that bias can be managed or mitigated is to use a structured approach, and a method that is defined before you start. In this case, that does not appear to be how the evaluation unfolded. This is largely an unstructured clinical approach, which leaves room for some of these potential biases. And there's no apparent, as far as we could tell, no apparent bias management techniques like blinding or case management or standard operating procedures. They did use one psychometric tool, the PCLR, which is a psychopathy checklist. It's used to measure psychopathic personality traits. However, the way it was used in this case is unusual, and the authors didn't provide any evidence about whether it could be used in the way it was used in this particular case. So that's with regard to bias. And then with regard to the fourth best practice, which is quality assurance. Qualitatively, almost all of the pieces of information that we considered while we were trying to answer this question about how well the report in question adhered to quality assurance, almost all of them were not at all addressed. And specifically, some of the examples were that there were no administrative or procedural standards of practice that were followed in this evaluation, or at least they weren't identified if they were followed. No authoritative practice guidelines were followed or cited. No information about how the practitioners monitor or measure their own performance as evaluators was provided. There's no evidence that they were appropriately licensed, credentials, or in good standing in their profession. It was hard for us to figure out, and we still don't know, whether the psychologist who was one of the report authors is licensed or has good standing in the profession. And then finally, there was no identification of the rules or code of conduct or legal procedures that might have been in place that they needed to follow. They may have followed them if they were in place, but they weren't identified. So it's impossible for us to evaluate how well they might have done so.
Okay. And Dr. Martiri, I think when we get into the next couple of categories, the opinion expressed and limitations and assumptions of the assessment, with opinion is expressed, you kind of ran into a little bit of a moment where you had to reshape your questions.
Yes.
And you added some questions.
Yes, we did.
And perhaps you could explain how that came to fruition.
Yes. So our two-part process was set up purposefully, so that we weren't retrospectively shaping our expectations based on what we saw in the final report. However, in planning this, we did anticipate that things would come up in reading the report that we hadn't anticipated, and that would be worth raising. And a number of those things did come up in relation to opinion expression. So it wasn't that these issues weren't sort of broadly considered or were entirely unexpected to us, but we didn't have specific questions proposed in our 108 questions that addressed some of these issues. And so in the second part of our report, there's a new issues section, which includes a few additional questions that help to clarify extra elements of opinion that we thought were important. And so when we consider the compliance of this report in terms of the opinion expression element, there were some examples of some of the best practices that we saw. There were examples of the practitioners using objective language, of providing definitions, of separating out facts from opinions, of clearly citing their sources and providing their reasoning behind their opinions. But on balance and overall, there were also very many examples where those things weren't done. So there was a lot of use of emotive language. There were many things that were said that were not cited either to scholarly literature or to the source and collateral materials from which they were derived. There were many statements which appear to be opinions, which were not clearly differentiated from either established facts or from statements or testimony from other participants or interviewees. There was a lot of certain language used to express conclusions. So there were definitive statements about what the evaluee or perpetrator meant, believed, or did, and these statements are beyond what is scientifically supportable, where you're making conclusions about a person who is deceased. So overall, although there were some examples that would be considered partially compliant with the best practice, there was also very many examples where opinion expression did not comply with best practices. I think I'm also asked to speak about the next, which
yes,
is,
if you could.
Yes, which is the limitations. So again, speaking in general terms, there was one paragraph in this report, which I think was repeated twice, appeared in 2 places in this report, which did include some statement of the potential for weakness associated with this report. It mentioned that the psychological assessment was a subjective and deductive process, and that it might lead to the overall underestimation of the potential for violence. So in line with our best practices, that is a statement that does attempt to provide some indication of the limitations. However, overall, the implication of these limitations and how they should be understood by the reader of the report was not made clear. And there were also a number of limitations in relation to the 8 best practices were not explicitly discussed in the report. So in general, this report fell short in terms of its compliance with limitations and assumptions, or at least the transparent disclosure of those, so somebody reading the report could make a critical evaluation of its contents.
And perhaps I could turn to you, Dr. Neal, to address the last 2 best practices.
Yeah, the 7th best practice is alternative views or disagreements. And in this particular psychological evaluation, it was almost entirely not at all on this criterion that we were trying to consider. So for example, the report did not refer to any critical scholarship or authoritative commentary about the type of assessment conducted. And that's relevant in this case because there is a lot of critical scholarship and critical commentary about psychological assessments, about psychological autopsies and behavioral profiles. The report did not consider implications of that critical scholarship for the validity and value of their own report. They did not explain why there might be differences between practitioners completing an assessment like this based on the same information and what that might mean for anyone, like why there might be disagreement. And they didn't offer any alternative hypothesis or counterfactuals about their interpretations that could be relevant to the case. And what that meant was that, in consequence, a lot of the report had these very kind of conclusory statements that were too strong for what they were presented too strongly. And then the 8th best practice is ethical obligations and codes of conduct, how well someone adhered to those kinds of guides for professional behavior. In this case, because the authors they weren't clear about what their background was, what their professions were, what their training was, what their areas of expertise were. Because that wasn't provided in the report, it's not possible for us to determine whether they adhered to their own ethical standards in their fields, whether they adhered to the codes of conduct that might have applied for their behavior. In different jurisdictions, there are particular codes of conduct, including, for example, here in Nova Scotia, there's a clear code of civil procedure or something, I don't remember the language, but we were bound to it in this report today. And we were very clear in our report, or we tried to be, about how we adhered to that because it was relevant to our practice in this case. So we would hope and expect to see disclosures like that in reports, and there was none of that in this report.
Yeah, I want to ask this next question. I want to kind of maybe step back from this specific report and just sort of ask this more in a general sense. But now that you've outlined your best practices in part 1 and talked about your assessment of this particular report, if we take a step back, and I think it's used in a different context, but I think in your report you have this line about psychologists should rise above the opinion of a bartender, for example, that the practice of psychology should offer answers to questions that are scientifically based. Would you have concerns about documents or reports that hold themselves out as like a psychological or a scientific report that aren't? What concerns would that raise for you?
I would say that psychology as a discipline, is an imperfect science, that there's plenty of room for error and bias in what we do. Therefore, to best approximate a scientific approach, we can use the scientific method, we can use scientifically derived tools, we can do our part as psychologists to get as close as possible to a scientific approach. And in this case, I don't remember if you asked specifically about this case.
Please continue with the answer again.
In this case, they didn't appear to do that very well, I would say. I would say psychologists could do this. Many psychologists try to do this, others don't try to. Part of our mission, I think, in our research roles is that we're trying to improve the quality overall of psychological evaluations and empower consumers and systems to hold psychologists accountable to the quality of their work.
And I think maybe the question was sort of couched in more general terms. And I think what I would say in response to that is that Dr. Neil is right. All sciences are imperfect sciences, and psychological science is no different. And we are constantly evolving and researching and trying to make our scientific practice as rigorous and reliable as we possibly can. And we would argue that these best practices and other best practices are part of that process of moving towards a better, more reliable form of our science. And so we would argue that you want to see people grappling with these issues of best practice. They might not always be able to satisfy them, but they should be transparently engaging with and discussing these issues so that the consumers of our science can critically evaluate what we're presenting and determine if it is fit for purpose, and then make an appropriate decision about that.
Okay, and I'm just about done. I just want to ask you one more question, because I've tried to ask you a series of questions that sort of walk through this report that you've provided to the commission. But I just wanted to give you an opportunity, if you had anything you feel like I haven't given you an opportunity to share with the commissioners and the public within the context of our discussion today and your identified expertise. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Okay. So I think in the process of providing this report and distilling these 8 best practices, I think I would just like to emphasize how many people and authoritative organizations and critical scholars have pointed out these issues and have flagged their importance. And I think it's important for the profession and practice of psychology that psychologists are mindful of and aware of these best practices, but also that consumers of our report hold psychologists accountable to these best practices, and that they have an expectation that psychologists will be doing their best to present the best evidence, and that includes considering these factors.
I also think, as I mentioned, part of our goal, I think, with our careers is to improve the quality overall. And part of that is to offer tools to help psychologists improve their work, but also to help the public and so forth. Like, how do you hold a psychologist accountable? Like, we're trying to, I think, aim at that question, even with the documents that we've provided in this case. So those 108 questions that turned into 117 questions. It's aimed at this goal. So we might hope that if the commission in its process, like sort of a forward-looking, what's the outcome of a commission like this? Our contribution to that forward-looking approach would be to think about how a system might hold a psychologist accountable. If there are if systems don't have processes in place to hold psychologists accountable to the quality of their work, maybe they could. There might be a better way to sort of require some best practice elements as part of a psychological assessment.
Well, thank you. And thank you, commissioners. Those are the questions that I had for these 2 witnesses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Wart, and thank you, Dr. Neil and Dr. Martiri. The process we will follow now is, and this is the process we've been following all along, we have a a number of participants and represented by council, and they will meet with Mr. Van Wart and our commission counsel to discuss what, if any, further questions there may be and who will be asking those questions. So we estimate, it's hard to estimate, hard to be too accurate, but we will break for a half an hour. And if you need more time, Mr. Van Wart, just simply let us know. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 30 minutes.
Oh boy. That was a disaster. I don't know where they're going with this one. I mean, they'd have to know that this was going to go this road, probably. I would think that was an absolute disaster for the RCMP. Whoa. And they're even like, it's not a credentialed person who put the report in. I thought I had the original copy of that article. And I was just looking here, and I don't. Sadly, I got to the article just late. So the article had been updated. I don't know where it's at now, Aaron. And then I went on to archive it just as we were going along there. Last updated 1 hour ago, but I just missed it. So I didn't get to read the original article, which would have been good. I don't know. I'm sure some of you, yeah, I'm very curious where they're going to go with this, because they have to lend some credibility. Like, you got to tell some truth. You have to look, you have to have the appearance that you're doing something. Otherwise, they're a complete write-off, right? So they're going to try and win some people back, but I really can't follow. Like, that was disastrous. I want to see this original report now. I know that if I'm remember, well, sorry, I should never say I know for sure, but I'm fairly certain that originally they said it was an FBI report that was drafted. I know we have Dr. Matt Logan, RCMP, and I think I remember early on Jordan had, I was always curious how he got that guest, but the behavioral, I know that video's gone. I think everything that he has from 2020 and 2021 is gone. But he did have the original, I have that somewhere, the original broadcast with the psychological autopsy. So I'm not sure the person who, I don't know if he was involved in the writing of it. I'll have to go back and listen. I found it curious how that's quite a guess to get. Any thoughts on where they want to go with this? Good morning, Charlene. Morning, Dawn. But I am, that's not good, because basically they were saying, well, the conclusion was written and they wrote the report to fit it. And it was not done in any kind of real scientific way. That was pretty disastrous. So I don't know where they're going with that. They didn't consult the witnesses, read the statements properly. That was their assessment. And I would say, reading the statements, oh my Lord, there's a picture here I'm reading that's so different. It's very mind-boggling. And of course, I don't even want to talk about it because it's like sandpaper on my tongue. they're saying that the psychological autopsy goop, remember Darren and the psychological autopsy on April 28th, that he spoke about, oh, and well, we have the psychological autopsy, and he was an injustice collector. And that was what they were tossing out. And they're like, you see, we've done our homework. We know what's going on, which of course is nonsensical. That has nothing to do with the actual investigation per se. I mean, sure, it's interesting to know maybe down the line. I think they even said they may have saved some of his brain material. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but that was Darren's. I wonder if I can find that. I don't know if I clipped that part out. The psychological autopsy. I'll find it. And then they really hard sold in the media, of course, everything in the media. He was this injustice collector, and he was pent up rage, and he was going after all these people that were on the, essentially on the list, but then the list that didn't exist list. Do you know what I'm saying? And they're saying, well, no, that's not really what their read of it was. Notice how the one lady, and I was dismissive of them at first, which is unfortunate because I didn't read the article fully. I just pulled it up just as we were coming on air, and I was like, oh no, this is just going to be a bunch of more goop. And Becca was like, no, it's going to be good. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I've jumped to hasty conclusions after weeks of this stuff, which I did. Yeah. Wow. I just don't know where they're going to go. And that's why they need a break. They've got to try and come back from this somewhat. So the lady at the beginning, one of the doctors there, she said, do you mind if I consult my notes? First of all, notice how no other quote unquote expert has said that. Do you mind if I consult my notes? Which is common practice actually in court. RCMP officers or police officers, same thing. They're like, do you mind if I look at my notes? And the judge will say, yeah, no, fine. And he was like, well, why do you need to do that? Meanwhile, they have weeks, quite literally, weeks on end of people reading scripts, just sitting there like this the whole fucking time. And he's going to have a problem because that lady said, do you mind if I look at my notes that I've made because I've reviewed the case, which all of these other fucking clowns that they've had up there did not do. They don't even know what the fuck is going on. You could probably say, I don't know, candy shop got robbed, and they'd be like, yeah, that's why I'm here. That's what I heard. Where's my trip again? What's going on? I thought I was getting paid, and that's all they care about. From Yahoo, it was not updated. Okay, awesome. Should we have a read through that? Let me see. Thank you. Best. I wonder if I can. Well, you probably already have archived it. Oh, okay. I guess it's on archive. Okay. See, oh dear, good with the tech. Seamus less so. All right, so this is the non-updated version. Very interesting. Authors of a psychological assessment commissioned by the RCMP didn't back up their conclusions about the gunman and the shooting, according to two researchers appearing In the months after Gabriel Wortman's rampage, okay, again, this is calling for conclusion. They've just written everything the whole entire way. Why do we know that? They still haven't established shit, including in-house profilers and RCMP forensic psychologists. Now, is that Logan? I've spoken about Logan before. I brought up his page. Here's Logan. They said it was FBI. I'm pretty sure. This is the same person, by the way, who spoke to Lisa, who interviewed Lisa, which seems very strange because he's a forensic psychologist, a retired RCMP. That's a surprise. Who studies psychopathy and sexual predator. Not sure why he's interviewing Lisa. You know, you'd think you'd get somebody who was a trauma expert. They're all over the place. They're dealing with CPTSD and PTSD and abuse victims, etc. This is really shedding a bad light on. I was saying this to a friend of mine that's a female friend of mine who suffered heavy abuse and is dealing with the fallout of that. And, you know, it's really terrible that if this turns out to be a whole bunch of hooey, which it's beginning to look like it is, like I can't find anything. This is really terrible for women who are abused. You know, this is the Amber Heard type stuff. What the fuck are you doing? Because there are a lot of women who, and funnily enough, even men get abused in relationships too, who are legitimately abused. You can't hide behind that skirt to protect whatever it is that you've got going on over there. Let's go back to the article. I'm not trying to absolve this individual, but not. If he has complicity from other people, they should go to jail and should be thoroughly investigated, not shammed. In-house profilers, including an RCMP forensic psychologist. Is that Matt Logan? Oh my. Attempt to understand when Campbell, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys will remember that they said grievance-based targets. What the fuck? Come on. It's so apparent. I think, well, it's not a confusing one to me, but I think a lot of other people are seeing it now. Like how this is all going down. The media, all of it. Did not Darren Campbell say that this was done by an FBI out of the United States? Was written out of the United States? Doesn't appear that maybe it is. In-house profilers and RCMP psychologists attempt to understand the state of mind of the time of the shootings and identify behavioral patterns. Are you trying to just whittle down that square peg so it fits in the round hole for you? June 2020, Darren Campbell revealed some of the initial findings, calling for the gunman the initial boiled over in rage. The report also said that victims were either targeted for perceived injustices of the past or random targets. Mass Casualty Commission brought in Christy Mattieri, Associate Professor of University of New South Wales in Australia, and Tess Neal, Arizona State University. I'm so cynical now. I'm going to get yelled at too by somebody. But it's like I can't help it. They've just been fucking hammering me with shit for so long. All of us, right? You just get bitter. And I am bitter. They've tainted my mind. Yeah, I used to be very impartial. And I still am on most things, but this one, no. They concluded the RCMP report did not provide evidence. The method, the processes used, the report had been measured. Mattieri, Neil go on to write that the authors did not refer to any published material or research to back up their report. Also found the RCMP had a what? Quote, vested interest in a particular outcome. You wrote it, you had the preconceived knowledge of what you wanted. You wanted Gabriel Wortman to be crazy, whatever. And so you wrote, you already had the ending, the conclusion in your mind, and you wrote it to fit it. Yuck. Yuck. Critical incidents for responders, violence, potential conflict of interest, for example. They point out the report's authors work for the RCMP and knew details of the outcome of the events prior to undertaking the assessment. And see, they said they looked at stuff without looking on the internet, without looking, they did a workup on a person before even looking into details. Then they looked into the details, the proper scientific way. Not that I have a lot of faith in psychology, but there appears to be been no attempt to reduce potential effects of hindsight bias, such as blinding to some of the details of the outcomes, having the evaluation completed by someone who did not know the details of the outcomes they wrote. Mattieri and Neil also found frequent examples, quote, frequent examples of opinions and beliefs being presented as though they are facts. Ouch. Their report noted the purpose of the psychological autopsy isn't explicitly stated, and the relevance of some of the conclusions aren't clear. Oh, I think it's pretty clear. Although the RCMP is a report entitled Psychological. I used to make fun of that when it came out. Yeah. That's a whole bunch of gunk. And she said, even this is not scientific. This is something, it's kind of hit or miss sometimes. Sure, of course it is. You can't predict futures, and you can't predictive it's not. It also looked back at the gunman's behaviors, Mattieri and Neil wrote, quote, because of this, it is unclear how the analysis and conclusions serve the aims of the assessment. So what was the assessment? You're supposed to try and figure out, I suppose, in a psychological way, which is really something for another day. Down the line, first you investigate the crime and you figure out the participants in the crime and their role and how the crime came about, motive, etc. Then you can worry about the psychological goop. But they wanted that one in the media. So then they can say, oh, craze this and psycho that. And Brenda, psychologist Brenda. Awesome. This is Matt Logan. Wow. Okay. Jamie Blair and children confirmed gave 911 calls. Okay. Uvalde authorities released body cam. Okay. Transparency and accountability. It's a different world down in the United States. And even though reading through Janice Banfield's statement, which is not taken until April, the 20th of April, very strange how it just cuts off. Is there a second part anyone has seen? Okay, I don't know the answer to that, so hopefully somebody else does. I remember CBC, CTV threw around Unabomber, forensic psychology. This stuff, they just write it to fit. Targeted or random. Yeah, that's a catch-all. Jordan had the ex-FBI criminal profiler, James Fitzgerald. Okay, thank you. I did see the name actually too. So somebody else had that in there. Great, thank you. August 1st, 2020, classified Gabriel Wortman as a grievance collector. But did they go and look at who was doing the crime before you even start down this road? We must investigate his brain. Come on, find out the facts. What is it? They said, frequent examples of opinions and beliefs presented as though they are facts. Oh, blah. Post-factual world. Twitter's DMs. Wow. I don't know where they're going to go with this. That's very strange, because obviously they would have an idea that this may happen. Why would you do that? Nova Scotia gunman grievance collector, former FBI profiler. Okay, thank you for the article. Let's see here. Oh gosh, here. Psychological autopsy reveals injustice collector. Like, look at this stuff they were piping around in the news. See? Still going on with it. This is June 4th, of course. What's that, Moncton? They always have specific days on things. That was the press conference. Very transparent now. Their secrets are all out. Everybody's beginning to catch on to them. We do things on certain days and birthdays. I like birthdays and weddings or anniversaries and things like that. They've done some really horrific ones with that to family members in here. Traumatizing them. Oh, yeah, by the way, hey, how's it going? Here's some stuff. Yuck. April 24th. Oh, right. Oh, yes. So, okay. Remember the press. I was wrong. It's not the 28th. It's the 24th. Ooh. That was the press conference that they, had very little material. Not that the 28th had a whole bunch either, but had very little material. Didn't know where he was for hours and didn't ever broadcast that one. But on the 24th, they had all kinds of police ceremonies all across the country. I've shown some of them. I've got some of them on my computer all across the country. April 24th. If you put in April 24th and Heidi Stevenson, boom, you'll get fire departments out in BC, the drive-bys, and here in Calgary, they're standing up on the hill on their horses. Like, Jesus, it's all across the country. Same day that they do this press conference. And in this press conference where they had no real material, they kept going on about the grievance collector. FBI. Yuck. You had no facts. You bothered to go and spend your time doing this. Covering your ass. Balin. Wow. Then you bring in the Unabomber guy, James R. Fitzgerald, appearing over on Jordan stuff. Media reporting on the actual event. Probably should archive these things too. I don't even know what I was archiving back then. It's just too busy. Media reporting that the actual report from the RCMP puts people into categories of grievance-based targets, displaced-based targets, and how about just do some good old-fashioned police work? How about go find out what people say and quit fucking lying? Just fit your fucking images. 11 captures. Okay, great. That one's already done. Question sounds like all foundational documents put out all their documents. Are they going to put this to squash the MCC, some kind of conclusion, same conclusions being put out there. Well, it's just, if you're saying that they're going to try and get rid of the Mass Casualty Commission because of it, no, I don't think so. Psychology is one size fits all. Psychology is good in very limited circumstances, and it does help, but not the beast that it's turned into and manipulative goo. Article says Friday, shouldn't it say today? It wasn't written beforehand. If it was written beforehand, they have access to all this material, right? So they have the report. They've had all this stuff. What did I come across? Something very early on, like quite far back. Details. Signing all these agreements. Yeah, we know what everything that's going on. Displaced are those victims that are allegedly reminded Boardman of his parents. Wow, what BS. That family is just a fucking mess. I wouldn't trust anything that came out of there, especially from Glenn, Breakdown Mental, and Neil, who has financial motives. This is not, we're getting sown a lot of garbage. Don't get asked about it in the, well, what, and what is this list? Does exist list, doesn't exist list. I think they were trying to figure something out that might work in there. You can see some of them where they try and write certain things in. Blueberry Fields one yesterday. Oh yeah, you can be our witness for that, eh? Family of dirty cops and crooks. There's definitely a lot of police involvement. A lot of police involvement. People who are friends of cops and all this other stuff. What's going on? What's going on? Do we have dirty cops? Dirty cops exist. It's not like they don't. Sure they do. Who was it? I was watching Jimmy Dore one day, whose family apparently is all police. I don't know. He disclosed that. And he said, my family's all police. My dad's police. My brothers, my brother-in-law, all in police. And they're like 1 degree, like such a sliver from crime all the time that lots of them are criminals. He was pretty hard. I'm surprised he's going to get invited to dinner anymore, but I hope he's not into the defund nonsense. I don't know, but autopsy document MCC 59942 summary of RCMP psych document. Why are they wasting time? April 24th. They sat around trying to get this shit. Their stuff. Families are, waiting for answers. Basketball. And yet they're going down to the United States trying to get people to write reports that fit whatever they want when they haven't even investigated the crime at all. They're just like, yep, you know what? That's just that. I remember asking a member, and why? Well, how could they come to this conclusion? How could you come to this conclusion? That for sure it's one person. Well, they said, probably they looked in the window of the car. They saw that there was the last car, the Mazda, and that they saw that there was an ammunition box on the seat or something on the seat. So they decided that was that. I'm like, tough. Like, really? Really? So that tells you all of the lead up, all of the everything beforehand. There's only one person. No, all that means is that maybe there wasn't one person right at the end. Or sorry, more than one person right at the end. Not in the vehicle. Okay. What about all of the buying of ammunition? What about all the purchasing of weapons? And what about the participatory possible participatory actions of others that evening and morning. It's so friggin' staged reading Banfield sisters' comments about Wortman would likely end up killing Lisa. All I can help thinking is, why would the brother buy ammo? Yeah. Why would you give property? Why are they sending photos to each other and FaceTiming every day? Come on. Why is Lisa begging to come up there? Because she's never with him. Why are they sleeping in separate bedrooms? Business. I've read that. So now I've got confirmation. Business. I heard it somewhere else too from somebody who's involved. Business relationship. You know too much. So you're together. Who are these people? Who are the Banfields? Who are the Banfields? And why is RCMP so intent on protecting them? Because I'm sure they're happy to throw them in jail unless they're somebody. Yeah, she owned the property. They gave it. It appears as though they may have given it. Or Maureen bought it outright, cash, all of it. Or they sold it for $1, which happens sometimes. That's essentially just a gift, right? That's the way people gift things legally. So why would you do that? They, and it's in Lisa's interview. She says, oh, yeah, I was on the company. We, our house, our this, our that, our companies. Our companies bought the cars. So what? She's co-owner on the cars. Do you follow? There's complicity everywhere. Where's the good police work that's been done to say, listen, yeah, we can eliminate this person 100%. She's got a phone. She's using it. She's not warning people out there. By all appearances, she has a phone that night and she's using it in the morning. Outgoing calls. Okay. Where did you warn people? Where did you ask for help that evening? Didn't even warn your own sister until 5:40. 2. Where's all the Celebrate data on that? GPS. All the texts, all the emails, everything. There may have been 3 lists. There may have been 0 lists. This is all a bunch of cockamamie. I spoke to Bell this morning. Excellent. I know you and I had some conversations about that. I'm like, there's going to be some interesting stuff. No, yeah, no, you don't want that. You don't want it. Trust me, you don't want it. You don't want it. Really? No, I fucking want it. Give it to me. Even if I don't want it today, I'll want it down the line. Give it to me. What is it? 462 pages, I believe. Emily's cell phone on the Celebrate stuff. The Celebrate stuff, look out to BC. RCMP and Celebrate. Holy fuck, man, they play around. Big case going out there. And somebody's going down the tubes on that one. Already gone from the RCMP. Already gone. Now his career is probably going to get toast. And they moved him over to, what the fuck is he in now? Oh, I don't know. It's not CFSU. He's in, not IHIT. I can't remember what he moved to. And they bumped him down to sergeant. Yeah. He's gone. I'd like to see Leon Bjorn's phone records as well. I'd like to see all of them. All of them. Everything. No, cutoffs and blah, blah, blah. Incoming calls would only show your own number. So the theory of incoming shows up as outgoing is not going to fly. Yeah, I mean, I got some pushback when I initially suggested it, for sure. And I was like, well, I can't really read records. I'll be totally honest. I don't know. I still don't know how to read those records, but I hope that Bell's giving you some answers. Sorry, I haven't done that thing. I'll be totally honest. I've been pretty tired. I don't like to really say that because but I'm getting a little tired. It's fine. Just have another coffee. I don't like them wiping out my data and then I have to go back and rebuild it. I'm very pissed about that. Don't get asked questions about it in the interviews. Dirty con. Sorry. That was just another disaster. Yeah. Thank you for digging up those articles. Herd immunity. I don't really know enough about that case at all. It's who cares to me, but it's just a whole bunch of salacious garbage. Frankly, people should pay attention to this kind of shit. There's 23 lives that were lost. 23. Why is there not millions of people paying attention to this? One of the biggest crimes in a long time. And for Canada, cool. Unheard of. You had hard drive crash? Oh, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there. Ooh. Well, of the RCMP, yes. It is the first critique, and I really truly hope, I don't think I've ever seen or heard any family members say that they, I'm not trying to absolve. I really am not. I'm just digging for the truth. I've heard some interesting things from families. Families have questions even about Mr. Wortman and whether was he even involved. I know that sounds totally out there, but I don't know. Reading through some of the documents, you begin to wonder. This guy is a real. Just saying. Just repeating. And I remember when I first mentioned that to somebody, and I was so afraid. I'm like, I've come across some stuff and painting kind of a different picture. And they're like, oh yeah, you saw that? Well, I've been having questions too. I'm like, okay. I thought I was going to get hung up on for sure. When I was in charge, when I was in college, my criminal law professor, retired TPS, Toronto Police Services, UC undercover with biker gangs, and he taught us the best cops are crooks. Well, listen, they're using pickles on each other. What the fuck? Taking dumps on each other. Kim Mills, quite critical. They didn't ask Kim Mills questions, though. He said a lot of great stuff, but they didn't ask him any questions. Really? He had a lot of light he could shed on things, the relationships in the neighborhood, etc. No, don't ask. Didn't even ask him. I don't believe that if he did go to the warehouse? Didn't ask him. Been to the house 15, 20 times. Okay. No, not going to tell us more. Yeah, Bjorn's got some questions to answer. Lots of people have questions to answer. So where are they? They can shed light. Is anybody saying they're guilty of anything? No. The longer that they sit in shadows and pretend that, oh, it's not there, or the RCMP pushes them off into a corner and said, don't worry, just wait this one out. No, more questions just begin to arise, which is not good for them, right? Same thing with Mr. Lilly, Dave Lilly. He could answer a lot of questions. His name was surfaced, his car, right away. I don't know exactly where because I can't find it in the logs yet, but it was some unknown female in the OCC, and then apparently mentioned in a phone call. Okay. Was it the one that Carol took from Lisa McCauley that they've never talked about? I don't know. The Bjorn identity, I don't know. So again, I do hope that family members, please, I hope you understand where I'm coming from. This is truth. Truth. Because there's so much more to the story that we're not getting told. What's going on with the still out? Still shitting their pants? Make sure I got it set up there. These people are very afraid. And you're going to have Darren and Chris and the recovery in the media, 3 weeks of it. You've got all this planned, all this part planned, but the other ones you can't even do a week at a time. You're like, oh, we'll rewrite it, we'll fix it, we'll go back, we're going to fix the fucking, like, how many times have we heard that? If we're going to change the foundational documents, don't worry about that. How many times have you seen the website change? Documents go up, come down. Even the original documents get changed. The drafts. And those of you who know what I'm talking about, know what I'm talking about. Poof. Just keep scripting this one. More eyes. And it's, more eyes. Please share. This story is getting a lot more attention. I feel like this is going to pick up steam. It is picking up steam, but I feel like it's going to hit a crescendo and it will go viral at some point because people around the world just wouldn't believe what the fuck is going on here. What happened April 18 and 19? They just wouldn't believe it. They're, huh? Real cop? Like, okay, that's my opinion. It hasn't been disproven yet. Real cop car. Anybody read the I did have a little look through the back and forth with CIBC. That's pretty curious. Von Bargen's disclosure on that, and then reading through CIBC. Discussions of money laundering, discussions of how he's going to return the cash. He's worried about, I can't even believe that a financial person doesn't know what bail-in is. Bail-in. Oh, there's one new one. Oh, good. how small that looks, succinct. Just one, just slip it in there, you know. Even the message is just small. I wonder if you can work your superpowers, oh dear. Oh dear, who, you know, who needs to sleep. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Is that what's there? They've got that other list over there that they are sticking stuff in too. I haven't hardly spent any time over there, but I know that there is stuff there. It's not just under the foundational documents. Let's see here. O'Brien vehicle, Goulet residence, screenshots, text messages. A lot of these I haven't reviewed yet. Angie Howerlock, Carol Campbell. Okay, ammo can. That's cash. Media release. Okay. Remarks. Email. Bunch of email. Oh, there's Archie. Hiding in the background, Archie. Major incident. You don't say. Love the fucking goop. It's a little bit more than a major incident. It's a totally shit your diaper moment. Speaking remarks, math. Statement. December 4th, H strong. I'm not seeing. Did you say it was an interview was released today? Take a couple minutes. I don't know. You got all that techno stuff. I wish I could do that stuff. I think it makes life easier. I just count on the hard drive of the mind. But I don't have the hard drive of the computer necessarily down. I think oh dear's kind of got both running there. If this story did not involve my beloved province and victims' families who I've come to adore, then every minute of this story would be incredibly intriguing to me. As it is, it's just sadness every day. Well, that's why we are a group and must be strong for each other, right? This world that doesn't trust anything says I. Jamie has questions about Bjorn. I worry most of all about them. They will spend their lives needing the actual truth. Yes. It's the not knowing, sitting in a state of, and are these people even cognizant of what they're doing? They have any idea about the amount of just trauma and wrath they're raining upon people? Terrible. Still trying to find a better way to search these documents. I don't know anything. I do know that when you and I were talking, the layers stuff, I don't know. That one seemed to work out okay for me, but okay. Summary of psychological autopsy. That's the new one. 599. Okay, so somebody posted that earlier too. Summary. Yeah. I don't know if somebody's already linked this, but there we go. Emma. The Emma Show. Oh. Okay, here we go. Yep, Matt Logan. There we go. Criminal psychologist, Staff Sergeant Carl Cecily. Not sure. Okay, that's behavioral sciences. Oh, why is it behavioral sciences just come up here somewhere else too? Something to do with one of the founders of criminal science. Behavioral sciences come up, but I'm forgetting. Jamie DeWitt, Headquarters Sergeant. Jamie DeWitt, criminal profiler. Wow. Okay, so that's who wrote your report? It's all RCMP all the time? I hope I'm misreading that. That's 100% RCMP. Yeah, there's no bias there. None at all. Matt Logan. Who's Matt Logan? Did I drop that in here? His website. He's an interesting looking cat. I dropped the website in. I don't think. No, I did bring it up. Got this little video here, in whatever language that's at. Go away.
These what?
Don't want your shit, whatever it is.
En síkópatar eða siðblendingar aðeins 1–2% mannfjöldans. Þeir fremja stóran hluta alvarlega.
Okay, well, I guess.
Rannsóknir sýna svo að þeir eru miklu líklegri til að sleppa fyrr úr fangelsi en aðrir fangar vegna hæfileika sinna til að ljúga og blekkja.
I mean, he's just, you got to go to, where is this even? Sweden?
Has always, through history, has always admired some of the characteristics of the psychopath. I imagine that some of the greatest warriors of all time, Genghis Khan, for instance, was psychopathic, just from the reading I've done. So yes, there
is he qualified?
That are very much admired, especially in a male.
They said that the people who wrote the report, they question whether they could even find out whether these people are credentialed. Is he credentialed? Does he actually have, or is he admitted into, let's see here. Dr. Matt Logan, criminal investigative psychologist, Royal Canadian Mounted Police out of BC. First criminal investigative psychologist in Canada, 28 years, RCMP. Operational psychologist, behavioral science. Yum. Okay, sexual predators. Not sure why he's working with Lisa. This has been an odd one. Investigative, don't go tripping on the police, I don't think, because that they want people to fall down that hole. If it goes there, it'll go there, but you have to have a lot of fucking proof to go there. Trained FBI crisis negotiator continues to provide to police departments and attorneys worldwide. Who? What's his degrees? Adjunct professor, BCIT. Multiple, that's very vague. Oh, Australia. Good. Okay. I like Australia. Trinity Western University, UBC PhD. What's your undergrad work? And your master's, where's that? Where's your stuff here? It's missing. Are you admitted to practice psychology? Why is it that they're saying that this person or people aren't qualified? Is it because he's the only person that's qualified? And the other people on this report, who are they? Staff Sergeant Carl Cecily. Let's look at him. Criminal profiler. '86 till now, 36 years. Okay. Not a psychologist, I'm guessing. No offense on this person. I'm not being judgmental. It's just, is that what you, who's this other person? Jamie DeWitt. Police Research Lab, Carlton. Oh, Carl, really?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Carlton, oh my God. Really? No offense on Carlton. I'm sure there's some very good people that went to Carlton. Does have a bit of a reputation, though, academically. Okay, here we go. He's got Masters of Art student. Okay, so he's doing his math. He's received a B.Ed, Bachelor of Education. Use of psychology-based techniques, criminal profiling. But you can teach school. What the fuck? And you're doing your master's. Not sure in what. Oh, he's in master's in psychology. Working on it. So he hasn't completed his thesis. Okay, so I'm not sure. And this is what you've been doing for how long? Just because you're working in, were you doing this beforehand? Police officers, listen, psychology is just a stew anyway. Yes, let's see. I do use OCR, but it's much better if I could query and link connections. Okay, that's computer stuff. Logan is so well known, he has to go to Iceland for a Good Morning Show. It's a strange link, really. Like, what? Any comments? Matthew Logan. Okay. Oh, I can't understand. Sorry. I guess very well accepted within the psychological circles. I like the picture. It's looking good. Perhaps hair may help. I don't know.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Mr. Van Wart?
One moment.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you for your indulgence while we had a witness, our council caucus. 3 participant council will be asking questions, starting with Mr. McClellan. So I would suggest we ask the witnesses to return and we continue. And I expect we'll be able to complete the questioning before lunch.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. McClellan, whenever you're ready. And as always, perhaps those asking questions could be kind enough to describe their retainer to the witnesses. Thank you. Welcome back, and thank you again. 3 different council will be asking you some questions. And they will tell you who they represent as they approach the podium. Thank you.
So, good morning, Dr. Martiri, Dr. Neal. My name is Matt McClellan. Along with my colleagues at Patterson Law, we represent the majority of the victims' families and those individuals most affected by the mass casualty. I'm going to ask a number of fairly open-ended questions that I'd like to frame off the start, because just to add some structure to this. So I took from your questioning earlier this morning, there seems to almost be a hierarchy of reliable and valid assessment methods when doing psychometrics or psychological assessments. So we're going to drill down into that a little bit. And then I'd also like to talk a little bit more about this comparison between a behavioral profile as a psychological assessment in itself. So that's broadly the two categories we're going to discuss. In your report and in your earlier testimony, you discussed the concepts of reliability and validity as they apply to psychological metrics. For those of us who may not understand, could you maybe briefly define the concepts of reliability and validity as they apply to assessments?
Yes. So these words are sometimes used by different people to mean different things. So there are different definitions of these terms. A commonly accepted version of the definition of reliability is that it consistently produces the same outcome. But a more colloquial use of the term might be that it's trustworthiness or that it is trustworthy. So those two things aren't unrelated, but they're not exactly the same thing. And in terms of validity, it's about whether or not a thing does the thing that it claims it can do. So if you have a tool and it can validly predict an outcome, when it says that outcome's going to happen, the outcome does happen. And when it says that outcome is not going to happen, then it doesn't happen. So it's able to accurately predict, I would say.
Is it fair to say that it takes a lot of work to get to the point where you have developed an assessment and a methodology that is in itself both reliable and valid? So I think, let me bring it back a bit. An example might be, say, the mini mental state exam, something that is a well-used assessment tool. My understanding is that it takes a long time to get to the point where this tool, this set of questions, we can now say this is reliable, this is valid. Is that fair to say that it takes a long time to get there?
I would say yes, that is fair, but I would also say that a measurement or a tool or anything is not valid on its face or reliable on its face. It depends on the context in which it's used. So it can be validated for use in a particular context or with a particular type of person. And if it's used outside of that context for which it was validated, then it loses that validation. Those properties that made it valid in that context may not apply outside of that context.
Okay, and that actually gets into my next question, is that you have this assessment, this metric, say, again, we'll use the example of a questionnaire. It's not just the metric, but it's how it's applied, and that it's applied in reproducible settings will impact its reliability and validity. Is that fair to say?
I think so.
Okay,
yes.
Maybe yes. I can distill that down a little bit better. That there is a specific way in which it is applied will affect its reliability and validity. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes.
You would discuss structured actuarial assessment now. What I understood is that these are the more structured. We're going to have an interview and we're going to go through. This is the measure we're using, and the environment and the circumstances that is applied are structured and we'll say predetermined. Best practices. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I should have made this point a little clearer earlier. So I'll say there's 3 types of assessment. The first one I talked about, we can call number 1, and that's the structured actuarial. That's the one you're talking about here. And the key difference, the key to identifying whether something is a structured actuarial approach is whether it has math, basically, underpinning. So in the structured professional judgment, that's type 2. That one also could have an interview or a checklist or some kind of structure around. So how you've just described it, it could fit either of those, number 1 or number 2 categories. But the difference between number 1 and number 2 is whether there's math or rules that really underpin what a score means. Is there a score, what that score means, how it's normatively different or the same as other people who would have taken that same tool. Whereas the number 2, that structured professional judgment, you might still have a structured interview where you're gathering the same information, but there's no math or rules about what you do with the information once you've collected it.
Okay. So you had mentioned the math, and potentially you could have a numerical scale that comes out of an assessment. Whether or not that say somebody gets a score, on a 1 out of 5, they got a 4. Whether or not that is a useful score depends, again, on whether or not the metric was itself reliable and valid and determined to be so. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's determined by things like, we'll say, p-values. So whether or not this has been applied over a number of individuals and determined that, yes, this can be used for these purposes.
So I wouldn't make a close connection to p-values. So p-values do have a special place in psychology, and they are an important part of how we determine if something has scientific significance or statistical significance. But I think your point is really about whether or not you could take a tool from one context that had been validated in a particular context or to be administered in a particular way, and then shift it into a different context, use it with different people at a different time point, and expect it to behave in the same way. And the answer to that question is you would not necessarily expect that. It could, it might. It depends what the differences between those two situations are. But if, for example, a tool has been designed to be administered one-on-one, face-to-face with a living person, and it is then used to retrospectively assess based on case file information somebody who is no longer living, that has the potential to change the psychometric validity and reliability properties of that tool.
Thank you, because you understood the question without me framing it properly. That was very much what I'm trying to get to, this idea of you need to have an controlled environment, and that the test it needs to be used in the way that it was meant to be used. Is that a fair way to say? Otherwise, you're going to lose some validity and some reliability.
I was going to say, if you are using a psychometric test, then yes, you definitely do need to be aware of those things.
Also, I think we would say that it is it's unreasonable to expect every testing situation is going to have a perfect environment. In fact, it's reasonable to assume that there will be deviations from the ideal in most testing situations, and that's okay, but it needs to be documented and it needs to be described of how those differences deviate from the ideal and what that might mean for how you should, and the validity of the quality of the report itself. The author should be clear about that.
So you had said it's preferable that you are having that interview or that assessment with an individual, with the subject individual, if they're alive, as opposed to collecting information from other individuals after the fact, correct?
I would say it depends on the question you're trying to answer and the approach that you're taking. So in general, questions that are looking at past mental states or future mental states, questions where you don't have direct access to the subject of your inquiry, these things are more difficult and they're more error-prone. You may or may not have appropriate tools for those particular tasks. So it really just does depend on what you're attempting to do and what materials or approach you're taking as to whether or not it's a good fit for purpose.
It also depends on the tool itself. So some tools, most tools, I think we could say, are designed to be used with a particular person in a particular context, often that's current state at time. Like, for example, if you're thinking about somebody going through an assessment to measure their IQ, their intellectual quotient, for whether they're eligible for special education services or something. In that kind of situation, the evaluation is a current moment in time. Other types of evaluations are designed, the math behind it and so forth are designed to be used for collateral sources, for the person not themselves. So for example, even in these special education determinations, part of the assessment is having the parents sometimes fill out a report about how the child behaves at home, whether they can do certain tasks and so forth. So that kind of tool is designed not for the person of interest, well, it's about the person of interest, designed to be filled out by somebody else and not a face-to-face thing. So it also depends on the tool and how it was measured or designed.
So could either of you maybe explain what the Goldwater rule is? The Goldwater rule?
The Goldwater rule?
Yes.
Ooh, I could not.
I have a vague understanding, but I'm not comfortable enough to go on record about it.
So I guess what we're getting is that it really depends on the quality of the data and the tool in terms of what the value of the results depends on the quality of the data and the tool being used. Is that fair to say?
Also beyond the tool, so the procedure or the process that was used. So there's not always a tool available. So you can't always expect that a tool will be used if one hasn't been designed. And so around that, there are choices that a practitioner might make about what collateral sources to look at and how to take those into account and who to speak to. So that entire process can affect how a decision is made and how much reliability or trust you can put in the final outcome.
Okay. I actually think those are all my questions. I do appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCall.
Good morning. My name is Jane Lenahan, and along with my colleague Dan White, I represent the family of Gina Goulet. So she was the last victim in this series. So I'll acknowledge first off that my clients understand, and I think all of the family members understand, that this document might never really have come to light, but for the process of this inquiry and that disclosure process. So in the context of this mass casualty, can you help us understand the potential benefit of a psychological autopsy? And I'd like you to specifically address two stakeholders, the law enforcement investigators and the victims' families.
I think there's a few ways we could answer this, and Dr. Martiri might have a different response than I do. My first response would be that there's a difference in principle versus in practice, even in this context. So in principle, the idea of a psychological evaluation has potential value for understanding a series of events like that unfolded in this mass casualty, especially if such an assessment had adhered to best practices like those that we described in our report. In the context of this specific case, that particular report wasn't clear that it was a psychological autopsy. As we mentioned before, it was sort of unclear what its purpose was, who its audience was, how it was going to be used. We don't know what it was for or why it was produced or how it was relied upon. And those pieces of information are really quite critical to determine the usefulness of a report. So in this case, in this particular circumstance, I would say we have some criticisms of that particular report and how it might have been used, and depending on what kind of decisions might have been made based on that report, and that there was room for improvement.
So I think your question, I just want to make sure I still have it, was about how would law enforcement maybe use this report? Could they benefit from it, and how might victims benefit from it? Was that right?
Correct.
And I think my answer here is that the extent to which benefit can be derived, I think, is related to the degree of or lack thereof compliance with the 8 best practice principles. So it's hard to know how you could really take this report. It didn't have clear conclusions that we could identify. It didn't have clear messages, and it's not clear how much you can rely on the content of it. So given that we don't know very much about the foundational validity or the validity as applied, we don't know how bias was managed, though we can see there was room for potential bias. We're not sure if it was compliant with quality assurance, et cetera, et cetera. Given all of these things, it's very hard to know what benefit either police or the families could derive from it.
All right, I'm going to ask this question, but I think you might have already answered it, but just in case you have anything else to add, and that is, did the RCMP psychological autopsy deliver the potential benefits to either stakeholder? Do you have anything to add to that?
I think we don't know what they were setting out to deliver, either to families or to the RCMP. There was nothing in the report that made it clear to us what product they were hoping to offer. So in part, we are unsure the success to which they were able to achieve that, because we don't know what they were trying to do. But then if you sort of zoom out a little bit further, even if they had explicitly stated what they were trying to do, given that there was low levels of compliance with the best practices, it would be hard to feel confident that that had been achieved.
All right, thank you. So certainly for my clients' family members, I think that this psychological autopsy offered, a possible explanation for why their family member was targeted. So my question to you is, can I safely advise my clients to disregard the report?
I'm not sure. I think that we have struggled with this report. We have struggled with the veracity of the information in the report, the reason the information is presented in the report the way it is. There's a lot to struggle with in this report. That said, there is still potential value in some areas of it. So with regard to this particular report, my answer is I don't know. I think you might advise that if people do consume or read this report, that it is through the lens of some of the criticisms that we have identified, that there might be some value to it, but also that there's plenty of reason to approach with skepticism and caution. I would also say, as a kind of supplementary answer to that, that a report like this could, in principle, be of benefit. It could serve the interest of stakeholders, be it law enforcement or the families, but it probably should have taken a different form to do so.
In thinking about my answer to this, so I'm also just going to check the question again. I think it was, can you safely advise that it should be disregarded, the thing?
Yes.
And I think I would want to say that we cannot know the accuracy of the content of this report. We did not conduct we did not attempt to repeat this analysis, nor could we have successfully done it if we tried. There's not enough information in this report for us to have conducted the same examination. So we don't know about the accuracy. It is possible that things in this report are accurate. What we can say is that there is no information or very little information in there that would help us divine if it is accurate or not, because we don't know about the foundational validity or the validity as applied and all the other things. If we had that information, we could make better estimates of how much faith your client should put in the report. As it stands, we have very little information to go by.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more question. You talked about the categories of fully compliant, somewhat compliant, and not at all compliant, and your realization that the next time around you would give yourself more room in the middle. Are you able to offer the Commission an opinion on where in that spectrum you would place this report?
So let's define a scale.
So if we were to talk not at all, low, high, completely compliant, maybe a 4-point scale. where, you know, completely compliant is everything is definitely addressed and not at all is none of the above. And then you might have somewhat, but could have been better. And the next point would be, it was highly compliant. It did a pretty good job. I think I would be putting it on, it had fairly low levels of compliance.
Okay, thank you.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Linehan.
Hi there, I'm Patricia McPhee, counsel for the Attorney General of Canada, along with my colleague Heidi Collicutt. I'm just going to ask you a couple big picture questions here. What was your mandate here? I mean, after reading your reports, it would seem that your task was to look at the methodology that was employed in the psychological autopsy. Is that fair?
So I have it written down without referring to the specific wording of our referral. I think we were asked to speak about the scientific basis for psychological autopsies and behavioral analysis. I think we were also asked to draw on literature from forensic science and medicine where it was relevant and psychology to derive 8 best practices or to comment on best practices for these types of assessment, and we derived 8 from that process. And then I think in the second part, we were asked to try to apply those best practices to a particular psychological autopsy.
If I could add a little comment to that, that is what we were tasked with, but there was a little bit of us asking for that structure for the part 1 and part 2 when we were asked to do this evaluation. It was initially pretty similar to what you described, to evaluate the quality of the report in question, of the psychological autopsy in question. And we wanted to do this 2-part process where we said, first, can we be blinded to the information about the case? Can we think about and do this thorough search and discussion of what the best practices would be, and then have a look at the report and write a second. So we were not asked to do the 2-part report initially. We asked for that process.
Okay. And so when I read your reports, I gather that you, in order to do this kind of comparison or evaluation to forensic psychological reports, you kind of bring a psychological autopsy into that realm. Is that fair to say? So if you're going to compare this psychological autopsy to best practices for forensic psychological assessments, they have to be in the same category, right? Otherwise, we're comparing apples and oranges.
We did have to think through how the psychological autopsy would fit within our conceptualization of best practices for forensic psychological assessment. We had to satisfy ourselves that these forms of assessment did fit definitions of forensic science and forensic psychological assessment.
I would agree with that.
Okay. And from your report, I think you came up with 108 questions that you asked in assessing essentially the methodology employed. Where did those 108 questions come from?
We developed them. They came in part, they were, I don't know if derived from is the right word, but they were similar in some ways to a previous project that Dr. Martiri and other colleagues had done to evaluate the quality of forensic science evidence and not forensic psychology evidence necessarily. And so we adapted some of those questions that had been identified for forensic science into forensic psychology, the consideration of the quality of forensic psychological evidence.
We were also thinking about what are the concrete examples or indicators that we know from our profession. So what are quality assurance methods, and what are bias mitigation strategies, and what are methods for establishing foundational validity or validity as applied? And we thought about what are those concrete things, and then we tried to establish a question that asked you to look for those things. So it was a set of questions that were derived on were based from our expectations and knowledge of the ways that a practitioner could show this best practice.
Okay. So just if I'm getting that right, it was a novel approach essentially.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
based on your experience in the area of forensic psychological assessments. Okay, so it's not a standard approach to assessing a psychological autopsy by any means that you're aware of.
It didn't come from nowhere, so it's not novel in that sense, but it is novel in the sense that, yes, this particular way that we pieced it together this way.
And it does have elements of standardization. So we have explicitly described each of the items that we're assessing. We have explicitly described our criteria for what each of our classifications are. And we then went through a process of validating that set of criteria by independently completing our assessments, by conducting analyses of our agreement in those assessments, documenting where there were disagreements, documenting how those disagreements were resolved. So all of that is standardization that we could use again a second time in order to look at the repeatability of our approach. It's also something an independent set of examiners could follow to the best of their abilities, and we would find out if they were to do that, if it were reproducible. So it's not a psychometric tool in the sense that the PCLR or other things are psychometric tools, but it is a standardized approach in that it has those features I've described.
Okay. And have either of you in your experience ever engaged in a similar project, and that being providing an analysis or an opinion on a psychological autopsy?
I have not, in a context like this, ever been asked to provide an opinion on a psychological autopsy before.
I've not either.
Okay. Do either of you have any previous experience performing psychological autopsies?
I've never conducted a psychological autopsy.
I've conducted other kinds of forensic psychological evaluations, but not a psychological autopsy.
Okay. Do you know what kind of training might go into someone who's going to perform a psychological autopsy? I mean, you do talk a bit about it in your report, but maybe you could just summarize it for us here. Essentially, who does psychological autopsies based on your knowledge?
So a lot of different groups of people do psychological autopsies, and I think we mentioned some of those groups. So are we talking about psychological autopsies rather than behavioral analysis, or are we talking about this particular document?
We can talk more about that as we get on, but we're talking about what we've termed, what's titled, and I'll use the title, a psychological autopsy in this case.
Yeah, so if it were a traditional psychological autopsy, something that we wanted to clarify in our earlier evidence as well is a little bit about where those psychological autopsies historically have come from. And they do have a background in sort of epidemiological research where people are taking large data sets and trying to derive general principles or rules or understandings of some of the factors that might contribute to people dying by suicide. That's kind of part of where it comes from. But then you will also have people who are trained in psychology. So there are population health people, and I'm not sure if you can think of any others.
Yeah, I think it's mostly psychologists. I know psychologists and forensic psychologists who offer these services. I think it's a fairly rare referral question. So there aren't that many people in any discipline who are doing this as compared to other more common referral questions. But there are certainly psychologists who have done these kinds of cases.
And I don't know if this is within your area of expertise, but I'll just ask it. Are you aware of policing agencies doing psychological autopsies in cases such as this, where you have a deceased perpetrator who may have committed other homicides before, being killed or dying by whatever means?
I'm not aware of any. I can imagine that it would be useful. So in principle, it would be useful. So I can imagine that it might be done, but I'm not aware of any specific cases.
I can't think of an explicit example either, but it doesn't strike me as something that would be unusual. I can imagine that it would happen. Yeah.
And just to clarify, because we're talking about policing agencies who might be engaging in psychological autopsies, that wouldn't really be within your sphere of expertise, would it? Knowing who's doing psychological autopsies if they're being done by policing agencies.
This is an issue that we grappled with in the report. So we do address this specifically in the report, and that is that if a professional, including a law enforcement officer or somebody who is practicing the techniques of a psychologist, it doesn't matter if they're working in a police agency or if they're working in a more, outside of a police agency. If they are doing the work of a forensic psychologist, then the rules should apply. It shouldn't matter where they work. The rules should apply is what I think how we grappled with this and where we ended up with the end of our report.
So I think I would elaborate a little bit. Where you are relying on the credibility of science or the norms and values and esteem of science, as you might infer from being a member of a behavioral sciences unit, or as you might infer from somebody calling themselves a psychologist, then you would need to adhere to the scientific best practices that go with behavioral science and psychology.
Right. And if I'm understanding here, we talk about a psychological autopsy, and again, I'm talking about in the context of the report that you were asked to review, where we're looking back, it's retrospective, on the actions or motivators of someone who's now deceased, correct? And I think that you've reviewed the report, so you know that it was based on a review of the investigative file, correct?
We know what was stated in the index of the psychological autopsy document. It wasn't necessarily always clear to us how those documents were accessed. Where did they come from necessarily? I think that was not always clear.
But you understand that, these were documents that they had access to in the investigative file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So given that, would you say that having investigative skills, given the very nature of doing a retrospective analysis, would be significant?
I didn't hear the last part of your original question in this line. Can you ask the first question again?
I don't know if I remember it either.
Sorry.
I was asking, I guess we'll skip to this and maybe I'll remember it coming back, but I'm wondering if, given the very nature of a psychological autopsy, we're reviewing retrospective factors that may have motivated, influenced someone to commit an act or to commit suicide, as the case may be. And so by its very nature, we're doing an investigation. Fair to say? Because they're no longer here with us, so we can't meet with them and apply maybe the psychological rigor that you would if you were doing behavioral analysis.
There is investigation. I don't know that I would say it's not psychological, though. I would still say that it's
both. Because you have to investigate, obviously, because the person's no longer here, so you can't ask the questions. So you have to do an investigation to determine these factors because you can't ask the questions. Is that fair?
That is true, but also there are other psychological evaluations. There are other well-established types of psychological evaluations where you do a retrospective evaluation, and sometimes you don't always have good quality information from the person of interest. Like, for example, insanity types of evaluations. That's a very well-established kind of bread and butter type of forensic psychological evaluation that is retrospective in nature because you're doing an assessment of the person's mental state at the time of an alleged offense. And oftentimes the person is not well at the time of the evaluation and requires the same issues. It requires the retrospective, it requires interviews by proxy with other people who were around or witnesses to the person's behaviors and possible state of mind at the time, requires archival information. And so these problems are not unique to this particular type of evaluation.
Exactly. The point being that having some investigative skills is significant when you're doing this type of retrospective analysis. Fair?
I would say that's a point that needs to be established empirically, so that we did review some literature in relation to psychological autopsies and behavioural profiling, which was trying to explore the issue of whether there were particular people with particular sets of skills who appeared to be better at this particular task. And that did include law enforcement personnel who I assume would have some investigative experience. And on the whole, it was unclear that having had investigative experience was sufficient to equip someone to do this in a way that was empirically, materially, or better in a documented sense. So it may be useful, but we didn't find evidence to suggest that it was.
I have a follow-up that I think is in the spirit of your question. I think the psychological autopsies are different than behavioral profiles, and behavioral profiles, I think, maybe are an investigative background and a law enforcement situation may be more well-suited for a behavioral profile, even more so than a psychological autopsy. And that's because of the way those evaluations might be used. They are used to generate investigative leads, to generate a subject pool, a possible of who the offenders might be. And that referral question, the reason why it's asked in the first place, is a very law enforcement relevant question. And therefore, it makes sense that that kind of work might be done in the context of a law enforcement agency or something like that. A psychological autopsy is a tougher one with regard to these questions.
Okay. I know that you've noted in your report that you only had the psychological autopsy in order to prepare your part 2, essentially, correct?
Yes.
So you didn't have the file material or access to the investigative file deliberately.
Right.
Correct. I think you mentioned in your report you had some other information about this file.
We had brief conversations with members of the commission to help us scope our report. And in those conversations, we were clear that we did not want collateral information. I don't know what information you think we might have had access to, but it was very limited, brief conversations to give us some sense of that an event had transpired. But until we saw this report, we did not know how many perpetrators or victims were involved. We didn't know where it took place. We had very little information.
So what information, that additional information, did you obtain to scope out your report? What was helpful to you in that regard, if that's more clear?
So we didn't seek any information about this case to scope out our report. We were told that there was a psychological autopsy of interest, and we were being asked to comment on the scientific basis of the psychological autopsy and to speak about best practices. And knowing that that's what they were looking for from us, we said we don't want to know about that psychological autopsy until we do part 1. We don't want to know anything about the other facts of the case. So we knew very little.
We also, I don't remember if we put this on the Open Science Framework, but we wanted to be clear about this process and who we spoke to, when we spoke to them, what we knew when. And we had, I think, maybe 2 or 3 conversations, fairly short conversations during the referral process when we were being asked to do this evaluation. And we documented that, and we can make it available if it's not already on that website. Yeah. But we do have that. And we had access to no other documents, and the conversations we had, we deliberately asked the person who referred this case to us not to tell us the specifics.
Okay. I know the document that we're talking about here today is called, we've talked about this earlier, you talked about earlier, a psychological autopsy, right?
It is called.
And you have raised some concerns about, is this a psychological autopsy? Does it meet the definition? What if it had been called a post-mortem analysis, for example? Like, would that change your view of this?
I don't think it would have changed mine. And part of the reason is that, and part of the difficulty we had with this assessment is that you need to know what the question was and who the audience is supposed to be and how it's going to be used. Those are critical pieces of information to even really be able to consume a report. And so I don't think the problem's not that it was called a psychological autopsy. I mean, that is a problem, but it's not the problem. And so I think the problem is that it wasn't clear about what it was for, how it was to be used. And that is the underlying, the bigger issue.
And I think I would agree that the term itself isn't important. Post-mortem analysis may be a term. There are many terms that are used to describe things of this ilk. So it could reasonably have been called that. But then when you look at the actual document and what it describes it's trying to do, which is quite diverse and it's not precise, it includes descriptions of things that align with psychological assessments. So we're talking about past mental states, we're talking about future risk, we're talking about helping people to understand how these events transpired and what might have contributed to them, based on inferences about the perpetrator's mental state and well-being. So all of these things are psychological questions, whether the term psychology appeared in the title or not.
Just because we're talking about it, you both mentioned this several times about the lack of clarity with respect to the purpose of the report or what questions it was setting out to answer. So you both had the benefit of the psychological autopsy for the purposes of this. So I know this has been exhibited, I should say, but it's not going to be pulled up and it's not going to be on the website. But when I look at the psychological autopsy, at the very beginning of that, at page 4, can I read it from you and read it to you? And do you have the psychological autopsy before you?
So the complete autopsy?
We also have the summary.
Autopsy. No, it's not
Yes.
that. So I'll just
Okay.
going to, but I'm just going to rely on your memory here and trust me that this is coming from the psychological autopsy.
Sure.
Right? This is the beginning of it. And it says, in policing, the value of the psychological autopsy can be to assist in the determination of the mode of death, as well as the contributing factors that determine the why now, and why in this manner. This diligent process includes interpersonal, affective, and behavioral characteristics and detection of patterns that are consistent with personality disorder and/or mental illnesses. And I'm just going to skip to the bottom of that paragraph. By articulating the observable pre-attack behaviors in each case, we hope to make these warning signs more easily identifiable. We would advise caution in the contents of this report. We in no way want this document to draw attention to the perpetrator of this violence. Finally, the assessment provides the reflective analysis necessary to gain information in assessing and predicting future violence. Does that tell you what the purpose of the report is?
That tells us the purpose of the report, but it does not, if a psychologist was the author of this report, then the psychologist, and there was, on the front page of the report, the first author claims to be a criminal psychologist, which is, we could speak about that at some point if that's of interest. But given that the first author claims the title of a psychologist, then the author has an obligation to do psychology in the way that psychology can be done. And so psychology has developed, some earlier questions were about, doesn't it take a long time, a lot of effort to establish a methodology that can be useful and trustworthy to answer a particular question? And there's truth in that. So psychology has developed methods to answer particular questions, but there are particular questions that psychology can answer. And those questions, some of them could maybe be answered, but they're not phrased or framed in a way that is aligned well with what psychology can do. And that's part of the problem.
Okay. And by that, I mean, I'll let you speak, sorry, but I was just going to say, by that, do you mean, just before I lose the point, that it's not aligned with best practices for forensic psychological assessments? Because that's really the focus of this report, right? We're comparing, the work done here and achieving and trying to answer, provide information on the why now, why in this manner, that approach is not aligned with the psychological approach used for forensic psychological assessments.
It is not aligned with best practices of psychological assessments in general, nor psychological assessments specifically in a forensic context. Our report is largely targeted around rigorous best practices for forensic psychological assessments, but those are, I don't think any of them are unique to forensic I don't want to necessarily say that specifically, but largely those best practices are consistent with psychology as a discipline. And the author here is a psychologist. So the framing of whether this, is definitely a forensic psychological assessment or not, I think is, in my opinion, is a little, it's a psychologist writing the report. And there are best practices in psychology. Our report speaks to those definitely within the context of forensic psychology, but also they're relevant to psychology more broadly.
So I think what you might be getting at in your question is that there are these statements that seem to be clearly saying, what they've tried to do in this report. I think when you look carefully at the wording that is used in that statement, it doesn't say that this psychological autopsy is attempting to do those things. It says that psychological autopsies intend to do those things. So on one level, there's a level of abstraction that makes it hard to work out if what they're trying to say is that their psychological autopsy is trying to do these things, or if psychological autopsies in general. So it says the psychological autopsy, and when police do these things, that is the purpose that they serve. And so it's unclear if that should be understood as psychological autopsies in general or this one in particular. And then when you drill further, it describes a lot of disparate aims. So it's talking about looking backwards and understanding or describing what might have led to the critical incident. It talks about identifying lessons or signs or observable behaviors that could help avoid or predict future possible issues. And part of what we are saying is that these are a commingling of different types of assessment, and that if you were to be attempting to do any one of those things, they might have different audiences, you might have different approaches for dealing with them, you might have different standardized tools and things that you would use. And so our confusion and our struggle comes because what is described is multiple purposes, and the approach that is taken doesn't seem fit for any one of them necessarily. The audience doesn't seem clear. It's a mix, and that's what makes it hard, I think, for us.
Right. And can I ask you a question about that? Because I can understand how that would be hard because you only had the psychological autopsy, and I gather from what you're telling me that you didn't ask or you weren't provided with the information. Like, do you know what the purpose or who the intended audience was of the psychological autopsy?
It remains unclear to us exactly what that psychological autopsy was intended for. However, we would expect from any rigorous psychological assessment that there would be some clear declaration who the intended audience is and what the purpose would be. And when there are multiple stated purposes that would be appropriate for multiple intended audiences, on the face of it, we can't derive what they meant.
That rule, that expectation that it should be clear is a very fundamental rule, an ethics guideline as well in psychology, that you have to make clear in the report, what its purpose was, what's the question you're trying to answer. That should be in the report, whether it's a forensic report or a psychological autopsy or whatever it is. If it's a psychological evaluation, that should be in the report.
And the part that I just read from the foreword of this report doesn't give you any further guidance on that it was to answer the why now, why in this manner, and that the purpose of it is a reflective analysis to gain information in assessing and predicting future violence?
I think, as we've already answered it in some ways, that these are two different things, and that the material that ensues is not clearly attached necessarily to those multiple different aims. So it's unclear how the information might relate to each of those different purposes, and it's unclear how that would then lead to conclusions and recommendations that serve those aims. And then how we would assess the success of those things. So because we're not entirely certain which pieces of information relate to which of these questions, it's very difficult for us to get a sense of how successfully it was done, because the logic is difficult to follow. So it just flows through from the beginning. Though I think there is a version where that statement could have translated into a very clear clear report and a clear set of conclusions and a description of a clear methodology, but this one does not do that.
And just to make this point, wouldn't that depend on who your audience was? I mean, let me just make this clear, because obviously you were unaware of, who the intended audience of this report was. Would it impact that to know that, what if this was an internal report just for information purposes for the police? They requested or were offered, who knows? Let's take the hypothetical, a psychological autopsy for information purposes. Would that impact your analysis?
If I were asked as a psychologist to create a document that was a psychological assessment, whatever form it was called, if I was being asked to complete a psychological assessment, I would want to do that psychological assessment in line with best practice. And it would be tailored to my audience, but it would still comply with best practice.
Okay. I would agree with that. I do think it does matter who the audience is. And so if this were an internal document and it was designed to make some kind of internal decision, then yeah, that probably would matter what form the report took. That said, a psychologist has an ethical obligation to do at least the bare minimum that psychologists are required to do. And this is a psychologist authoring this report, and that psychologist had an obligation to follow the ethical rules that a psychologist would follow. I also wanted to note that with regard to the referral question and the language on that first page, I think the report does attempt to provide some structure and answer for what it tried to do. And that language that you highlighted, I think, is the clearest part in this report that tries to outline that. But then the report doesn't necessarily do even what that says it does. So there is a part in there that's a behavioral profile. It's labeled as a behavioral profile. There's a lot of content in this report that is consistent with what a behavioral profile would look like. And so even though that's not mentioned at all in a retrospective behavioral profile, which is another sort of mixing of different types of things. So there's, yeah.
And I think that's great. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to add one other thing. So I'm just trying to put myself in the position of somebody who might be preparing an internal document. I think the best practices that we're describing are fundamental to understanding the value of the types of content that's in this report. So I don't think it would matter to me whether I was communicating with my colleague, Dr. Neal, whether I was communicating with police officers or whomever. It is my opinion, and that's the opinion that's in our report, that you can't understand what I'm saying and you can't make sense of what I'm saying unless I try to give you information about validity, reliability, and the other best practices that are described. And so while I agree that the audience does matter and I might have approached it in a different way, I think these are fundamental requirements for helping someone to make sense of that, whoever that person is.
Okay, I think that brings us back to the foundation of this report. And it's the premise that the psychological autopsy should be subject to the type of rigor that applies to a forensic psychological assessment, correct? That's what we've concluded.
That's our opinion.
Yes.
Right, fair enough. And you determined for the purposes of this report that a psychological autopsy is in fact a type of forensic psychological assessment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you base this conclusion on your opinion, and I'm quoting now from your part 1 of your report.
Oh, sorry, can I go back and clarify that last answer? About the psychological autopsy necessarily being a forensic psychological evaluation. It is not necessary. So there could be a psychological autopsy conducted that's not a forensic. Forensic is specifically that a psychological evaluation is done to answer or help resolve some legal question. But there are instances where a psychological autopsy might be done that's not relevant to a legal issue, in which case it would be a psychological evaluation, but not a forensic one. In this case, depending on what, it probably was a forensic psychological evaluation in this case.
Thank you. And it's good that you make that point, because in, I think it's part 1 of your report, which is COM 003479, at paragraph 3, it's page 8 of your report. You make that conclusion that a psychological autopsy is a forensic psychological assessment on the basis that it meets the definition, and this is in paragraph 3, page 8. It meets the definition because it aims to retrospectively assess the role of psychological factors in the equivocal death of an individual that is of legal interest. That's how you define it, correct? Okay.
Yeah, in retrospect.
Well, let me ask you, because I'm curious about this. What does of legal interest mean? That the person is of legal interest?
I think it's quite a broad use of language. And we talk about what forensic means in the terms of a forensic psychological assessment, and we give various examples, including administrative contexts, civil and criminal contexts, inquiries, tribunals, and various things. So I think that that language we were trying to capture, where people have a matter of legal interest to resolve, some legal party is interested in the outcome of this particular.
Right, and so if I'm reading your rationale here, that condition, that be of legal interest, and we've acknowledged that it's a bit vague, you need that, though, to bring it into the realm of a forensic psychological assessment, correct? Given the definition of a forensic psychological assessment.
Yes, and I think something that's been done by law enforcement in the context of a law enforcement inquiry would fit within our broad definition of legal interest. Yeah.
And this paragraph 3 that we're looking at, follows on from a paragraph right before it, that it builds on the paragraph before that does say in this context.
Right. Sorry, but that was me.
And since we go back, you've defined some of these terms in your glossary as well. So in the glossary at page 4, you define, and you've told us about it today, what a forensic psychological assessment is. It's a form of psychological assessment undertaken in a legal context to address legal, contractual, or administrative matters. And I think you've defined that at page 4 of part 1 of your report. And if I track through your report, that definition comes from the American Psychological Association. Is that correct? Is that what APA stands for?
Yes.
And I think you've referenced that at paragraph 21, page 19, footnote 32. So that's where that glossary term. So that legal context is significant.
Yes.
Okay. And then at page 5 of your glossary, you define a psychological autopsy as a method used to clarify mode of death and equivocal cases by investigating psychological factors surrounding the death of the deceased. That's how it's defined in your glossary. And it seems that that definition comes from the literature as well. And I'm not going to try and read out the entire site, but it is at paragraph 29 at page 24 of your report, footnote 59. So again, that definition is not something you've come up with individually, you've researched, and that's the definition of psychological autopsy. Then I'm going to bring it back to paragraph 3 of your report then, because then you define a psychological autopsy differently by adding that the person is of legal interest. Why would you add that condition?
My answer would be that in retrospect, that shouldn't be there. That a psychological autopsy is not necessarily like any psychological evaluation is not necessarily a forensic evaluation. It becomes forensic when it is relevant to answer some kind of legally motivated question.
Right.
Same thing with psychological autopsies. In this case, and as we were writing about it in our opinion, I guess that sentence is colored by us knowing that this is a forensic context, but it's not specific to forensic necessarily.
And that's an interesting point that you just hit on there, right? Because you've added that portion to the definition that the person is of legal interest because of your belief, and I'm going to throw out one of your terms, a bias, that this psychological autopsy was done for a legal purpose, for this commission perhaps. Is that fair?
So we didn't know if the psychological autopsy was going to be admitted in a legal context. My scholarship is largely surrounding expert evidence in legal contexts, so that's where a lot of my expertise lies. But we did explicitly declare in a few places in the report, and I'm sorry I can't point you to those exactly, but we said something along the lines of we are not sure if this particular report is forming a basis of evidence in a legal context. And we said that to the extent that it's not, different adjustments may need to be made. So I think you have pointed out that we came to this with experience and knowledge about expert opinions and psychological opinions in specific resolution of legal matters, but we did explicitly disclose that we're not sure, and we weren't sure about this particular one.
And that's fair.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting at is that your definition of what's not really your definition, is the APA's definition of a forensic psychological assessment. It really focuses on the purpose of the assessment. And you've talked about the purpose of that is when people are drawing administrative decisions, legal decisions, those types, that it's really important that that be reliable if we're asking someone else to rely on this to make a decision. Fair? So that's where the rigor comes in. If we're going to ask if we were going to ask these commissioners to make a decision of finding a fact based on, let's say, a psychological assessment, psychological autopsy, we would expect it to meet the standards that you've set forth. Fair?
I think that is true in the context of the situation as you've outlined it, yes, but it is not exclusive to this situation. So any psychological evaluation, validity, and these best practices that we've outlined would matter for any psychological evaluation, whether it was for a legal decision, to inform a legal decision or not. It has particular gravity when it does inform a legal decision, but even if it's not a legal decision, it still is important that a psychological evaluation pays attention to its foundational validity, its applied validity, and all these other issues that we've raised.
Yeah, so I would just like to reiterate that in particular, so some of the 8 best practices are quite particular to a forensic context. So we mentioned a code of conduct, for example. Those are very particular to legal context, and I think we mentioned rules of evidence, which are clearly very relevant. But not all of our best practices are only for legal context. So foundational validity, validity as applied, these are fundamentals of science. Right. And so it doesn't matter if it's forensic psychological assessment, any form of psychology, any form of science should have foundational validity and validity as applied.
But I have to go back to this. If you're going to apply the standards that are accepted, for forensic psychological assessments and use those to evaluate the methodology in the psychological autopsy. Don't they have to be the same? Don't you have to have it? They have to be, if you're going to draw a comparison, then they both have to fall within the category of forensic psychological assessments. I would imagine that's why you define them in that way in this. Like you said, psychological autopsies are a form of forensic psychological assessments, hence our analysis applies. Like we can assess the validity, the usefulness of this based on this methodology.
There is some truth in that, but also the other piece of this that we also wrote about in the report is that it matters the profession matters. It matters who wrote the report. So a psychologist wrote this report, which is highly relevant to our discussion today. If a psychologist hadn't written this report, if it had been a different profession, then a different set of some of the rules would apply. So for example, a psychologist, it depends on where they're licensed and where they're credentialed. So if they're licensed in Canada versus if they're licensed in the United States versus in Australia, there are slightly different ethics rules. There are slightly different other rules depending on what organizations they're part of. So if this person, I'm a member of the American Psychological Association, and as such, I am ethically obligated to follow the ethics of that organization. If I don't, I can be kicked out of the organization and I could lose my license in my jurisdiction. Those rules matter based on who you are as a professional. Right? And so it follows that the person who authored this report, it doesn't matter whether they called it a psychological autopsy, it doesn't matter if they called it forensic, it doesn't matter what they called it. If they're a psychologist, then the rules that govern psychological assessment apply to them. And some of these rules that we've outlined as best practices for psychological assessment apply whether it's called a psychological assessment or not. That's the framing of our report, but some of those rules are independent of how our report is framed.
I'm going to pick you up there because it seems like you're suggesting that there's some kind of ethical breach in the creation of this psychological autopsy, which from my understanding of your report, there's no best practices for the or established or rules about creating a psychological autopsy. And it's my understanding that neither of you have a particular expertise in preparing psychological autopsies. Is that fair?
I don't think we've said that there was any ethical breach in this report.
No, and I'm just your partner here has made reference to ethics, so I'd like you to elaborate on that because it is a bit of a it's a big statement.
I think the response to that is that the ethics obligation follow the person, right? And so the psychologist here has a particular set of ethics obligations, and the other people who co-authored this report, it looks to me like they're in different professions. And so whatever the rules are in those professions would follow them independently of whatever this assessment or this report was. We don't know, given that the psychologist in this case did not say where he's licensed, if he's licensed, what jurisdiction he might be licensed in, what memberships he might hold. We don't know if he's part of the Canadian Psychological Association. If he is, then some of these ethical rules attach. We don't even know if he's part of them, and so we have no way of evaluating whether any ethics breaches occurred because we don't know which ones apply to guide his behavior.
Right, or you don't know what the standards would be for creating a psychological autopsy because you have no particular expertise in creation of psychological autopsies. Fair?
Ethical obligations don't necessarily adhere to the type of assessment. So we're not speaking to ethical obligations that rely or attach to a psychological assessment versus a behavioral profile. They attach to the profession and they're much broader. So it's things like acting in the best interest of society and various other broad things. So none of what we have just said is saying whether or not this psychological autopsy violates ethical codes. It's about whether or not this person in providing this service is compliant with their ethical codes, which is a slightly different point, I think.
Slightly.
Yeah. So we don't know what ethics codes apply to this person, and we don't know the extent of their compliance with those, and we make no comment on it except to say that we can't infer because there isn't enough information to make that inference.
I think if I read your report, like these rules that you talk about that guide forensic psychological assessments don't apply or haven't been applied or determined to apply to psychological assessments because there's a lot of variation in what a psychological autopsy, I should say, means, right? And you've said yourself that you're not sure if psychological autopsy is a term of art here, whether it could be even a postmortem analysis.
Related to this point, that some of the rules apply to the profession and to the professional and not to the task, it's related to the answer here. So if a psychologist undertakes a psychological autopsy, they have ethical obligations and practice obligations that are standard for psychological assessment. And there was a psychologist in this case, so presumably some of those attach. And that's a slightly different problem than the issue of what is the particular referral question.
Right, and it's founded on your statement that the psychological autopsy here is a type of forensic psychological assessment.
Yes, and I think I would like to come back to that because I think I'm struggling to see the distinction that you're trying to present to us about whether or not this psychological autopsy fits within our definition. I'm getting the sense, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you feel that we have brought something within that definition that perhaps doesn't fit, and that part of that might be because the word forensic was in that paragraph 3, but it wasn't in the definition. Is that
I think you're asking the questions, but happy to be cross-examined. Yes.
No, I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
I totally agree with you. That's
She's
fair.
simply asking.
No, I'm kidding. I'm fine, and I totally agree with what she's putting forth, actually.
I'm trying to understand.
No, and I agree with you, because that's where I'm going to, is when you define it, when we look at the premise of this, when I read this, it was a finding that the psychological autopsy, you defined it in paragraph 3 of your report, and you added on that it's of legal interest. And then you say specifically in paragraph 2 that a psychological autopsy is a type of forensic psychological assessment. That's really what I'm referring to.
Yes, so I wanted to understand that that's what you were trying to put to us.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid I don't think I see the difficulty here, in that I think what we said was that when an assessment is used for forensic purposes and it is a psychological form of assessment, and we have said that the psychological autopsy is a form of psychological assessment, then it's a forensic psychological assessment and it fits within our definition.
Right, and I know we're getting caught up in terminology here, because when I understood you to say is a forensic part of that means that it's being used in a legal context to answer a legal question, administrative question, et cetera. Fair?
I think we didn't say exclusively that.
No.
And so I think if you're asking, did we consider the use by police or in a police investigation to fit our definition of legally relevant or forensic, then our answer would be yes, it does.
And my supplemental answer to that would be, it doesn't matter. We did say that. In retrospect, I think that sentence was not a great sentence, that particular sentence in paragraph 3. I would also say that it doesn't matter in the sense that these ethical obligations that we've talked about, they attach to the person. So it doesn't matter technically whether this particular thing was used in a forensic context, whether there was whatever the circumstances of the referral were, if it were used administratively to make a decision within the agency or not. That distinction doesn't matter for whether these best practices apply to the psychological assessment in question.
Can you do a forensic psychological assessment on a deceased person?
You can. So there has been, in this case, a forensic psychological assessment of a deceased person. The extent to which it is reliable depends on the extent to which it complies with best practices. So what you can take from that assessment.
Your answer is significant because you said that there was a forensic psychological assessment done in this case.
There are discussions of mental diagnoses, of future risk, of personality disorders or not. There was the use of psychological psychometric tools reported in this report. So
those things make it a psychological assessment. Whether it's forensic, we don't know. We have described it as such. I think we implicitly assume it is such, but we don't know if it actually is. It is a psychological assessment.
Okay, so your answer is that you can do psychological assessments on people who are deceased.
Is the question, is it possible to do it? Or is the question, is it possible to do it well?
Well, fair enough. You can answer either way, and I'll just give you why I'm asking that question. Because at paragraph 21 and 22 of part 1 of your report, at page 19, you talk about a forensic psychological assessment. And when I read those paragraphs, it seems to depend on the subject of that assessment, you being alive, frankly. Is that fair when you read those paragraphs?
I think typically that's the case, that the person is alive. When the person is deceased, that raises a lot of questions about the validity, the foundational validity, the applied validity. So with regard to your earlier question about can these be done, I think it's insightful. Can they be done or can they be done well? But the answer is that they can try to be done, and then a good report should describe the limitations inherent in what it means to try and do a psychological evaluation when the person of interest is deceased. There are clearly limitations to that. It doesn't mean it can't be done, but it does mean that there are clear limitations that need to be made explicit.
So I might be able to provide an example. If the person of interest who is deceased has had long-standing involvement with mental health professionals, for example, over many time points in their past, and those interactions have been documented and can be accessed by the person doing this assessment, you could imagine that you might be able to get a very rich picture of someone's psychological functioning, at least as it was documented. It would still have limitations because it was not done firsthand. You are relying on collateral information and the professionalism of the people who did those assessments. But you could see that under those circumstances, it would be possible to gather quite a lot of information about the past psychological functioning of a person who is now deceased. That's not what happened here. There was not pre-existing psychological documentation that had been contemporaneously collected, and that has implications for the extent to which you can rely on or accurately approximate somebody's past mental states.
Okay. And I think it's what I'm getting from this too, is that it's substantially different, obviously, if you're, taking a retrospective look at someone who's deceased as opposed to doing an assessment of someone who's live.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're substantively different.
I would say that you would probably use different approaches. Your procedure would likely have to be quite different, if only because a contemporaneous psychological assessment is going to involve some kind of contemporaneous contact with the person of interest in the vast majority of cases, whereas a retrospective assessment of somebody who is now deceased cannot.
Okay, fair.
I agree.
You devote a portion of your report, and you spoke about it a bit this morning, to behavioral profiling. And why was that? By that I mean, sorry, to give you some more context. Is it were you under the understanding that the psychological autopsy was a behavioral profiling?
So it was not 100% clear to what the document was that was going to be of interest to us when we began our analysis. The commission used a range of words to describe the report that we were going to look at. And some of those words were behavioral analysis, behavioral profile, I believe, psychological autopsy. We tried to clarify this when we were at the outset. We were trying to find out what is this document. But I think the challenge in understanding the document was evident in the commission's ability to describe that document to us. And so they weren't able to give us a precise description of what exactly the report contained. And so our scope of consideration from the outset included psychological autopsy, behavioral profile, and risk assessment, because I think it was I'm inferring here that it was the commission's view that it had elements of all of these things, and they weren't quite sure which of those things it was. And so until we saw it, we also didn't know which of those things it was.
So did you, after you've studied it, and do you think it is a behavioral profile? Does it look like a behavioral profile from your experience?
It had elements of all three of those things. It has elements of a psychological autopsy. It has elements of a behavioral profile. It has a section titled behavioral profile. I think or behavioral profile or something like similar to those words. And it also certainly has some risk assessment elements in it.
Okay. Do you think that, and I'm going to use the term, it's a psychological autopsy that we're talking about here. Do you think it can be helpful to inform police or to assist police or other agencies in trying to just understand the factors that might have led a person to commit a violent act or suicide, homicide? Do you think there's some value in that?
I think there's the question of in principle and in practice again. So if there is a valid and reliable method for looking retrospectively at a person and estimating their past mental states, then I think that information can be very useful. So if something is, expressed clearly and appropriately in line with the best practices, and if it is foundationally valid, then I think it can have value. If the question is more specific, it depends on the instant case as to whether or not a particular psychological autopsy is fit for purpose. Is it foundationally valid enough? Is it valid? Has it been validly applied enough for the purpose? If it has, then it can be useful, I would say.
Let me ask you this, because I know that we're obviously going to have a problem with validity, reliability, or reproducibility because you've got someone who's deceased. So we can't see, what's going to happen. We're not predicting in that sense, right? So we're probably never going to be able to meet those standards with respect to a retrospective analysis, are we? Is that fair?
That is fair. And to build on that and to kind of clarify an answer earlier, the problem with a report having multiple pieces like this is that A psychological autopsy is a retrospective evaluation that is about a known person. A behavioral profile typically, behavior profile typically doesn't know who the person is and is trying to predict a future state. Those on the face are very different things. And then a risk assessment is trying to predict into the future from a known offender on the basis of behaviors from the past. So we're talking about different points of time that are trying to be analyzed here. We're talking about different, very different questions, all that are trying to be done in the context of this one report. That's what makes this difficult. It could all be done. All of those things could be useful in principle to an agency in an internal document, could be useful for public as stakeholders, could be useful for legal decisions if there was some legal question of relevance for these answers. But having them all in one report and mingled together so that they're not separated, so you can tell what methods are for what part and how to evaluate them is the issue.
Right. And I take your point. Oh, sorry, you had another thing.
I was just going to come back to the question. So I think you're asking, can a psychological autopsy, correct me if I'm wrong, can a psychological autopsy ever be valid because the person is deceased? So you will never know. And I think critical scholars in the area have really raised questions about whether or not you will ever be able to establish the foundational validity or the validity as applied of a psychological autopsy. That doesn't mean necessarily that they shouldn't be done. Right. I think what it means is that needs to be very clear to the audience that there is a fundamental uncertainty here and that there is a certain amount of speculation that has gone into this process. That's not true for all of the elements of that report. It's the same thing is not true for a risk assessment, and the same thing is not necessarily true for a behavioral analysis. But for that particular piece, the person is not there to ask. There is no way to ever establish the accuracy of those elements. So it really does depend what you're using it for. And you must say, I think, to whomever the audience is, please be aware that I can never be certain about this. There is no way to know if I have made the correct judgment or characterization in this case, and you need to bear that in mind when using this document.
That's fair, and I take your point on that, because I think what you're saying that, if you plan on using a psychological, or this, we'll call it a retrospective, or is that right? The retrospective analysis or of, in this case, the perpetrator, it's probably never going to meet the rigor of a forensic psychological assessment. It has inherent, it has inherent problems because the person's deceased and you can't look at those factors that you discussed this morning. So I take your point on that. But, and I'll go back to this though, but if its goal is just to provide some information, some insight to, in this case, policing agencies about the whys, to the extent they can be determined from some of the circumstances that they can glean from a review of the investigative file and those people who were around this particular individual, does that have some utility for the police just to provide some insight, some information?
I really struggle with this because when you're asking me that question, on one level I'm like, there's part of me that thinks the answer is yes, there's some use to be taken, but my mind says, what if everything that they have inferred is wrong? What if it seems sensible on the surface? What if it made sense to them, but what if it's wrong? And if that is true, if the contents of the report, if some small part, if some large part, if some significant part is wrong, and it doesn't accurately capture the true narrative, then I wonder, what do we do with this document?
Right, and I guess that's going to be a problem with any psychological assessment, right? Because we've just said there's no way at the end of the day to actually say how reliable it is based on the inherent,
Psychological autopsy, not psychological assessment.
Oh, I apologize for that,
Yes.
and I take your point.
Yes.
There is an important distinction, I would
Yes,
say, based
very
on
much.
that very point that you're making, right?
Yes, psychological autopsy is where this person is now deceased.
Right.
It closes off particular opportunities and avenues for validation. And so that makes this a particular type of thing that shouldn't be generalized to all psychological assessments. and it does have an inherently speculative nature. And my concern continues to be, if everything that is in that report is true or close to being true, then of course it would have value, but we don't know how accurate it is, and it's hard to establish if it's likely to be accurate.
I have two additions. One is that no psychological assessment is going to get away from inherent flaws. Any science, any piece of, anything will have flaws. The point we're trying to make is that those flaws should be as transparent as possible, so the consumer of whatever the product of science or psychology or whatever it is, so that the consumer can evaluate the credibility of the claims and the basis upon which those claims are made. In the context of a psychological autopsy, as you've noted, there are inherent limitations that are unique to or partially unique to a psychological autopsy. That is true. If they're transparently documented and the implications of those inherent limitations are made clear, that's not a problem. That's a strength of a report that could do that and help the reader understand how to evaluate the claims that are made in the report.
Yeah.
That's point one. Point two is that your question, I was going to answer, do you remember the question? Because my answer was slightly different.
Gosh, no.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, if you think of it, please, pipe up and.
No worries.
I'm just going to touch on a little bit because it goes to, the use, the audience, and some of the concerns you've raised, because I think we've kind of established that the rigor and those standards for forensic psychological assessment or psychological assessment may not be applicable to a psychological autopsy. Just can't be. So let me just.
Did I say?
No, was that what you're saying though? Because if we're just acknowledged that they're not, we can't.
Oh, you're saying it couldn't necessarily comply fully.
Yes.
So in terms of being able to show that a psychological autopsy is foundationally valid at a level that is acceptable for the purpose, I think it would be very hard to establish that because you can't check ground truth. But that doesn't mean that somebody writing a psychological autopsy couldn't address foundational validity and say explicitly that I have not been able to, or it is not possible to establish the foundational validity for this, and so the reader needs to bear this in mind. So you can still comply with the best practice, even if your accuracy is not necessarily very high, or you can't prove that it is accurate.
And that would be particularly important if you were putting forward this document for someone else to rely on. We were putting it forward to the commission to ask them to make some findings of fact or draw conclusions from it. Like those types of caveats would be really significant. Fair?
I think it's significant for any circumstance where you have somebody who has a lot of knowledge, is communicating in a particular area, is communicating to somebody else who might not share that knowledge. I think to understand this document and to make sense of it and understand what it really means and how it can be used, you should communicate this information to any person who does not share your knowledge.
Thanks. I just want to ask you one other thing here, and it's about, one other thing, getting there. I just want to ask you about bias. You did talk about bias, and in your part 2 of your report, you talked about some of the issues with bias that you identified here, which I was a little confused about, given the autopsy that we're talking about here. And maybe just for reference, it's page 11 of part 2, paragraph 29. And just for reference, that's COM 003480.
Sorry, what was the paragraph number?
29.
29? Yes.
I think that's page 11.
It is, yes.
And you took issue, you found that this report, there were some issues with respect to bias in the psychological autopsy. And I think you've elaborated in this section. Is that fair?
We said, yeah, I think the inference that we drew is that there's potential for bias, that there are circumstances here that raise the question of potential bias.
And I want to ask you about that, because you say in the second bullet that the practitioners had a conflict of interest. I'm wondering how you could have a conflict of interest in the context of this psychological autopsy? Like, how does bias, and I'm not trying, because I understand that you didn't know the purpose of the psychological autopsy, so fair enough. You had a limited knowledge base going in, fair. But I'm just wondering, how does they have a conflict of interest in this case?
So first, I think it's important for us to clarify that we didn't say that they had a conflict of interest. We said there is a potential for a conflict of interest, and we also said that there are two potentials for conflict of interest. And in this section on bias, I'm fairly certain we said that we do not know if there was any bias, just merely that there was a potential for there to have been bias. So I don't know if that addresses the question.
Maybe, because I noted in the first bullet, you said the practitioners knowingly worked for or with a party who may have a vested interest in a particular psychological assessment outcome. I'm curious as to that, understanding that you may have been stating that on the basis that you didn't know what the psychological autopsy was for.
So is the question about whether or not the party may have a vested interest?
I see here. So in the first answer, we say potential conflict of interest. In the second answer, we say they had a conflict of interest. I think that's what you're pointing to. But then the follow-up sentence says, we rated this item as definitely because the phrase that we rated said it could lead them to. So it's the item that had the potential wording in it.
Right. And in the context of this psychological autopsy, how would bias play in here? For example, I could see how bias would be a factor if we were presenting the report to a court or presenting the court to a commission. But if it was an internal document to try and look at the why now, why them in this manner, where does bias fit into that? What do they stand to gain by coming to a particular conclusion?
That's a good point. So if it was an internal document, then this issue of conflict of interest is perhaps less significant than if it were used in a different way. That said, there's always the potential that inside information, all of these same effects that we are potentially worried about could still impact somebody's processing of information if they're on the inside of a process. So had the agency hired from the outside and had somebody do an independent evaluation, then just by the very nature of how that would have unfolded, it would have mitigated some of these potential conflicts. This may not have been a problem at all. We don't know if it was, but had they done an outside contract with somebody who wasn't affiliated with them, it could have just address some of those issues and the perception of those issues.
Okay, and the other bullet that I was looking at was on the next page. It's the fourth bullet. And I think it's the fifth as well, which I also thought was a bit curious feeding into bias, because it talks about that the authors of this report may have been biased because they knew the outcome. And by the outcome, I think we meant like the outcome of the perpetrator's violent acts, right?
So I think in part what you're asking us to do is to describe some mechanisms by which bias might have happened.
No, it seemed to me in reading this, and I may have misinterpreted what you're saying. The report authors completed their psychological analysis knowing the eventual outcome of the events in question, a situation that increases the risk of hindsight bias, confirmation effects, and other potential psychological biases. This report was written retrospectively after the events in question unfolded. The report explicitly considered the events themselves and how they unfolded along with their outcomes, while simultaneously completing the psychological analysis. There appears to have been no attempt to reduce the potential effects of hindsight bias, such as blinding to some of the details of the outcomes or having the evaluation completed by someone who did not know the details.
So could we have the question again?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how that works in a situation like this. If you're doing a psychological autopsy, I mean, I could see it if you're trying to validate. I don't even know how having someone outside the situation would improve or affect or impact on bias. Like, how does bias feed into that?
So I think you are asking us to hypothesize how a particular bias might play out, or how some form of bias could come into this particular analysis. it seems like you can't imagine how that might work. Is that right?
Well, maybe, because it seems that you're saying that a type of bias is present in this report because the authors knew the outcome. Like they'd privy to the investigative file. They knew, who was killed in the course of this mass casualty, and that somehow that knowledge would have impacted and maybe biased their findings.
Yes, so we have said potential effects again of these things. So at no point do we say that there was a bias. We have just said that there is a potential for these things. And it is a consequence of the fact that once you know how something turns out, once you know the final state of affairs, that knowledge can color your interpretation of information that you're given. It can affect how you combine pieces of information together. It can change the inferences that you are going to draw from information. So there are various types of decision-making biases that are affected just by the mere fact of knowing an outcome. And so there are procedures you can put in place, perhaps not easily in this particular assessment.
Even in this assessment, though, I can imagine how it could have unfolded. So with regard to this hindsight bias question, there is potential that it influenced this assessment, but again, we can't know that for sure. However, had the assessment process been done by an outside agency or outside contractor who didn't have access to all of the information and the investigative documents and whatnot, it would have made for a less rich in some ways, but more protected against some of these biases. And in terms of the hindsight bias, there's experimental work on this, that when a clinician knows that, for instance, they know that a person is presenting with X symptoms, and then if they know, and they have to decide if the person should get admitted to a hospital for civil commitment, if they know, if they have outcome information and they're retrospectively looking back about what decisions should have been made at that point, they make different decisions than if they have to make the decision at the moment of. And that's relevant in this case because here, if there were some bias mitigation plan in place, there could have been an outside person who was provided with some of the information or information about the perpetrator's mental state or some pieces of the puzzle without all of the information. They didn't have to be local to the area, so they wouldn't have had the media saturation, right? There could have been ways around some of what could have colored the assessment in this case.
Right, and this is really my last question to you. We're still on the bias thing. I'm just wondering, the whole purpose of this, as I brought you to, or my interpretation of psychological autopsy, is to look at the why him, why in this manner. So it seems that if you're not privy to what the perpetrator actually did, that you can't answer that question. You're just assessing yourself and your ability to predict future risks. So if you gave someone a profile of this individual with everything leading up to the date of the mass casualty, then you could get someone, an expert, to perhaps opine on the potential that this person may commit a violent act. But that's the best we could do. We couldn't then look at, well, why? Why did he do it in this way? Why these people? Why now?
So I think I don't agree necessarily with that. So if you were to imagine a situation where the person doing the psychological assessment knows that there was a mass casualty event and they know very little about the person, for example, right? They just have some basic facts that describe what is accepted and known as a process of events, a timeline, for example. If you only had that information, you might look at, for example, your decisions about why particular people were chosen or why things happened in the order that they happened in a different way than you would once you know more information about that individual who committed the crime, right? So ultimately, I accept that you would want to know everything about this person to get to your final conclusion. And that you would want to have rich information to make that decision. But the fact that you might describe things or anticipate things differently when you have a different set of knowledge about, or less information, tells us how much of your characterization of those earlier things is based on knowledge that you've gained later. So I don't want to get into too many of the specifics, but some of the people whose lives were taken were described as being victimized for particular reasons. And those characterizations could have been different if you were to just look at the bare facts of that situation. Like, it's only by learning more and more about the person of interest, the perpetrator of those things, that you then start to see the victim choices in that way. And if there is that discrepancy, if that person whose life was taken could have been characterized in a different way, then that gives us some sense of how much ambiguity there is around that characterization and might help us to understand, you know, is there only one explanation or one description that could have been offered, or is that description being provided based on other collateral information that I have? And is all of that information relevant and necessary? And so it's not that we would say you should never have that information, but the fact that you could this is called a sequential unmasking procedure, where you sort of say, well, what can we see on the face of it? And then how does additional information change my understanding of this situation? That helps other people outside of the process understand why you came to that final conclusion. And if there's something wrong in that process, if there's missing information, if there's incorrect information, then you can start to see where that logic might break down, and it gives you a sense of how much of that information you can then go on to rely on in some ways. So bias is given a negative connotation. That's because that's what is attached to that word. We don't mean it in that way. We don't intend it to communicate unprofessionalism or poor training. It just means that certain pieces of information can skew the interpretation of information that otherwise might be ambiguous in a particular direction, and you don't always want that skewed interpretation. Sometimes you need to sit with the ambiguity and know that actually this could have gone one of two ways. So I think I mean, that's quite a long answer, but it's to say that I appreciate your point that you want them to know about the outcome, but they don't necessarily need to know it all. They don't necessarily need to know it all at once. They can take us through a process of revealing that information, and that is informative to people consuming that report.
Okay, so we're not saying that they approach this in a biased way, just that there are more than one way to approach it. And you could do it in this unmasking way, in a sense, in your view, if you were looking for some form of reliability, whether that would make it reliable is, questionable as well. But in other words, there's different ways to approach it.
Yes, I think that's
Depending on the
a good summary.
And is that fair to say, depending on the questions you're trying to address?
Yeah, there is potential for bias, and there are strategies you can use to minimize that bias. And just because there is potential for bias doesn't mean that there was bias, but that also doesn't mean you can't take steps to try and keep it to an absolute minimum.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have something to add?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for your answers. It's really helpful.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Stanton?
Thank you. Dr. Neal, I believe you said that one of the authors claims to be, I think that was the word you said, a criminal psychologist, and that we could speak more about that. Could you please speak more about that? Thank you.
Yes. Also, maybe Dr. Martiria will speak on this. I'm not entirely sure what a criminal psychologist is. I know what the words mean. I know what it could mean together. I don't know professionally. I'm not sure that it has an exact definition. There could be, and I just might not be aware of it. I guess my assumption is that this is probably a person who does forensic evaluations, but maybe given that, given the type of evaluation that this was, it might be a psychologist who works with kind of earlier on in the investigative legal process. So if we think about the legal process as a continuum where there's the investigative portion at the beginning, the adjudicative portion in the middle where legal decisions are made about a case, and then the kind of corrective post-adjudication phase at the end, psychologists are involved all along that continuum. And it looks like maybe this criminal psychologist might be on that beginning portion to kind of aid in the investigative part of a legal process. But I'm not entirely sure.
I think the only thing I would say further to that is that it's important to know that in many jurisdictions, the term psychologist is a protected term. I believe that the term psychologist in Canada is a protected term. And so what that means is you can't just call yourself a psychologist without having appropriate licensure and certifications. And so I think when it comes to assessing the particular document that we were given, that one of the relevant questions to ask would be, is this person an appropriately licensed, credentialed psychologist who's in good standing with their regulatory bodies? We couldn't answer that because we were not inclined to go and do external research to find out if this person is actually certified or licensed. But if we weren't trying to protect ourselves from external information, one of the things we would do would be to go and check a registry to make sure that that person is in good standing, because they are using a protected title and they are participating in diagnostic activities to some extent. They're using psychometric tools. They're referring to using the DSM-5, and they are talking about people having hallmarks of particular mental health diagnoses. So these are psychological activities and they're calling themselves a psychologist. So if we had complete liberty, we would check just to make sure that they were licensed appropriately.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Dr. Neal and Dr. Martiri, not just for preparing the report for us to assist us in our challenging work, but also to elaborate upon it and speak to it in significant detail here today. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And we will break now until 2:30. Thank you. At which time we will be hearing submissions from various councils. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2:30.
Oh boy. See, that's why I brought up his stuff. Fraud. Oh. Just saying, maybe that's a possibility. All engineered. You don't do any investigation, but you spend your time concocting some goo. Oops. And now you had some real people come in and be like, no, we don't even know who the fuck this person is. We don't know if they're qualified. You have DOJ up there, blah, 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 unbiased. Hello. According to your own document, which again, I think I have to do a run through, but if you go back to the break, I ran through it. 3 people, 3 RCMP. You have a person with a bachelor's of education who is now a master's student writing his thesis, I would presume, obviously. Not done. So he's not qualified in any way. I guess he could be qualified to teach school. And you have somebody that has, let's go back to that. What is it? BCIT? Let's find out. Bring them. let's test the how good he is. Absolute disaster. Call them all in. What should I change it to? Is this person calling themselves a psychologist? They certainly were, like, really, that has to be the most understated, most insinuated, but repetitively. No, we don't think this person's qualified. We don't really know. Well, they didn't say it like quite that heavy, but just constantly so-called psychologist, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm like, oh no. Like, you could clip all of those pieces together. They probably got a few minutes worth of questioning this person's credentials, Mr. Iceland. MCC musical dumpster fire? Nah, that's a good. Call yourself a psychologist day? They claim to be an adjunct professor at BCIT, and their education is apparently a PhD, 4 years to write his thesis. Well, you know, some people take a while, some people take a lot longer. In psychology at UBC. Why does it not have any undergrad here? Oh, I see. He's also on the Violence and Gender Journal. Oh, goodness me. Oh, my. Violence and Gender. He's writing papers. Violence and Gender. Violence and Gender. Oh, I see. Lone Wolf Killers. Oh, okay. So this is a publication. This is a, oh, I see. Violence and, oh, is that all he writes for? Violence and Gender. Oh, and he wrote a newspaper article in French. Carswell. 35-page chapter in Psychology, Criminal Investigations, The Search for the Truth. Okay, don't know. Psychopathy, okay, it's for FBI. Very questionable who this person is. Does such a person even exist? I don't know. Slap a title on it. Well, it's if it's not a psychological autopsy, then we can call it. What did she call it? She had a new name for it. We'll call it something else. Psychological postmortem. So if it doesn't work, let's give it a new name. Oh no. Wow. The website. Oh goodness, the website was bad. Let's look at the website again. I don't know. Maybe it's legit. It certainly stinks to high heaven. I mean, why would you have to appear over in Iceland? This is what you embed? Woof. Woof. Halo. Maybe this is some creation by the FBI. Dr. Mary O'Toole, along with Dr. Robert Hare. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think there needs to be some clarification because obviously they're questioning it. There he is in this nice regalia with his one medal. And his head is quite shiny. Not sure what's going down there. Articles. Okay. Mayor Thorpe murders. Firearms. I'm thinking that some of these things are just going to have a little bit of a twist. See the lone wolf killers? Yeah. Phew. I don't know. Definitely worth a look. Look-see. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Some people popping out in the chat there too. I like that. Okay, so stress and trauma. This is the person equally who interviews Lisa. No bias, none at all on that report. None. Let's see here again. Report titled Psychological Autopsy. Yeah, I think you better put it in quotation marks. Super rare. I remember when it came out, I tried to look for it. There are a couple of these things I found. Like, yeah, and I'd say, what was it? The Unabomber was one, I believe. Nothing going down there. The report titled Psychological Autopsies summarized. Okay, because they don't want to give you the real thing because, maybe people might actually have a look at it. Prepared by the RCMP. They know people are watching real close and they're shitting their pants. The listed authors. Oh, that's even like, look at the language. The listed authors, you can't even verify, of the psychological autopsy are Matt Logan, Iceland Dr. Phil, with a PhD, apparently, from UBC. I wonder if we can find his thesis. I know they're really good at dreaming things up on the internet, but it should be filed with his professor and everything. And you got a Staff Sergeant Carl Ceasley, criminal profilers, behavioral science. I believe this was this the individual that had the master's? The other person I couldn't even find, and Headquarters Sergeant Jamie DeWitt. I'm thinking that all three of those people. Let's see, we've got Matt Logan. What's it about Dr. Matt Logan? Okay, there he is. PhD, UBC. Active police officer, member of Royal Canadian Mounted Police, serving 5 communities. Matt was working as a psychologist. Okay, where did he get his training from? Not seeing that still. No. Tour of duty in Ottawa. Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Georgia. Okay, so FBI attachments. Right, nothing connected in this story down in the States. Working as psychologist, so somehow he got somewhere in here he got a psychology degree. Doesn't say where. For Correctional Services Canada. They did sex offenders and stuff like that. Oh, goodness. It just saying, again, he may be totally legit. I don't know. They're the ones who were putting out there that there might be an issue. That would cause all kinds of problems for any of the psychological assessments that he did that resulted in convictions. If in fact that came out that there was some kind of questionable things with his education and whatever, if he's qualified, I could see a lot of cases coming up for review. That would be very, very, very unfortunate. No, wouldn't want that. But again, could be totally the real deal. And then Staff Sergeant Logan, retired, Behavioral Science Units, Vancouver. Crisis negotiation teams, expert evidence. Oh, yeah. See, this is the one that would be problematic. Again, just saying, it's totally legit, and just Just wondering why these other ladies who seem very well qualified kept questioning what was going on. Maybe I'm misinterpreting something there. I don't think so, though. He says he's adjunct, teaches regularly at police academies, adjunct faculty at UVic, Trinity Western, and BCIT. Well, I suppose we can go look. Let's see. BCIT, okay. Somebody named, that's an interesting first name. Oh, not there. Adjunct. Okay. Kind of there, but not really there, right? Let's try, what else does he say? University of Victoria. Is he licensed right now? Faculty directory. Okay. Let's see here. 32 full-time faculty, cross-listed, Demeritas. Other faculty, see other faculty. Okay, maybe I have to look there. I don't think he's full-time. He says he's adjunct, right? No, Logan. Seasonal instructors. Let's see, maybe there. Oh, no, doesn't appear he's there either. Okay, how about other faculty? We'll try other ones. Other faculty, adjunct, okay. Oh, not there. Uh-oh, he should be right here, right? If my alphabet is correct. Oh, oops. No, Matt Logan. Uh-oh. Maybe it's, what is it, the other one there? Trinity Western. Maybe they just don't put it up. I don't know. Faculty, Trinity Western. Or maybe he's just not teaching there anymore at any of these schools. I don't know. Graduate programs. I'm not even quite familiar with the school, but let's see. Let's just try. Well, I don't know. Let's try Logan. Maybe I'll get some hits back. Oh. Thank you for visiting. Okay. Yes, I would like to know. No, doesn't look like there's anything there. This is a problem. So who is this Icelandic fellow here? Exactly. Sensing a little bit of spook world. You know, the glow? Maybe.
Dominated world, with some of the characteristics being quite macho and aggressive.
Can you just give us a few examples?
Sure. Well, one of them, the need for stimulation, is something that we're still just really touching the surface on. With the psychopath, there's a very high need for stimulation and a real proneness to boredom. So they're very action oriented. You know, when you ask a psychopath when you're interviewing them, what do you do on your off time? Like when you're not working, like what would you like to do? And typically the psychopath wants to race motorcycles, jump out of airplanes, do really things that are very stimulating, exciting. That's why a lot of them actually have some drug use problems too, because that stimulation, heroin, cocaine.
Just my initial observations. Again, I don't know. I have feelings, and opinions, but I don't know anything, and I don't wish to be deprecating to this person at all. I'm sure they can produce all of their credentials and papers and everything to prove who they are. But there is a noticeable difference between this person, right? What I'm hearing, at least initially, and the two ladies that were on the stage, who seem to be heavily qualified and published in a lot of places. He doesn't seem to have any publications outside of the, what is that? The Violence and Gender Journal? Was that it? Violence and Gender Journal. Okay. It's peer reviewed, apparently. Oh, isn't that interesting? Oh my. Okay. So Dr. Logan, along with Dr. Robert Hare and Dr. Mary Ellen O'Toole, collaborate on seminars and workshops on psychopathy and applications in law enforcement and criminal justice. Dr. Mary Ellen O'Toole. Okay. Violence and Gender Journal. Oh, who is the editor-in-chief? Dr. Mary Ellen O'Toole. Doesn't seem to even get a good citation score. I'm really sensing something here. Are you picking it up? One moment, please. That seems to be an issue. So Reuters, Tom, what was it? What were your articles again? Oh, that's not his articles. That's all of their articles. Where's his articles again? Oh, he's got a Gmail address too. That's like what they like to question people out in Nova Scotia using the Gmail, which cannot be A-tipped accounts. I like that. Busted. Oops. And I've got photos. I don't like to, I speak very subtly about what I say. I speak very subtly. Perhaps it takes a little bit of deciphering, usually, what I'm communicating. Pisses people right off. But then in hindsight, people usually understand what I'm talking about. Uh-oh. I'm sensing some issues. Are you? You know, then they tried to pawn it off as an internal thing. No, that's not what at all you were doing. You guys were fucking selling this shit to everybody. Everywhere. All the papers all over the world. Psychological autopsy, trauma, like the grievance collector and all this stuff. And I was like, I don't think I could even I don't remember if I could find this in DSM. No, I've got a DSM sitting around somewhere, DSM 4, 5, I don't know, whatever, 4. No, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it, as I recall. Injustice collector, all these, give it a new name, Oh, if the what is it? The psychological autopsy fails, we have DOJ just saying, well, no, we'll call it a psychological postmortem then. Ladies are like, well, this is very, very rare. Or they didn't use, sorry, I won't put words in it. They said it's rare. And it is when you start looking into it. Very rare. But one just needs to use a little bit of logic. You investigate the crime, let's go into their mindset and other things for academic purposes or whatever. Just like and she doesn't ask a lot of questions, eh? Gina Goulet's lawyer asked the family of Gina Goulet, how is this helpful to families? Well, that's not what it was for. It's called psychological warfare because they need it to sell their narrative and cover up whatever their shit that they're doing. Right? So, bring on the 3. B. Ed, Dr. Logan, I don't know. Who's Dr. Mary Ellen O'Toole? I'm not sure. I'm just asking. George Mason University, professor director. The school shooter, Perspective FBI. Well, they've got an office, I think. Looks like. That's usually a good sign. There are people, like quite literally, if you look into some people that are complete ghosts in terms of academia. They have like nothing. They appear all over TV. I'm like, who are you? So I just look into you and then I can find nothing. And they're connected to all kinds of spooky stories. I'm like, ooh, what is this all about here? Just saying, it does, call me crazy, call me tinfoily, but I mean, I'm not able to, you can see it. You can do it yourself. Go and look. Where is this person? I'm sure he's got a big footprint somewhere. I'm just not finding it. I'm not very good with the internet. I'll plead total ignorance. That must be what's going down. See, maybe somebody's corrected me. I just got a text about something. Let's see here. Oh, I don't think I can open whatever that is. I tend to avoid the Facebook using phones. Dangerous. If you could email me that would be great. But it was all about influence, all psychological warfare. Very fucking spooky shit when you start looking into it. Right from the start. The war room, remember? The war room. And I think people think I'm off my rocker. And I'm very subtle about the way I communicate. Very subtle. But it doesn't mean that I'm stupid. And lots of people, you guys are fucking picking it up. Like, not, and that's not, in that way, I'm not saying that in a condescending way. Like, you have to spend your fucking life studying the shit. It's sad. Honestly. And life's just afforded me that. Just looking back at a video of myself a long time ago where I did something for volunteering, and they asked me to do a little clip, and I said, life's been good to me. I need to give back. That's the way I look at things, right? I've been afforded the opportunity, which a lot of people aren't, to delve into areas that maybe most people would probably say are pretty, I don't know. Why aren't you playing golf? Doesn't excite me. Okay, let's have a look here. All your great observations and all the research you guys are doing, right? You had JJ dropping in all kinds of things in there. RCMP plant. I don't know. Okay, speaking of picking in the language of psychopaths, Matt Logan listed number 1 as the author. Okay, very interesting, right? Very interesting. Pickton stuff has a lot of I always wanted to get my hands on one of his books just to read what he wrote. Oh, that was banned right away. Does that mean they're unlisted authors? Possible. Maybe that's it. They just didn't disclose. Let's see here. What have they got? Report title. Okay. Authors of psychological autopsy refer to perpetrator by last name. In keeping with mass casualty, they just take that out. Okay. That seems, of course, sensical. Information supplied. Summary. A summary. Why not just give the whole thing? I understand, we're just plebes and simpletons, right? Can't read. How about this? You can do the Coles Notes one. You can do the Coles Notes one here, and give me the real one. Give the few of us the real one that actually want to read it. Don't summarize it for me. Autopsy is incorrect or open for interpretation. Sorry. Many instances, information contained in the psychological autopsy is incorrect and open to question. Excuse me? Is open to question and incorrect? Why would you write a paper that's incorrect and open to question? For accurate accounts of the facts, they're open. They now appear. Readers should consult foundational documents that they were prepared by Mass Casualty Commission in consultation with participants. I'd say just consult the actual interviews with people. Better yet, why don't you have the audio? Better yet than that, why don't you have them testify and swear affidavits as to what they say? With full cross-examination. Everybody. How about all the dash cam footage? How about all the GPS? TMR2. How about all the channels? Audio. Just the normal things that investigators use, because they don't sit there and type up the fucking goddamn stuff and then be like, yeah, I'm going to leaf through tons of paper that you scanned. Thousands and thousands and thousands of pages. Yeah, that's what they do. Or do they listen to the tapes? Maybe they put it into a searchable database. Oh, they most certainly do. And timestamp it so that then they can save some time, but listen to the person's voice. Very important. You hear the inflection. Watch the interview in cases that it's videoed. That way you can see the actions of people. So that you can tell so much from body language. Can't tell much from a scanned piece of paper. Which obviously, you see these things come. These come naturally in a PDF form, in a searchable format. What they've done is gone and converted it, layered it. So you have to OCR each document, one by one. Which, again, people will do. Roundtable on fish and chips. I don't know what's that about. I like fish and chips. It's good. If I catch you on a subway with ducks, I'll throw you off rocker. Or the feds finally recruited you. Yeah. Oh, I got to twatters. Okay, let's see what I've got here. Fitzgerald. Louise. Any relation? Is that what you were getting at? Still has an RCMP account. Interesting. Matt Logan does. Police who pray. Police who pray. Sexual predators on patrol. Oh my. Oh my. That's quite an article. Probably not big enough. Excellent find. Strange. June 7th, 2021. Blue Line is a police publication. Whether pursuing sex, money, and power, or just the thrill of inflicting emotional harm, predators use victims to benefit themselves. Predatory act. Oh, here we go. Australian police again. Uh-oh. Define predatory behavior. Yum. Officers who were sexually assaulting. That just never appears. That never appears in search or Ronnie McDonald's shit out in BC. What is it? CSI's fellow department out in Ontario. No, never appears at all. Let's see. All right, so I'll link that. I'll have to read through that a little later. Perhaps you've already read through it there, Todd. Yeah, they got destroyed. Their narrative is gone. Hello. How's it going there? Thank you for doing the checkup. Noticed that there was a little update on a Facebook page for a certain individual the other day I was discussing. We'll just leave it there. You guys will know who I'm talking about, right? Apparently now they're the president of 3M. Triple M property. Because they decided to list that now. Not like anybody's paying attention or anything. Okay, what else do we have here? Correctional case of Mr. Z. Or is it dead? Mr. Z is an offender. Matt Logan. RCMP staff sergeant psychologist. Interesting. RCMP behavioral psychologist staff sergeant Matt Logan explains, quote, using a template called iSpin. We take all this information, every known location frequented by all of these offenders is plotted on an electronic mapping system and color-coded, with crayons and such, with template score given to each offender. The system is crucial, says Staff Sergeant Logan. Should there be an offense in a particular location, the mapping system will identify the most likely suspects. You could have community policing where you kind of know the area. The officers, this is the way it was done before. You didn't need crayons. The officers kind of knew who was the baddies in the neighborhood. And, if something happened, kind of knew. That's a That's a novel idea. It worked for millennia. Strange. PhD is missing. Mr. Z article does not say. I don't know. What year is this written? Doesn't. I don't believe it credits education levels here on this paper. Did I link that here? Good to hear you're good. Thank you for doing a little checkup there. Appreciate that very much. 38 minutes back to scraping paint. Are you saying that we're scraping paint over here? Oh yeah. Okay. I did. MCC got owned. Who? Sorry? Hello? Hello, sir? One of these days, we will have to talk, I suspect. I have an email. That I drafted to you, and I never sent. Well, my girlfriend asked me about it. She's like, "Did you send it?" I'm like, No, I didn't. Please know that I'm appreciative. One of these days I will send it. But I'd love to sit down and hear your story. Previous work experience as opposed to academic qualifications. Yeah. Brings a whole new meaning to Logan's Run. Do you think anybody's going to ask about because I know families watch, and maybe you can pass that along to your lawyers. They watch sometimes too. Might want to ask about Matt Logan, the qualifications of the people that wrote this paper. Maybe where the full paper is. I'd love to see it. If you have a PhD, you can use the initials, I'm sure. I don't, absolutely. Otherwise, that would be fraudulent, right? So, I'm sure all of it must be true. I'm just be interested to learn a little more, that's all. Because apparently the ladies that were on this morning, the fine doctors, they had questions too. How long was their break this morning? Like Kim was having some issues there at the end. I like that. No questions. No questions. It's just the one question. No, please go away. No, disaster. Did anybody happen to time out how long this morning's break was? Diaper change moment? It was a 58-minute break this morning. Oh. Didn't they say it was going to be about 15 minutes? Maybe a bit longer. So. Sorry, who? Gina Goulet's lawyer? Oh, she asked some very good questions there. Still waiting for the lawyers to stand up and say, directly address the commissioners. That hasn't happened yet. Stanton seemed to, the water just kept getting added in the already sunk ship. And not working out well. Not one of her impersonators. Okay. Where was that, by the way? I should link his. So I'll link his profile again. If you guys want to do some more research and find out what you come up with, I'd be very interested.
When I was a student, I'd write long essays that I'd work on for days. But now I'm writing short emails and messages all day, every day. Grammarly has been a lifesaver. Here's an example of an email I wrote at work.
Can't you just learn how to speak and write in English? Or literacy seems to be down the tubes. I don't know what that's about. So there's the Icelandic video. And where was the other link that I had there? The publications and gender. It's all part of the same machine. Violence and Gender Journal. There's a 2.6 out of what? 5, 10? The only peer-reviewed journal focusing on gender, the understanding, prediction, and prevention of acts of violence. Listen, we don't have crystal balls, okay? I know you guys like to think that you can build this into your stuff, but no. We don't need any more Project Wide Awake. Video games, films, violent fantasies. Well, I'm going to have to give it a read. Probably have to get it out through the university, but what is that stupid account? Can't even remember. Then I can look at it. Published quarterly. 9 volumes. Current volumes, 9. So how long has this been being published for? Editorial board, let's see. Texas A&M. Sandy Hook. Oh. What's that? Oh, I see. Loving memory of Jeremy. Is this one of the victims of not to go off into rabbit holes, but is this one of the victims of Sandy Hook? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's just an interesting locale. We have associate editors in Argentina. George Washington, got a lawyer here. FBI near Behoff Stone. Oh my. Karen Cloud Hansen. Garbine. Oh, really? Okay, interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Very interesting. He worked major crime. Victoria dealt with a lot of child as well as adult victims of sexual abuse. Horrendous. That's a horrendous field to work in. Logan is listed as PhD. Yes, he would have his doctorate in psychology, not psychiatry. So would be a PhD. Sensing a lot of glow. Wonder if it comes out as we go through this process. Let's see. What are some of the other documents that were added? And oh dear, compiles all that. Still haven't seen any mention of Clayfield, and that's highly problematic. Transfer shares, Evans Estate. Sorry, I'm just scanning through things. Well, they've got a couple videos from the Brinks. 4 videos up. Still not understanding because they were going to ship it to CIBC. And somehow then it got moved over to the Fintria or the Intria facility, the Brinks facility. Wanted him to pay for guards. Asking for advice from Von Bargan. Oh, what this? Maybe something interesting here. They're all friends. In the glow. Yes, I don't know about Mr. Von Bargan. He seems to have knowledge of some things that that are questionable. I wonder how that reflects on his bar admittance. Is there any ongoing investigations into that from the Bar Association of Ontario? Worked correctional services to finish his PhD. What about his bachelor's and master's. Where did they come from? Or did he just straight challenge? I've heard of people straight challenging. Not on PhD, but master's. I do know somebody who did that. Using work experience. Kind of moved to the front of the line. It was over in Ireland, though. Is that new? I didn't think that was new. Definitely over on the villas side. I don't like anybody going over there. And his house there, I think it says it has some signs or something. But villas is very clearly marked. Wouldn't ever say that people should be going down there, but properties have been sold. Oh, the properties have been sold. Well, 200 was the government. Have they turned around now and sold it? And you have, what was it again? That's triple M. Still trying to understand that one. That's a bit of a mess. Warehouse sold twice. Really? Very interesting. Who's the current holder? Do we know? Do you know? I don't. Difference between working in prison and went to prison caught my eye. Sorry? What? What? That would be work experience, wouldn't it? Yeah, it did say something about that. I remember that. It didn't really. Now that you say it, though. Interesting. Also, sounds like he hid the fact that he was an RCMP officer. Oh, I'd be interested in that. Cottage once, I believe I am a viewpoint creeper. Don't you have to be a member or something? I don't know this stuff. Do you know who the property holders are now? Does that give titles? Or do you have to do title searches on these things? Curious to know. A few topics on the table there. Excuse me. Currently, there are 2,436 documents. Copy. On the foundational side. There is the other side, again, which I haven't spent a lot of time in, the, what is it called? Research and commission reports. And there are things in there. Everybody, I think, well, I know I did. How's that? I did look past these ones, and there are some good ones in here. I just haven't spent a lot of time. Oh, task ID. Here's one. Here's a task ID for Bjorn. Ooh. Might be interesting, worth reading through.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure that your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
You can send texts to each other. No listings. No, just shows listings sold. I thought they were keeping them on the pretense. Oh, Raymakers is doing it. I see. Before Raymakers is out the door. The amount of people that have left the RCMP is just outrageous across the country, but wow. The hole that they had, still have, I'm sure. Maybe that's why they're dropping qualifications. Documents with all lawyers' written submissions to date are also now updated. Oh. Okay. That'll be interesting. Let's see here. That's the wrong one. Okay. Share. I heard it playing away in the background. Ugh.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Van Wert.
One moment.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before we move into submissions this afternoon, I just want to take a moment to tend to some documents that need to be marked as exhibits. And I would just say at the outset that these documents have been shared with participants as well as Madam Register. So there are, there are 124 documents that relate to the to police paraphernalia, if they could be marked as exhibits.
So exhibited?
Bit late. Gets worse as they go.
And 4 additional documents relating to alerting, if they could be marked as exhibits.
So exhibited?
And 2 additional correspondence documents, if they could be exhibited.
So exhibited?
And then 33 documents, including the commission interview of Superintendent Archie Thompson and associated materials, if they could be exhibited.
So exhibited?
Archie,
and
like
finally, we asked that 7 documents be marked as exhibits, and this is documents that are being exhibited on at the request of the National Police Federation.
So exhibited?
Thank you. So now we are going to move on to hearing submissions, and the subject area for submissions this afternoon are participant submissions on mass casualties, psychology, psychiatric, and sociology, as well as participant submissions on mass casualties, intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, and family violence, police and institutional understanding and responses. We have 4 confirmed participants that will be making submissions, and one maybe participant, or one participant that remains a maybe. Before we begin, I would, on behalf of, we will be hearing from Ms. McDonald and Ms. Sarson, who are with a coalition that includes feminists fighting femicide and persons against non-state torture. And they have asked that 3 documents be exhibited that they will be using to aid their submissions. And I'll do that, and I'll assist them by entering those exhibits on their behalf. The first is an excerpt from a book entitled Women Unsilencing Our Refusal to Let Torture or Traffic Win, and it's by Ms. Sarsons and Ms. McDonald, if that could be exhibited.
That's exhibit 3715.
And the second is an article in Canadian Women Studies. It's entitled Having Non-State Torture Recognized by the UN and Member States as an Infringement of Women's Human Rights is Imperative. And it's by Ms. Sarsons and Ms. McDonald.
That's exhibit 3716.
And thank you. The last is an article in the International Journal of Advanced Nursing Education and Research, and it's entitled A Difficult Client, Lynn's Story of Capacity, Non-State Torture, and Human Trafficking by Her Husband, and again by Ms. Sarsons and Ms. McDonald.
3717.
Thank you. And now I will turn the podium over to participants, and we will first be hearing from Ms. Breen.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wert. Ms. Breen?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Breen on behalf of the participant coalition, Avalon, Leaf, and Wellness Within. And as it is our first appearance doing submissions before the Commission, we first wish to start by offering our condolences to the families. Our thoughts are always of those most affected. I would like to first talk a little bit about the members of our coalition. To our frontline local organizations, Avalon Sexual Assault Center works to eliminate sexual assault and to change current culture that fosters sexism, social injustice, and other forms of oppression. Wellness Within advocates for decarceration and access to housing, income, resources, and healthcare for women, trans, and non-binary people who have experienced criminalization. LEAF is a national charitable organization that works toward ensuring the law guarantees substantive equality for all women, girls, trans, and non-binary people. So today, we wish to comment on the evidence that we've heard in the last 2 weeks and the foundational documents that have been presented, and note important emerging themes from our perspective. So we start with the perpetrator, who we all know was a white, educated male of professional status, a business owner, a multiple real property and vehicle owner, and a wealthy man. We heard last week from Lisa Banfield, his common law spouse of 19 years, who was his employee. He controlled her completely and exploited and abused her in every possible way. Her life was threatened. Her family's life was threatened. Firearms were used throughout the relationship. Lisa Banfield never went to the police. She never called for the police. She never went to a shelter. She was simply too afraid. And she believed that nothing could keep her safe. So she stayed in that relationship. Her family was aware, his family was aware, and the community was aware. Everybody knew that she was at risk. But this was treated as a private matter by everybody, and there was simply no awareness of the risk that the private violence could become public. Bystander intervention was either non-existent or completely ineffective. And when Brenda Forbes, a community member, did take it upon herself to intervene in July of 2013, nothing resulted. Police involvement was ineffective. And that wasn't the first time. There are clear examples in the record before you to show that even when police had specific information about the violence of the perpetrator, the response was completely ineffective. So if we start first by looking at the threat investigation in 2010, despite very specific and reliable information about his threat to kill his parents, and then Paul Wortman's information about the firearms, there is no real action taken. The matter is referred ultimately to the perpetrator's friend, Constable Wiley, to determine if the perpetrator has access to firearms. The file is closed after the police speak to the perpetrator and he denies that he has firearms. However, and this is important, a CPIC appendix entry is made by Halifax Regional Police flagging the perpetrator as firearms interest, which should have been visible on that system until 2015. So this is the first time, I will call this, that police in 2010 have this kind of information. Then we move on to the second time, in 2011. An anonymous tip, we are told, a very specific tip, is given and passed on ultimately to Sergeant Poirier, who was also involved in the 2010 incident. It's a threat to kill police, again, very specific information about firearms, where to find firearms, and information that the perpetrator's mental health was deteriorating. Sergeant Poirier passes this information on to Constable McMinn at Bible Hill Detachment. The action from there is non-action. No officer meaningfully investigates. No officer seeks a Section 117.04 warrant to search and seize firearms. Importantly, there is no investigation to build the grounds towards that warrant. Rather, the matter is referred again to a police friend of the perpetrator, Constable Wiley. This is the second time. And what does he do? Perhaps nothing. But if he did do anything, he went to the perpetrator again and asked him, "Do you have any firearms?" The perpetrator says no. And the matter again is closed. No action is taken. How is this possible? There's only one answer: privilege. I ask you, commissioners, if the perpetrator was poor or Black or Indigenous, what would police have done? To go and ask him, "Do you have firearms?" accept the denial and then close the matter? This, we submit, is a disturbing missed opportunity of intervention, a concrete example of how the perpetrator's privilege got him a pass. Recall what Dr. Rachel Zeller said to you yesterday repeatedly: biases cannot be trained away. We then move forward to 2013. We have Brenda Forbes making her police report. By that time, Brenda Forbes had much information about the perpetrator's violence, access to and use of firearms, as well as her own safety concerns. In her April 2020 police statement, she said that she told police about the choking of Lisa Banfield, the fact that she was not a direct witness, and that the officer who attended was aware that the two witnesses she did name, Richard Ellison and Glyn Wortman, would not cooperate with police. Richard Ellison and Glyn Wortman and the name Lisa are in Constable Maxwell's notebook. Richard Ellison and Glyn Wortman later gave statements to authorities describing their knowledge of this assault. This corroborates what Brenda Forbes said. Now, Constable Maxwell tells us now that he does not remember if this happened, if he was told that information, it would have been in his electronic notes that have now been purged. One has to ask, if this was solely a driving complaint, how in the world did it get categorized by the OCC as causing a disturbance? To my knowledge, the Commission at this point does not yet have the categorizations of the OCC as they existed in 2013, or any explanation as to how this is done. But it's important to know, causing a disturbance is its own criminal code section, section 175, with very specific criteria, none of which explicitly relate to driving. Most importantly, subsection 4 relates to the discharging of firearms which disturb the peace, which is something that Brenda Forbes had witnessed the perpetrator do. Both Ms. Forbes and Constable Maxwell suffer from PTSD. This incident happened 9 years ago. Files have been purged. People are reconstructing these events from paper that still exists. Memories, as we know, are faulty at the best of times. But it is essential that the Commission turn over every stone in this area. We submit that what likely occurred when you listen to the two versions of the events is that Constable Maxwell was given the information in July 2013 that Ms. Forbes said she did give him about Lisa Banfield, but realizing that he did not have a convictable offense as he had uncooperative witnesses, he wrote it off. And this is something that Constable Wiley indicated in his statement was the direction of the sergeant in the Bible Hill detachment to do in the interest of efficiency. We are submitting to you that this is one of the obvious consequences of the pro-arrest, pro-charge, pro-conviction policy currently in place in this province. The emphasis is on police action for convictable violence and not on protection from violence. The foundational documents and Constable Maxwell's evidence also raise serious concerns about police information sharing, continuity, and purging policies. According to Constable Maxwell, he does not recall knowing anything about the CPIC attachment for firearms interest entered by the Halifax Police in 2010, which should have been visible. It was not set to expire until 2015. He said, had he known of any red flags, he would have handled things differently. That's in his statement to the Commission. This CPIC appendix is important. It should have displayed. There is no reason why OCC, had they seen that, not pass that on to Constable Maxwell. It is a live and unanswered question that I have asked the Commission to look into further. I am hopeful the Commission will get the information directly from CPIC. And I know also the Commission is still awaiting an RCMP response to a subpoena issued in March 2022 requesting the complete remarks sections for the CPIC checks conducted by Troy Maxwell on 2013-07-06 and John McMinn on 2011-05-03. According to Constable Maxwell, he did not know anything about the 2010 or the 2011 incidents. We can only assume that the information was not accessible to him in the database searches that were conducted, either due to a purging of the information or different databases used for different police agencies that were involved. But there was clearly a serious problem in the way that the police forces were preserving and sharing the information, including the CIS-NS bulletin. So in this very short time frame, 2010 to 2013, we had very detailed, disturbing, and documented information in the hands of police about the perpetrator's continuum of violence, intimate partner violence, and access to firearms. Yet, no effective action results. This, we submit, is cause for serious concern for public safety. If documentation of violence is purged, you cannot see a continuum of violence, let alone effectively respond to it. In addition to these specific issues, over 20 years, the perpetrator abused Lisa Banfield knowingly to the public. He sexually assaulted and exploited vulnerable people. He bragged about or openly displayed his criminal activities. He showed people illegal firearms. He shot them off. Now, whether there is proof that he was actually the criminal operator he boasted to be is not the issue, although the indicators are present. The fact is, he told people he was, and he showed them illegal firearms while living a lifestyle well beyond legitimate means. Yet, we are told, the Commission has looked into it, there is no confidential human source intelligence about him. No confidential informant ever provided information about him. This is very surprising, and it's a problem. It's a problem because effective policing, we are told, must be intelligence-led. And if there is no intelligence about such an individual over this lengthy period of time, then there's something wrong. The policing is ineffective and public safety is compromised. And this point is very well made in Exhibit P003320, which is a transcript of the Commission interview of former RCMP officer Dale Bogle. And I would ask you to refer to that, where he talks about intelligence gaps being a key concern. So in this record before you, commissioners, we are submitting that the police response was repeatedly ineffective in that critical time frame of 2010 to 2013. There were multiple missed opportunities for intervention, and public safety was compromised. You have heard from the experts and the roundtable members. Up to 70% of women experiencing violence do not call the police. Of those that do call, we have tragic examples of the criminal justice system's failure to protect them, like Susan Butlin in Bayhead, Colchester County, who was shot and killed by her neighbor in 2017 after she made a complaint to Colchester RCMP that he sexually assaulted her, and her complaint was dismissed. As was so brilliantly explained during this week's roundtables, this is of particular concern for Black, racialized, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, women living in poverty, and with disabilities, who we know are at an increased risk of experiencing violence. Our carceral system does not assist them. It causes them further harm, which is called secondary wounding. As a result, people have opted out as they have no other choice in order to protect themselves. It is clear that pouring endless dollars into a default police response with a pro-arrest, pro-charge, pro-prosecution policy is senseless, and it excludes those most at risk. And making additions to this carceral system through criminal code additions will continue to add to the harm of those most at risk. Gender-based violence is an epidemic. We have known that for a long time. Public trust in policing has been gutted. We urgently need the addition of non-carceral alternative options, and we look forward to the discussion of practical recommendations after hearing the voices of lived experience in Phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Stevens, I believe you're next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here today on behalf of my client, Women's Shelters Canada, but also making submissions on behalf of our entire coalition, which also includes the Transition Houses Association of Nova Scotia and the Be the Peace Institute. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to make submissions today in relation to really the past 2 weeks of the Commission's hearings. I want to begin by really thanking you for putting together hearings focused on understanding the connections between mass casualties and gender-based and intimate partner violence, as well as police, institutional, and community responses to those issues. I'm having an issue with getting my screen to scroll here, sorry. It's not lost on us that this took a lot of work. We thank you and the Commission staff for all the work pulling together those 2 very engaging weeks of hearings on these issues. The content was difficult and challenging, but it's been important information for, I think, all of us to hear and for you commissioners to process. So during our submissions today, I really want to address 3 points. The first, I want to begin by exploring how the evidence we heard in the last 2 weeks underscores a concern we have with how the RCMP conducted its investigation into the events of April 2020, and explain specifically why the police responses to the investigation of Ms. Banfield is a gap in this inquiry's work that we think really warrants further scrutiny. I then want to briefly address a similar concern we have about how the Commission has structured the consideration of the issues of gender-based and intimate partner violence in relation to the public violence that followed, and propose some suggestions for dealing with that going forward. And then I'm going to conclude by turning to phase 3 and highlighting what we see as some of the key points that we think will warrant exploration by you as you look to craft your recommendations. So starting with our concerns with the RCMP investigation. Well, there have been many important takeaways from the past 2 weeks of hearings. One of the central ones concerns the importance of recognizing the connections between gender-based violence and mass casualties. As Professors McCulloch and Maher emphasized both in the report prepared for the Commission and in their testimony before this inquiry, there are clear links between mass casualty events and gender-based violence, but those links are often overlooked, in part because of the long accepted divisions between private and public violence. As they explained, private violence, like intimate partner or other forms of gender-based violence, they tend to happen between people who know each other, they take place behind closed doors, they're typically seen as separate and distinct from the more public forms of violence, like mass casualty attacks, gang violence, or random attacks by strangers that happen in public spaces. As they emphasized, that public-private dichotomy has become a very powerful lens that trains our eye to public violence more often than private violence. That dichotomy influences how mass casualty events are studied by academics, how they are portrayed in the media, and indeed in our submission, how this particular mass casualty was investigated by the RCMP and by this Commission. Despite that persistent dichotomy, McCulloch and Maher's research has found important connections between gender-based violence and mass casualty events, including in cases where the perpetrator targets a specific women, has a history of gender-based or intimate partner violence, or in those cases where a perpetrator has an explicitly misogynistic motive. That first category, where a particular woman is the target and oftentimes the first victim, they told us is quite common, likely making up as many as 50% of mass shootings. But as they noted, that's often excluded from the investigations of such events. And in fact, that part of the event, that private act of violence, is often quickly excluded from media reports as the focus shines to the more public violence with victims who are the strangers, not those who are targeted. They also importantly pointed out that initial targets are sometimes depicted as the trigger for the mass casualty that follows. And they cautioned us against using language of that sort, of a trigger, as it somehow suggests that the targeted woman was the cause for the attack or is somehow to blame, and how that language of trigger really obscures that individual's status as a victim. That arguably follows from the different conceptions of victims in the context of public and private violence as well that we've heard about over the course of the last 2 weeks. Victims of public violence are seen as true victims. Victims of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, that private violence, are often less so. And indeed, we often see language that shifts responsibility to the victims of that intimate partner or gender-based violence for the violence they've suffered. As we've heard in the context of domestic homicides, we will often hear the question about why didn't she leave? Why didn't she call the police? Shifting responsibility to victims to prevent their partner's violence. Conversely, we also see a diminished level of responsibility imposed on perpetrators in this kind of context, talking about crimes of passion, defenses like provocation, stories about how this person was such a nice family man. When public and private violence are treated as separate and distinct, particularly in the context of investigating mass casualty events, important connections get lost. It serves, as Dr. McCullough pointed out, it serves to mask exactly the violence that has occurred. It diverts attention away from gender-based violence as a pressing public problem with real consequences. She emphasized that it's absolutely critical that investigators be alive to the connections between mass casualty events and gender-based violence from the outset of their investigation. In our submission, the RCMP investigation was never alive to these connections. Although the RCMP knew early on in their investigation that the mass casualty began with violence targeted at the perpetrator's common law spouse, Lisa Banfield, their investigation of that violence was treated differently from the violence that followed. In our submission, Ms. Banfield was never really treated as a victim of the mass casualty, one who was lucky enough to survive. But at least to begin with, she was, for the police, primarily a source of information. Of course, it's not surprising given the long-standing relationship she had with the perpetrator, but it's nevertheless troubling that the police failed to really document her injuries when she spent 5 days in hospital. No photographs taken about the injuries she had suffered. And they returned to her for regular interviews without seemingly thinking about the types of supports she might need in the aftermath of such a traumatic event. We know very little about the supports that Lisa Banfield and her family received in the aftermath of April 2020. There's a foundational document, as you will know, documenting the support services that were available for survivors, families, and communities. And there are really just 2 references to support in there for the Banfield family.
There's also the interviews that she gave to the commission, Ms. Stevens, that contain quite a bit of information with respect to that. She was asked a number of questions on that front.
Yes, and she did testify a bit about that here last week as well. But in my submission, although the RCMP may have made victim services referrals, when the RCMP asked her to return to the scene of Portapique in late October 2020 to reenact the events from April 18th, there was no victim support person that was present there by her side. We saw no emotional support dog of any sort, and neither of her sisters were allowed to accompany her as she was asked to relive what she survived that night. And in one of those interviews with the commission, Ms. Banfield has said that she felt a bit ambushed and a bit surprised to see the videos there and that she would be going through that reenactment. She certainly suggested she hadn't been prepared for that or forewarned about it. So nothing about that reenactment video felt like the RCMP understood that Lisa Banfield was also a victim of this mass casualty. Moreover, even if the police had at one point understood that Ms. Banfield was a surviving victim of this mass casualty, that obviously changed at some point, whether before or after that reenactment, when she became a suspect in their investigation. Just over a month after that reenactment, the RCMP charged Ms. Banfield with a criminal offense. When they laid that charge against Ms. Banfield, This underscored in our submission that the RCMP had never understood the violence she suffered as part of this mass casualty. Their investigation served to perpetuate that dichotomy between private and public violence, and between those who are true victims and those who are not. Instead of shining a light on the intimate partner violence she had suffered, the police charged her with supplying the perpetrator with ammunition, helping to vilify Ms. Banfield, laying blame at her feet for the actions of a man who had subjected her to years of coercive control and physical and psychological abuse. We know from Ms. Banfield's testimony last week that once those charges were laid, the support she had been getting after those April 2020 events dried up. We also heard from her pretty emotional testimony about the impacts that she and her family have experienced as a result of the stories in the media and rumors that have circulated about her and her family and their role in the events of April 2020. She said she understood why people were angry, but she also said, in so many ways, it has impacted myself and my family. The fact that people would think we had anything to do with this. It's angering because he did this and I didn't. And I would never contribute to anything like that. In our submission, the RCMP's approach to investigating Ms. Banfield and their decision to charge her with a criminal offense is not just concerning in that it reflects that siloed approach to public and private violence, but it's an important gap in the work of this inquiry that we think warrants further investigation. As you'll know, your mandate includes the police response to the events of April 2020, as well as the steps taken to inform, support, and engage those most affected, which includes Ms. Banfield. The police response includes its investigation as it relates to her. In our submission, how the police approached their investigation warrants further scrutiny, including why and how they came to shift from seeing her as at least a source of information to a suspect in their investigation. As we've heard from many experts this week, the victimization criminalization continuum is an important issue for consideration in the context of gender-based and intimate partner violence and police responses thereto. The pro-arrest, pro-charge, pro-prosecution policies are often seen as a barrier to reporting abuse, particularly for women from Indigenous, African, Nova Scotian, and other vulnerable communities. In our submission, it's important to understand how Ms. Banfield moved along that continuum in the aftermath of this mass casualty, and how doing so helped to perpetuate the public-private violence dichotomy that remains so persistent. So I want to turn very briefly to the concerns about how this siloed approach has been built into this inquiry as well. You've heard my submissions a bit on this a couple of weeks ago now, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. But in the phase 1 proceedings, which you explain in your interim report, is concerned with establishing the foundation of what happened. There was really very little, almost no consideration of the violence targeting the perpetrator's common law partner on April 18, 2020. When that Portapique foundational document was tendered into evidence, there's really just one short paragraph sketching what happened to Ms. Banfield. We recognize that the criminal charges that were outstanding against Ms. Banfield at that time was likely a significant obstacle to incorporating her experiences into the hearings in phase 1. However, we're concerned that there's been messaging from the inquiry that has served to perpetuate the dichotomy of public and private violence in ways that weren't related to those outstanding charges. I've previously flagged the troubling comments that Senior Commission Counsel made when presenting that Portapique foundational document about where the violence against, as he put it, the innocent parties truly began after the attack on Ms. Banfield. This is just one way in which the Commission's processes have helped to perpetuate that view that public violence and the deaths of innocent parties was a separate and distinct issue from the private violence that the perpetrator inflicted on so many, and even that act of violence directed at Lisa Banfield on April 18th. In shelving all the discussions about the perpetrator's use of violence against others, including that assault on that evening to the end of the phase 2 hearings, the Commission's processes have helped to maintain those silos. And doing so does, as we know from Drs. McCulloch and Maher, risk masking important connections. It has also unfortunately helped to fuel some troubling stereotypes about who are the real victims and who's not. It has allowed those who've been skeptical that there's any connection between gender-based and intimate partner violence and the mass casualty to really avoid this part of the hearing by staying away or tuning out during the last 2 weeks of this important evidence. Well, it's too late to go back and reframe the proceedings in phase 1 and widen that lens to incorporate the full continuum of violence. In our submission, it's important you recognize that the evidence heard during these past 2 weeks, particularly the specifics in relation to the violence against Ms. Banfield, are not just relevant to phase 2. That evidence is really relevant to all 3 phases of your work. Of course, the work of phase 2, as well as that of phase 3, looking to the forward-looking aspect of your mandate and recommendations. But as you draft your final report, we urge you to recognize that it's also relevant and essential in terms of making sense of what happened, that work of phase 1. Recognizing this explicitly in your report, that the intimate partner violence that Ms. Banfield experienced is part of what happened in this mass casualty, would, in our submission, help to break down that long-standing dichotomy of public and private violence, and perhaps help the public understand that gender-based violence and intimate partner violence are not really qualitatively different than violence that happens in public spaces.
Perhaps I can just clear something up. We have been quite clear through our work that we've had to blend the phases 1 and 2 proceedings because the work is, as you know, being done in a very short space of time, and it's a very complex mandate and a very broad mandate. And if it assists people to be reminded, we have been clear that we've had to blend our phase 1 and phase 2 proceedings. And so also when we presented some of our work in phase 1 and actually all the way through with our foundational documents, we've tried to be very clear that it's our current understanding of the facts, and we're engaged in ongoing investigation throughout. So I just want to be sure that everyone understands, because it sounds like there is some misapprehension of that although we may not have been in a position to present everything factually in phase 1, it did not mean that we had concluded our factual foundation in phase 1 in terms of the time period in which most of the phase 1 documents were presented. So just in terms of this last couple of weeks, the foundational documents that have been presented did include additional factual material with respect to what happened that was not in a state of readiness in February or March. So just want to assure people that we are continuing to assemble the facts as we continue our investigation. So I just don't want people to be under a misapprehension about that sort of phase 1 is over and done, and phase 2 is the only thing we're doing. It's unfortunately had to be a blended approach because that's the nature of the mandate that we have in the time space that we have.
Absolutely, and I think it's clear, even just as we look at some of the witnesses coming up, we can see that the work of phase 1 and phase 2 continues. But I do think there was a clear message that was sent out in terms of here are the foundational documents dealing with phase 1, and these will be ones that deal with phase 2. And I understand part of that is just in relation to the broad scope of the materials you have. What I am suggesting is going forward, when you turn to writing the report, that it be the divide between phase 1 and phase 2 is probably less helpful as you get into that fact-finding stage, because I do think that it is all part of, all of this bleeds into what happened. So I certainly appreciate that processes need to be set up in a certain way, but want to think about just emphasizing we see this evidence as relevant to all aspects of those 3 phases. Okay, so moving on, I do want to just briefly touch on what we see as some of the key issues that warrant exploration by the Commission in phase 3. As a starting point, we recognize that the problems you're tasked with addressing are complex, immensely so. They involve multiple system failures that, as we've heard throughout the past couple of weeks, are linked to the history of this country and its legacy of colonialism and slavery. As Rachel Zellers emphasized yesterday, that history reveals itself in our present day reality, which means, as Council Aaron Breen just helpfully pointed out, those system failures impact certain groups disproportionately. Any recommendations targeting these problems need to be nuanced and complex, with an eye to how the most vulnerable will be affected by any proposed solutions. With this in mind, we do want to encourage you to explore some of these issues during phase 3. First, thinking about the types of early intervention programs that have been proven successful in addressing adverse childhood experiences, given the fact that so many perpetrators of gender-based violence and mass casualties have themselves experienced significant violence in their families. Looking to examine the types of interventions that have been proven successful in addressing the culture of masculinity, given what we have heard about the connections between masculinity, gendered violence, and gun culture. Exploring how bystander intervention might be a possible community response to gender-based and intimate partner violence, with an eye to how that could be marshaled in rural communities in particular. Fourth, given the unique challenges faced by those who experience intimate partner and gender-based violence in rural communities that we've heard so much about in the past 2 weeks, further explore some of the recommendations from the Renfrew inquest into the triple homicide that has just recently come out. Fifth, given the concerns we've heard about both systems failures and reports and recommendations ending up on shelves without getting implemented, really examine closely the issue of accountability and oversight mechanisms. Finally, I want to end our submissions today by calling on you to work to center the voices of those with lived experiences in phase 3. The voices of academics and advocates have been extremely helpful, but their voices simply cannot replace those with lived experience. The voices of those who have lived through these issues need to really be at the heart of the search for solutions to help make our community safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ms. McDonald and Ms. Sarson.
Thank you. I'm Linda McDonald, and Jean Sarson will follow, will share. We're representing Nova Scotia Feminists Fighting Femicide and Persons Against Non-State Torture. So we come to you today as grassroots feminists. We were part of pushing for a feminist analysis in this inquiry and are thrilled to be able to speak about it. And I just wanted to show you, we're not the only ones. This was a petition that almost 9,000 people we coordinated with in May of 2020 to have a feminist analysis. We're also, I better look at my time here. We're also going to be sharing a bit of our feminist grassroots science. And we are Nova Scotians. Jean and I were both grew up in Nova Scotia. We have a lived experience of family violence. Both of our fathers were very violent, misogynistic men. And so we bring an activist and a lived experience voice to the table today. We started as little girls fighting against male violence against women, and we're still here today as adult women, still fighting to end male violence against women. As retired public health nurses and masters in education, we had a long practice, and we started in 1993 with an independent nursing practice. 6 months into our practice, one woman came to us who identified as being tortured and trafficked by her father and her other family and neighbors and friends. So that changed our worldview, and we had to learn what torture and trafficking was in Nova Scotia. So we put out word of mouth, and we met with 4 other women in Nova Scotia who were also tortured and trafficked from little girls in this province. We expanded to a global framework, and we've spoken to thousands of women all around the world who have the exact same story. So what is non-state torture? Because that's the phrase that we coined. State torture, we know, happens in police embassies and military. Non-state happens in the home. It happens by it happens to everyday families. It happens because families want to torture and traffic their children. There are human traffickers that torture children and women. It happens in prostitution, in the buying of and the pimping, and it also happens in pornography. We learned that many of the perpetrators are men, often mostly men, of privilege. They have power in society. They can be doctors, lawyers, judges, politicians, nurses, educators, but they wield their power of prestige to keep themselves protected. And what is non-state torture? Well, it's the torture, the same as state torture in that it happens to children and women in their home. The same exact tactics of water torture, gang raping, electric shocking, deprivations, many different forms of sexualized torture, bestiality, the list goes on. And it can end up in femicide. So we started advocating globally, not just nationally, but globally, to raise awareness about what non-state torture was, and we've spoken at the UN many times. And in speaking at the UN, we've spoke to UN experts who were involved in as former special rapporteurs on violence against women, and also a man who was instrumental in helping frame the Committee Against Torture and the Convention Against Torture. And we asked all of them if they'd ever thought of women and girls enduring torture, and they said no, it had never crossed any of their minds. So it shows that the women who are tortured, or girls who are tortured as well, they're still invisible in society. They're marginalized in the patriarchy. There's the misogyny of thinking that there's a lesser crime. And so we work very hard to make their lives visible, and we're involved in the United Nations committee now, trying to have a UN declaration of non-state torture come into play. So the reason why we're here is to show that gap in the continuum of violence against women, from neglect to abuse and assault. And then there's this whole category of torture that's invisibilized, and then femicide. And I want to end by sharing with you a story of one woman in Nova Scotia that I met in my career as a nurse. I was the home care coordinator, and she was identified to me as a difficult client that the VON did not want to serve because she was too angry. So I went and I said to her, Lynn, whatever happened to you in your life that made you so angry? And she started to unfold that she had married a man, and after 6 months, he held her captive in a windowless room, handcuffed to a radiator, naked on a bed on the floor with a light, and tortured and prostituted and trafficked her for 4.5 years till she escaped. She came back to her family after escaping, not telling them what happened. She went to the priest in the community of Toronto. He told her to go back, that she'd broken the Catholic commandments, that it was her fault. It couldn't have been that bad. and that since she gave her body to other men, she was a prostitute. So for 25 years, she was silent until she met me. Jean and I were able to help her to clarify her whole story. I was able to help her get the care that she needed. The VON started to care about her instead of thinking that she was a difficult person. And she died with respect and dignity. So there's the gap. There's the people that nurses and front lines, police, military, the law, everyone, we misunderstand their responses. And we don't, in the honor of leaving no one behind, we ask that you remember the women and girls who endure non-state torture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Sarson?
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Jean Sarson. What I would like to do is expand how we had to understand non-state torture, because back in 1993, when the woman came, she was a Nova Scotian woman, and we looked at the literature, how do we help a woman that we have no experience with? And we looked for resources in our community, and there were none, because it's still not recognized as a crime in Canada under the criminal code. Only state actor torture under 269.1 is recognized. So there's a large gap there when we're looking at gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and family violence. So we knew we had to find a definition. So where did we go? We went to the UN and said, okay, the special rapporteurs, what do you call acts of torture? So we made a list from them and also looked at the literature like Amnesty International and how they defined the acts of torture. Once we had that list, we listened to the women, and this woman that started it and other women, and we really found out it was a mirror image. The same thing that state torturers did, so did the non-state actors do. So from there, we said, okay, what is the Committee Against Torture, what are they saying? And it took them 15 years before they came out in 2008 with their general comment number 2 in paragraph 18, where they said that torture indeed happens in domestic violence, in gender-based violence, in human trafficking. So we had already been operating 15 years before we had that validation. And also looking, like Linda said, women and girls were not thought about at all when it comes to torture. So we looked at the Convention Against Torture, and they say it's intentional, for severe pain and suffering, and for a purpose, including discrimination. And of course, that's what happened. Women and girls in the private sphere, if you want to call it that, we were invisibilized and all the women so harmed. So for us, the gap being here to talk to you about how important your mandate around gender-based violence is to put this reality out there, what happens in Nova Scotia, in our culture, in our families, in our communities, and in Canada generally. So the other point that I want to quickly address is the issue of the word human evil. We understand, at least our recollection, 3 times the word evil has been used to define the mass casualty violence as evil. And because torture is often considered an evil act, it was one that we, over the 29 years, we've heard many, many times the women talk about. And what we've learned is that you have to concretize that word, because it can be emotional, it can be vague, and we knew with helping the women that we had to concretize it and say, those are MOs, those are the acts of the perpetrators. You have to know those acts if you're going to understand the crime that's being committed, and women's responses to the crime. So that's why the definition too was so important, to know the acts that the perpetrators inflict and how that helped the women, because perpetrators, as we've heard, regardless of the type of violence, whether it's intimate partner, whether it's gender-based, perpetrators often have those they're victimized thinking it's their fault. So once we could concretize when they thought what was evil as actions, they could start to see that it was not their fault. They were not to blame. And that helped build their resilience to start healing and recovery. So that was really important. And along the way, we were able to also validate the women from Nova Scotia and around the world that we were hearing with other research. For example, Amnesty International did research on 100 Mexican women who said they were tortured by various state actors. In the UK, they did research on 100 women who were from Asia and from Africa who said that they had been tortured by both state and non-state actors. And then we compared what the women were telling us here in Nova Scotia and elsewhere, how that compared. And like Linda mentioned, electric shock is considered one classic form of state torture. And when we compared here again, we found the same thing being said by women everywhere. In Mexico, the women said, okay, I was electric shocked in my genitalia and in my legs. In Africa, they said on my breasts. In Nova Scotia, they said on my head, in my vagina, and in my mouth. So it didn't matter where we go, the issues were always talked about in the same way. And then another way to validate the importance of MO, the acts of victimization, in 2014, this is 21 years after we started the work, we became engaged with the work of forensic scientist Wilner, who was looking at acts of violence that people use the word like evil or atrocity. How do you go to court and validate that? So they developed what they call the depravatory standard. And what that standard is, they made a list of 25 issues of behavior, if you will, and attitudes, and the choice of victims, and said, how does that show the cruelty that is being inflicted? And we found that very important because when we looked at the 25 issues and we looked at the women who were telling us in this province and elsewhere what they had suffered, we could put the whole 25 issues that they fit under the standard that Wilner had developed and his colleagues. So when the mass casualty came and we saw these gaps that were coming, we thought, well, how will we understand red flags if we have these gaps about the seriousness of intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and family violence if we don't understand the full range of what perpetrators can do? So what we did, we looked at the depravity.
Ladies, I want the ladies to speak out because this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity. Do these ladies represent you? Do they represent you? RCMP Jean over here? Do they represent you? Let them be heard. You need to be heard.
That people didn't have language for what they were emotionally feeling, what was going on with the mass casualty. So when you have a tool that you can work through, sometimes this helps in debriefing. So we're just sharing it because it was very important to us. In closing, I would like to say that we are submitting a final report in September. And in that, we are asking for the gaps of torture to be recognized. And we're also asking for the issues of femicide. And I just want to bring up Lynn again, that Linda mentioned to you. One of the ways that she was tortured was water torturing. Her husband and the 3 male colleagues, if you will, criminal colleagues, they used to put her in the tub, hold her underwater, count to 10, pull her up by the hair, say, bitch, you're doing it again, and hold her underwater again. So she survived. That's called non-fatal drowning in the torture literature. But what can happen from a nursing or a medical perspective is that a woman could take in, breathe the water or the liquid that she's being dumped in, and maybe 2 months later die of pneumonia. So if we don't understand the complexity of how women are killed and what femicide really means, then we're going to miss the red flags. So I'm offering that as the gap that we asked you to hear what we're sharing with you, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Ms. Rose?
Did you hear the 2 times that she threw in the red flags? Red flags, which I talked about before. It's a real subtle way of putting in the gun laws.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Fitch, McDonald, and Stanton, fellow participants and members of the public. Thank you for inviting Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia to participate in this important inquiry. My name is Jessica Rose, and I am a staff lawyer and counsel for Elizabeth Fry. I'd like to begin my presentation today by identifying a population of our community whose voices have not yet been heard throughout these proceedings, notwithstanding their many linkages to the mandate of the Commission. I'm speaking about the individuals incarcerated at Nova Institution for Women in Truro, Nova Scotia in Colchester County. We have learned that the commissioners intend to engage with Nova during phase 3. We are so pleased to hear of the Commission's intention and wish to set out here the reasons why Elizabeth Fry believes this engagement to be essential to the work of the Commission. First, Nova is located squarely in the community that was ravaged by the perpetrator's violence. The prisoners at Nova are members of that community and were deeply affected by the mass casualty, as all community members were. Second, one of the women murdered by the perpetrator, Alana Jenkins, was a highly regarded staff member at Nova who maintained long-standing and caring relationships with many prisoners. Third, the vast majority of women prisoners are victims of intimate partner violence and therefore are likely to have been particularly impacted by the mass casualty, which leads me to the 4th reason that Nova ought to be engaged by the Commission. While the rest of the public has had the benefit of access to the proceedings, as well as supports and resources through the Commission's webcast and website, telephone, and of course, attending the proceedings in person, prisoners at Nova have not had any of those opportunities for access. The people incarcerated at Nova have been left to grieve on their own. The Commission has not had the advantage of hearing their opinions or contributions, nor has it extended any resources to assist those persons to heal and recover from the mass casualty event and the loss of a valued staff member. We thank the Commission for its efforts to engage the prisoners at Nova during phase 3 and urge it to do so in collaboration with Elizabeth Fry as a trusted community partner. By way of an introduction to our organization, the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia works with and on behalf of incarcerated and otherwise criminalized women and gender-diverse persons to advocate for systemic changes within our justice system that promote equality, safety, and security for the most marginalized members of our community. To provide a roadmap of my submissions today, I will predominantly be discussing 2 issues:
The first is the perpetrator's targeted victimization of sex workers and other especially vulnerable women in the years preceding the mass casualty. The second issue is the pipeline from victimization at the hands of an abusive intimate partner to criminalization flowing from that abusive relationship. My presentation will close by providing a preview of the recommendations we will put forward in written submissions later in the proceedings. Speaking to the first issue, the Commission has rightfully invested a great deal of time into investigating the perpetrator's abuse of and crimes against Lisa Banfield, his common-law spouse. In the course of its investigation, the Commission has learned something of the perpetrator's victimization of other, especially vulnerable women. Certain interviews and foundational documents have referenced the perpetrator's disturbing interactions with sex workers, individuals in so-called crack houses, and low-income denture patients. To our knowledge, and we certainly stand to be corrected, the Commission's investigation has not yet thoroughly probed the perpetrator's violence against and exploitation of these vulnerable individuals. Many of our clients at EFRI are people who live in poverty, who have severe addictions, who engage in sex work. These are all populations we know from the research are particularly vulnerable to the types of abuses the perpetrator is believed to have visited on them. There's an exponential effect to their vulnerability. For example, where a sex worker is also a drug user, her risk of experiencing violence is that much greater than a sex worker who does not use drugs. Sex workers who are genderqueer or have precarious immigration status are that much more likely to be targeted and less likely to report that violence to police. The takeaway from the limited evidence we have is that the perpetrator likely honed his violent tendencies using the most vulnerable members of society for target practice. He knew that he could do so with impunity because those individuals would be exceedingly unlikely to report the violence to police, and even if they did, the likelihood of a police investigation leading to a criminal charge would be almost nil. We submit that the Commission ought not replicate the erasure of these victims by failing to thoroughly investigate violence committed against them by the perpetrator. Turning now to the second issue. During the roundtables facilitated by the Commission over the last 2 weeks, the Commissioners heard from various experts about the challenges faced by victims of intimate partner violence in reporting harms and the largely inadequate institutional and personal responses experienced by those victims. The Commission heard directly from Lisa Banfield about the manipulation, violence, and coercion she was subjected to during her lengthy relationship with the perpetrator. The roundtable discussions on Wednesday and Thursday of this week shone a spotlight on the heinous but evasive nature of coercive control, whereby a person, typically male, displays a pattern of intimidation, isolation, and control toward their typically female partner, making them feel increasingly worthless and upending their sense of reality. The Commission has heard and read at length how and why victims of intimate partner violence and coercive control face tremendous physical, psychological, and financial barriers to removing themselves from their abusive relationships. In our work at Elizabeth Fry, we bear witness to one of the many tragic outcomes of this abusive dynamic, and that is the criminalization of the abused person. While Lisa Banfield's charges remain outstanding, we cannot and should not know the details of those charges, as it may prejudice the resolution of her matter. Without speculating about those details, I can say that her story is entirely consistent with the narrative that we hear from approximately 60% of the hundreds of clients that we support in any given year. That narrative is that once the abusive dynamic is established, the woman who is subject to coercive control is commissioned by her partner to participate in criminal activity devised by him. By this time, the woman is under her partner's thumb, unable to escape. As described by doctors Gill and Aspinall in their paper, Understanding Violence in Relationships, the woman is, quote, completely dominated, has lost all autonomy, self-esteem, and ability to make her own decisions, end quote. She therefore participates in the criminal activity to keep herself and her loved ones safe, eventually is charged with an offense, and the domino effect of criminalization ensues. And I'll speak to that domino effect in just a moment. When a woman commits a crime simply because the risks of refusing to participate are more dangerous than the risks of participating, our justice system treats her as 100% culpable for her actions. As we know from the roundtable discussion of the case of R versus Ryan, duress and self-defense are only available in very narrow circumstances, when a person harms her abuser in an attempt to stay safe. But the evidence presented to the commission makes clear that when a woman commits any crime that flows from her involvement with a coercive partner, the goal is typically also her safety and her security, and the safety and security of her loved ones. Because if she refuses to participate, he might very well come for her, or her children, or her sister instead. Our justice system has no mechanisms in place that acknowledge this reality for victims or that balance the inequity in the court system that flows from their victimization. I believe that all of us who were in the room on Wednesday when the commission heard Dr. Chambers recount the story of Nicole Doucette felt that the law was really impoverished and lacking the tools to fairly and equitably address this terrible circumstance. We also learned in Ms. Doucette's case, but have also seen ourselves in the case of Lisa Banfield, the cruelty and derision directed at victims by the public and the media. The underlying meaning of that derision is that the woman victim should take responsibility for the crimes committed against her and others. And she should have found a way to escape the violence perpetrated against her so as to avoid being co-opted into the abuser's antisocial and criminal behavior. This hyper-responsibilization of women is so ingrained in our collective psyche that even victims are likely to blame themselves for not only their own crimes, but those of their abusers. Lisa Banfield stated throughout her interviews with the commission that she might have been able to stop the mass casualty if she had acted differently, that she should have hidden the perpetrator's guns, and so on. Incarceration perpetuates the violence exacted against these victims. The state steps into the place of the abuser to surveil and control the behavior of the abused woman, isolate her further from her community, and deny her the supports she may have had access to prior to incarceration. Whether incarcerated or not, the stigma of criminalization touches on every aspect of her life. Access to her children is at risk. Employment and housing opportunities are restricted. Mental and physical health deteriorate. She becomes a social pariah. As Lisa Banfield described in her testimony, she was offered all manner of institutional and personal supports following the mass casualty, that is, until she was charged with a crime. Then it all disappeared. Ms. Banfield also emphasized that without her family, she never would have survived this experience. In our work at Elizabeth Fry, Ms. Banfield does not typify our client base. Ms. Banfield is middle class, white, has good family support. Most eFry clients do not have these protective factors and are not only that much more vulnerable to the influence of coercive partners, but are that much more alone when they find themselves charged with a crime. As a result, the last bastion of support for these women is Elizabeth Fry, which is how we have developed these insights into the dangerous pipeline from victimization to criminalization. Notwithstanding the strong criminological evidence of this pipeline and the tragic outcomes for those trapped in that pattern, Our justice system has not yet developed the tools to address criminal charges against victims of intimate partner violence and coercive control. In part due to this failure of our justice system, women constitute the fastest growing prison population in Canada, particularly Indigenous women, who in 2021 represented approximately 5% of the general population and 48.5% of incarcerated women. Women who are experiencing coercive control and intimate partner violence in our province and across the country are not receiving adequate protection from the Canadian legal system. We heard repeatedly from the expert panels that preventive strategies that promote gender equality are paramount for reducing the incidence of coercive control and abuse, and therefore the criminalization of victims of intimate partner violence. And while we agree wholeheartedly with that recommendation, we submit that there must be interventions further downstream for the victims who exist now, the victims for whom primary prevention has failed or will fail. I would like to close my submissions by describing in brief several recommendations. These will be expanded upon in our written submissions. 1. The realities of gender-based violence and its impacts need to be meaningfully considered at every stage of the criminal justice system, from police investigation through to sentencing, through to reintegration. 2. There must be sustained and adequate resourcing for community organizations and family networks that have demonstrated success at advocating for individuals in this system. As my colleague Emma Halpern said yesterday during a roundtable, let's fund the things that work. Grassroots organizations understand the unique nature of the communities they work with and for, and are best positioned to deliver support services and inform policy that is needed to protect vulnerable persons. And 3, we echo the comments of Dr. Amanda Dale, who said that the judiciary needs robust education about the realities of intimate partner violence. But we would say it also needs the tools to respond to intimate partner violence and stand up for victimized women in our criminal justice system. There's been some discussion about legislating a new offense of coercive control in the criminal code, but we would urge the Commission to consider a new legislated defense of coercive control so that victims can have the benefit of a shield against their abuser and the state. This defense would show a victim-centered approach that focuses on her experience and her protection, rather than the state taking a punitive approach toward the abuser, which excludes the victim from the process yet again. We are asking the Commission to seriously consider bold and tenacious changes to our legal system that are driven by the expertise of survivors, rather than merely making recommendations that tinker at the margins. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Van Wert?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to advise that does conclude our submissions.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you again to the expert witnesses today and to Council for your questions, and to the participants for your submissions, which we will, of course, consider carefully. Next week, we will hear from more senior RCMP officers. Superintendent Darren Campbell and Chief Superintendent Chris Leather will join us with respect to their roles and recollections regarding the mass casualty. A reminder too that Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman and Commissioner Brenda Lucky are scheduled to join us as witnesses later in August. Thank you to everyone who's taken part in or supported proceedings this week. It's been another very full week, and we appreciate your continuing engagement. We hope you get some time to rest over the weekend, and encourage anyone who needs help to reach out to the support services available on our website. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you back here on Monday.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until July 25th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
One lawyer stands up and says, asks them, the three, what's going on. Not one. Somebody put in their boycott. People don't run away from fights. Lawyers don't. They object on the record. They don't grandstand in front of media. They just simply say the way it is. What the fuck is going on? Lawyers. I'm seeing something I'm not liking at all. The reason they keep bringing all these other issues into it, because I see that comment come up all the time. The reason that they bring in the racism or the transgender community or the gay community or the indigenous community or the black community or whatever you got here, right, is when positions in this world lose support, they have to gather everyone together and make them feel like you're all part of this, right? That's what they do. My friend has a nickname for it I won't use, but it's true. So that's exactly what they do. I used to have a great clip from somebody speaking about how they do that. They're like, we don't have any support. We only make up like 3% of the population. But even though we disagree with these people vehemently on numerous things, what we'll do is we'll pool all of us together, because then we have the numbers, then we have the support. You see why they do that? It's an old tactic. It's very played out, very cheap. I don't know why, it would be interesting to see if all of the female RCMP officers and males, there's males too, who are bullied and sexually harassed and currently suing the RCMP for billions, phoned the casualty line, mass casualty trauma line, and just said, hey, you know what? I'm really traumatized over in my workplace here. Can you help me out with that? 1-800 whatever. We need support. Those are the people who should be calling, right? Call them up. Let them know. Non-state torture, Miss Sergeant Sarson. How did you enjoy the junkets on your postings up north? Non-state torture. Tapped for a reason right away. Oh, we don't discuss anything about RCMP stuff. We don't discuss any abuse, rape within RCMP. No. And we'll talk about, I don't know, who was that? One lady. Now, I'm not saying obviously one is too many, but the fact is that's the way the world is, sadly. We're going to have fucking defunct people who are just reprobate. But, you've got thousands right under your nose. I mean, Jean should know. Just ask her husband. Yet she can only bring out the one person. That's always the go-to story that they use too. It's interesting. I'd like to know the real basis of that story. The real basis of that story. But they enjoy their trips. They enjoy their books that they got. Book. Literally post this stuff. Once they got involved, once they got Brenda in, and then Brenda, they phoned Tim, and then Tim publishes an article in the Halifax Examiner. Oh, the machine starts going, and then you get the Femicide Observatory coming in right away. But they had already piped out an article on the 17th. Oh, perfect storm. It's really disgusting. Leaving witnesses to sit and read things for a month. Meanwhile, Brenda's calling, oh, hey, I saw this stuff. The Portapic telephone starts going. Then they're interviewing the witnesses a month, 2 months later, even though they're literally looking at them. In the case of the Hudsons, they're looking at all of the media coming to their house. They know exactly who these people are. They're like, oh no, just let them stew. We'll have Brenda call a few times and build up the story. You know, Brenda, train wreck Brenda. What's going on with the family lawyers? I don't know. Maybe there are some conflicts. I've raised some. There are more, but I've raised some. Nobody even said a word about them. They were fairly big. Real big. Nobody said anything. I wonder why. Maybe I just communicate badly. I'm not sure. Any tough questions? Possibly shot down through trauma informed. Anyways, this is ever. Well, all they have to do is just ask. I'm wondering why we can't ask any questions, why we can't call witnesses. Real easy. Happens in court all the time. Judge, I object to your ruling. Okay, let's discuss it. Yep. Not a fucking peep. Let's just go somewhere else and maybe go out and have a discussion with the media. It's not the way to deal with things. Law. These were submissions. It doesn't matter. And the next time one family lawyer gets an iota of time at that podium, if they don't say anything, there's a problem. I've been saying it for a long time. When are you going to ask on the record? Not that you're making the families feel worthless. I'm making the families feel worthless. What are you speaking about? I don't make the families feel worthless. I don't think families would attest to that. I think they feel that I'm fairly supportive, but I don't know. Maybe some of them might think otherwise that are in here right now. I don't know. I'd leave that with them. If they feel that I'm making them feel worthless, or maybe I'm misunderstanding your comment. Privately paid to see if questions would be better. I'm failing to understand that. Would have been better off if Lisa go to trial instead of deal, so she could talk to the commission. Well, she's got all kinds of talk, videos, all kinds of stuff, testimony. So have a lot of other people. Now we can. Yeah. All of our money, the whole junket is money. All your money. Everything you look at in this process is your money. Your police force, your DOJ, your MCC, the judge that's previously paid on the payroll by the book deals that are signed. Sorry, actually, I'll clarify that. Book deals, well, they get supplemented by governments. Publishers do. The trips that are paid for the women's groups, all of the grants of everybody, all the lawyers that are there, the fucking hotel rooms, the food, the flying in, everything that you look at in this picture, your money. Families' money, which is even more disgusting. I have had a major problem with this whole thing since the beginning. And I've never been shy about it. That one I'm pretty clear. Sometimes I'm very cryptic, but very clear that I have a problem paying to hurt families. That's my money. I want my underwear back. By dialectics, yes. They're all money-hungry, sick people. I don't know. Janice interview. Text me a picture of her and Gabe yesterday at 6 o'clock. Funny, 444 pages of data on LB's phone. Doesn't show any info on photos or texts. No, because it's not Celebrate. Right? It's not Celebrate. Otherwise, you have, of course, all the GPS, and all the texts, and all the photos, and I don't know. I don't know. If they weren't allowed today, it doesn't matter if they weren't allowed today. When given the first opportunity, you have the microphone sitting in front of you. You say, Stanton, McDonald, Fitch, I want to know why I can't represent my clients here. Why are you hamstring? Like why am I hogtied? What are you doing? And then you listen. And the transcriptionist types it out. And we all see them shit their pants and turn red. Nobody's doing it. Why? So then what do you do? Am I not being clear? What do the lawyers do? If this were a courtroom, and then people are going to say to me, well, it's not a courtroom. Do they get the chance to put a microphone next to any of these lawyers? Any of the family lawyers? Have you seen family lawyers? Have they spoken into this thing? Yes, they have. Why is there crickets again? Still waiting. I said this the other day, I'm going to keep repeating this shit over and over. I was talking with one family member, and I'm very respectful. And I said, I respect everything, really, really do. And you know that. And they're like, yeah, no, I know that. And I said, they said, but they can't say anything. And I said, give me 1 second. Maybe the prop helps. Show me how their tongue is being held. They can't say anything into this, to those three, and ask. And the answer to that was, I can't. So the answer to that is they most certainly can, but they're choosing not to. Why not? Government pick lawyers to are allowed to be hired. Pressure should be put upon them. You ask. You demand an answer. I want to hear. You want to hear why they're not allowed? Or do you want to keep watching nothingness going on? And what I'm saying sensical? Is it making sense? No? Am I talking to myself? I don't understand. Does it not make sense? What is going on with the lawyers? Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Kick them out of the bar association? Really? Can you do that? Could you imagine the shitstorm if they said, oh my God, we're going to start now attacking the families, McDonald and such. They started getting vindictive on the lawyers. Whoa! Hello, Freckles. Oh, that's too bad. I'm hoping everybody's, there seem to be, who's his husband is sick again? I'm sorry, I forget. And geez. They're choosing to do that, though. They're choosing to do that. It's not like this is holding them back. What are you doing? They're all paid off? Well, I'm not making that accusation. I'm just wondering why people aren't, specifically families, aren't saying, what the fuck, man? Don't run away. Don't go and do a boycott. Don't do any of that. You ask. You're my lawyer. You represent my family's interests, the estate of my deceased one. That is your job, to the best of your ability. Yeah. I'll tell you, there wouldn't be a moment of silence if I was in that room. Not one. That's the first goddamn question. I don't care who's up there. I'm turning. I'm like, bing, right to them. The three. You answer me. Anyway, a variety of more good things for permanent display. All of them are going to live to regret, I believe. Not in a violent way, nothing like that. Shame is going to make a comeback. Bad, in a bad way. People are just going to turn their shoulders and no longer want anything to do with any of them. But I want a job. Too bad. Hope you enjoyed what you had when you had it. Because you knew what you were doing and you did it anyway. You are getting mad at lawyer for asking Maxwell. No, I didn't think I thought. Listen, I tried to figure it out. I discussed it with a variety of people, variety of family lawyers, not quite understanding where he was coming from. Are you trying to destroy the narrative? Or are you trying to say, yes, I agree, Lisa Banfield was beaten? Do remember, in the lawsuit against the RCMP currently right now, unless it's been amended, it does actually say that they do stipulate to the fact that they do agree with the facts. It's not an agreed statement of fact that Lisa Banfield was the first victim and she was abused. It says it outright in 2 or 3 different places. I'm like, are you sure about that one? Are you so sure? Because I don't think that's true. I do hope that has been amended. I really do. And that was the only move, and funnily enough, by Mr. Bryson that I questioned at all. I thought his questions were all very good. And maybe it's there is, and I did say during that thing, maybe he's playing 60-40 chess. It's possible. It's possible. Demonstrating destruction of an alteration of records. But I think a lot of people that's going to be lost on. More importantly, they're just going to hear Maxwell couldn't take notes and he was wrong. But he held up pretty well. Let's have him swear out an affidavit. I'm all for it. Attesting to the fact that, yeah, I went and responded to that. That's under threat of perjury. He'll go to jail if it turns out not to be true. Let's find out. Let's see. Put your money where your mouth is. Everybody should. Shouldn't have a problem. No. It's all good. He was grilling him. To what end? To what end? Affidavits would be great. I love affidavits. I've seen only 4 affidavits, I think. Is it 3 or 4 affidavits right now currently in play? And they're very problematic issues. They're not given a lot of airtime, but I try. But nobody really addresses them. Yeah, the demeanor was odd. I didn't understand it. I still don't understand it. He seemed angry. I don't. Maybe there was something that. There obviously was something that we all don't understand. But just have him swear out an affidavit, and then we'll just clear this one up real fast. Did you respond to a domestic violence call, or did you not? You know me. I just look for the truth. I don't have an agenda in this one. Just give the families the truth. Give them the answers. Admit your faults. If it turns out that way, listen, I personally think, after looking at this stuff for years now, and definitely being schooled in the last 2 years, a lot more than I was before, specifically with the RCMP, because I had definitely some knowledge of a couple of cases for sure. on a fairly intimate level, but this institution doesn't work. It doesn't work. So something else has to come, and not some UN bollocks. It has to be community policing. RCMP members along the way who have been brave have spoken out and said that it doesn't work. You need to go back to local community policing model, perhaps federally, maybe. His notes didn't seem weird. I ran those by multiple members. They were the ones who contacted me. His notes are really good. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. And they're like, no, they're following full protocols. They gave me the cases that lined up with it. They're like, no, this is good. I'm like, okay. And turns out true. Versus, you've got Maxwell versus Brenda. Is this a really even, is this a no-brainer? I think it's a no-brainer. Brenda, multiple people say she's exaggerated. Multiple people can't back up her hearsay. The witnesses she said aren't there. Come on. Versus Maxwell, who what? What? Swear out an affidavit. Then we'll just put it to bed. They won't do that. They won't do that. You know why? There goes the Lisa narrative. There goes the Lisa narrative. And they're trying. They're pulling anything and everything. Drunky O'Brien, crayons, marginalized groups, whatever, colonialism, anything and everything. Please, just don't. No, we can't. We can't talk about what really happened, where all the money was coming from, what was really going on. What? So let's. But sentiment is really turning badly. Anyways, did you enjoy the weekend? Next week is going to be, goosebumps. Next week, going to be an interesting one. They've been working hard since April 19, 2020, trying to figure this one out. So, and then they're going to take 3 weeks off. Imagine the media spin that's going to be running around. The machine will be trying to protect itself. The social media platforms with the bots and everything's just going to be fired up. And then they're going to bring on who? Lucky and Bergerman. Half-page notes. Bergerman. Yeah. Going to be an interesting one. Do take good care of yourself. Yeah, it's always goosebumps to me. It means something. Call me kooky, but it does. Body talks. It's God's silent messages all over the place. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't tell you. Can't tell you. But even if Lisa was a victim of domestic violence, there's no way to tell her story is true. Feet would be shredded. I mean, have her swear out an affidavit. That would do wonders for her restorative justice, etc. If that were found to be false. Oh, I think it goes out the window then. Now we're into criminal charges again. So, God bless you all. Have a good weekend. Rest up. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Spend some good time, quality time doing things that are clearing of your brain. And hang out with your pets and your family and Hopefully the weather will be good. Come back next week refreshed. God bless you all. God bless the 20.